Hello, everybody. Pop culture curator here. So good to see you. We are back on another Saturday afternoon slash evening with another episode of Rumblings from the Lab. And I'd like to say first and foremost, hello to my good friend Stone Racket. How are you doing, Stone Racket?
Oh, not too bad on this Saturday night, and hopefully we'll have a lot to talk about here, as long as as far as sci-fi stuff
I think
or
we will.
anything you
We seem to
want.
do pretty good. Yeah,
Yeah,
our topics usually bounce around.
yeah,
But I think we'll do pretty good tonight. We usually keep it relatively entertaining. And guess what, people? When it's not entertaining, I'll end it. I'm not going to drag it on like a dead horse.
oh
So
dear,
I know, yeah, I know. I can at least be a little sensitive to that part. I know people who do have streams when they have nothing to talk about, and I don't see much point in that. But with that being said, I'd like to say hello in the chat to Suzanne Eckstein. Hello, Suzanne. Hope you're doing well. I'm glad you're getting all settled in. You got your internet on, your electricity, your heat. And she says, hello, Pop. Great to see you. Likewise. And Stone Racket says, Pop Culture Curator, good evening. Likewise to you, sir. And Stone Racket says, Suzanne Eckstein, greetings. Very cool. And I don't need to read my own stuff again. And there's the link, everybody. It should be pinned in the chat. If you'd like to join the panel, go for it. Gorilla's Random Thoughts, there you are, buddy. Weren't you on the panel? Come on up.
yeah,
He's
hey,
probably finishing dinner.
yeah. Come on down, Gorilla.
Come on down. And he says, hey there. And Suzanne says, Stone Racket, hello. Hello, says.
Hello.
Hello to Gorilla, says Stone Racket. And she also says, loving the intro, Pop. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Suzanne. Very cool. I was just telling Stone Racket here on backstage if I should make a overlay, the frame kind of thing where you can see our avatars. But I'm wondering if I should make like a frame for it, like I did Gilligan's Island and Lost in Space. I don't know. I'll consider it. Wow, this is the best audio yet, Pop. All right, I'm glad to hear that. My voice was a little weak earlier tonight, but I've been kind of going me, and clearing it, all that good stuff. Hoping to get it ready so I don't sound like some weak ass. I went in and I was listening to one of my streams from last week, and I sounded terrible. And I want to try to avoid that because that's got to be horrible to listen to. And I wasn't expecting one to listen to somebody with a voice like that. Life is good, Pop. We are blessed, says Suzanne. That is excellent to hear. And Gorilla's Rant Thought says Gorilla Raid. Yes, Gorilla just finished a stream of Megan, Megan, the Blumhouse movie. And Gorilla says, hey, Suzanne. And Suzanne says, lemon water, dear, helps my voice. I should do that too. And hello, LDG. Good to see you, sir. Hope you're doing well.
Hello. Hey, Pup. How you doing, me? And how's it going, everybody?
Doing
Out.
good, doing good.
Good. Good to see you
It
guys.
seems that, yeah, likewise. I think Gorilla might be a little late coming up. I think he's probably finishing dinner, and he
He's
might
on his
have,
way over.
yeah, and he might have the
Yep.
kids in this weekend.
No, he
So
told me. I just talked to him. He'll be coming over shortly.
Yeah, he said gorilla raid, so I'm fully expecting a lot of gorillas.
Yeah.
a lot of gorilla raids, right? And Suzanne says, "LDG, hello again." Very cool. So
Hey,
good to
how's it
see
going, everybody?
Suzanne. Now I know people wanted to bring this up on my Gilligan's Island stream, and I didn't want to be rude, but I had to be stern. I did not want to talk about the subject, which is Captain Infinity. I know he got banned on Tuesday or
Captain
Wednesday.
who?
One of the doesn't. Yes,
Who?
and
Who?
but I know
I don't know who you're
people were
talking about.
the idiot with the loud mouth and the small brain. But
the one the one I
yeah,
refer to as Captain Hate.
Yeah, but I know that people wanted to talk about it during my Gilligan's Island stream, and I felt bad because I told them no, we're not going to talk about that tonight. Tonight we're going to talk about Gilligan's Island. I didn't want that person's name to be the subject of the conversation for that night. If we're doing a Gilligan's Island stream, I'm going to talk about Gilligan's Island. If
Yeah.
people want
Exactly.
to talk about, yeah, if people want to talk about what happened with Captain What's His Face, we can do that. That's what Rumblings from the Lab is for. Rumblings from the Lab is so you can bring up any topic and talk about whatever you want.
I'm sure there's better
Hello,
ones we can bring up
PvP.
besides Captain Shifferbrains.
Hi
Yeah.
Hello,
guys.
PvP.
Hi
Good to see
guys.
you, PvP.
Yeah. Hi Pop. Yeah. I felt bad about that when me and Suzanne did a little exchange, and I didn't actually mention him by name, or I didn't even mention it was an actual him that I was talking about. So I tried to keep it, fairly vague. And then you kind of mentioned, made it more specific, and I felt really bad, and I was like, "Oh shit!"
No,
So
don't
yeah, sorry about
apologize.
that. Sorry, I
You
really
don't
do
have to
feel bad.
apologize. That was the subject of the day. Everybody was talking about it, so it's okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But
But
anyway,
I'm
it's
glad I didn't.
less forgotten about it and him, and if
But I
if that
do.
makes sense.
If that's okay, though, for those of you guys that were there, the thing is, I
Uh,
wasn't there. I was kind of in the outlier. And but I remember I was ill that day, and I missed a lot of what happened. But
uh,
if you don't mind, for those of you, if there are any of you guys that are in the know of what happened, can you help explain to me what happened exactly? What I mean, I know the guy was a jerk, and he has in the past said several horrible things consistently and constantly about people. But what did they do to finally get rid of him? I mean, who had the magic
It's
touch?
it's it was a group effort. Multiple people did multiple things, or else because there was no way one person did it. It just YouTube doesn't work that way. Um,
Oh,
so it was
okay.
a group effort.
yeah.
And basically what happened was he fucked up. He fucked around and he found out. The more you fuck around, the more you find out, and he found out. So
Well, he just attacked so many people in the community, right? LDG, like he attacked me. I say in the last year, like 3, 4 times maybe, with personal, putting PvP in the title of his little hate rants, and he'd go on for like 20, 30 minutes about me. I never listened to much of it because I don't want to listen to the garbage, but he'd
Same
put it in the
here.
title, and then of course hours later the coward would pull it down, take the video off, thinking I guess he was going to get away with it forever, right? Because he'd just do his little hate speech, and then 2 or 3 hours later the video would disappear, and I guess he thought he was going to get away with it that way, but I guess if you do it enough times it's going to catch up, and it did, right? So yeah.
mhm.
But I know
Well, he
other
was a hit.
people, that did complain. I'm not going to mention their names because I don't think that's appropriate on a
No, that's
live
not
stream.
necessary. But so let me sure I got the gist of this. So I
Mhm.
guess he was attacking several people all at
Lots of
once, and
people.
several people all at once complained, and they all
There's
complained
lots
to
of people.
YouTube. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Well, I remember
Huh?
seeing him attack multiple people over the last year or so.
Well, in
I
the
mean, I
past,
can't
but
even
I'm talking about
remember.
specifically the other. Yeah, in the
Oh,
past, but I'm talking about specifically the other
recently.
day.
Yeah, recently. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
then
Well,
he
yeah.
someone had struck him also with a copyright strike. So I know he got. I think he got. I think he got bombarded by a combination of copyright strikes and um, policy violations.
Now, the policy violations is probably for hate speech, I imagine, and the copyright is for using somebody's likeness or their name or whatever without permission.
Yeah, he was basically stream sniping and the
Yeah.
channel that didn't want it and was able to utilize the reporting tool to say, yeah, this guy's playing my
Good
content and
idea.
I want him
Yeah.
struck.
He was, yeah, he was playing other people's streams. Sometimes even while those people were actually still live, he would start, mirroring their stream, and you know, and putting his comments over top of
Yes.
what the people on the panel were talking about, which is like, wow, it was unbelievable, really. So yeah.
Well, whoever got him on the successful copyright strike, good for them.
Yeah, I don't know who it
This,
was,
yeah,
but
right,
yeah.
right. But he was doing that to everybody, right? Where he was taking he was basically taking clips of our streams and then putting them out of context.
Yeah, basically. Well, there was one where he took a person's stream and used it and basically put a horrible title about the person in something nasty about the person in the title, and then he had like 20 minutes of the stream or whatever, the live stream, and he was like, you could hear all the panel members talking like in the real stream that it actually happened, but he was putting his little snarky comments over top, of course. So yeah.
Oh, here you are, PvP. I I see how where I rank now.
Well, I had a very busy day actually. It was one of those crazy
Hey,
days.
Gorilla.
Yeah, hey Pop.
Yeah, I can't.
Good
I
to
usually
see
can't
ya.
make this. I can't usually make your Saturday afternoon event there, girl. So
Yeah,
I can't be everywhere at once.
yeah. Oh, it was a good. It was a good review.
Oh, that's good. Well, I'm looking forward to Lord of the Rings tomorrow night. Or tomorrow afternoon, I should say.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I can't. I don't have much. Well, for me, it was two things. I had to take a nap. I know I sound like an old man, but I had to take my pills and then take a nap so that I could rest up for tonight. Otherwise, I would be in
Yeah.
and out all night, and I'd be in a lot of pain. So that's why I kind of came in towards the end of your stream there, Gorilla. And I'm
Well,
not a
so,
fan of Blumhouse,
uh, I don't know. It's
Yeah.
kind.
but Gorilla, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to make a quick note. You were talking about how you were happy that they showed a kid die and how rare that is. You know what I'm talking about,
Well,
right?
well. Let me clarify that. I was happy that
Uh-huh.
they decided to have the balls to actually do that and not make it so everybody would be pissed off that the kid would die. Versus they did it
Uh-huh.
almost like kind of they made it where you weren't pissed
They
off
made
that
it so
they
you
actually
wanted
did
the
it.
kid to die.
Well, not necessarily wanted him to
That's
die,
what
but I
that's
wasn't
what I
pissed
wanted to
off.
bring up, right? That's right. That's a topic I wanted to bring up is when they go out of their way. I mean, way over the top to make the kid a bad guy. I mean, way, way over the top. Then when at that point because it's an American-made movie, oh, he's gonna die. Yeah, he's a jerk. He's definitely gonna die. So it doesn't matter if it's a kid or an adult. When they die, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't symbolize anything. If the movie had any guts or any good writing, what they would do is kill off a kid who's a nice guy.
Yeah, but then you got the problem with everybody being pissed off that they decided to kill a kid.
Well, not no. Okay, see, this is where guys, the AI wasn't trying to be batshit crazy. Okay, it wasn't trying to hurt people who didn't deserve it. The whole point of the movie is the AI saw that there are bad people in this world, and they're threatening your user, the person you're supposed to protect, and you got to go. So nobody nice, everybody who died deserved it in some form or fashion.
Yes. Which, in my opinion, ruins the movie. There's no, I don't know, it's not scary. There's no suspense. You know who's going to die. It's like I've said before, cookie cutter, paint by numbers. It's like they might as well, when the person appears on screen, they might as well say death scene number 4, death scene number 5. Because when they make it to where it's obvious who's going to die, I lose interest in the movie totally.
So you like
I
to
think
have a bit of unpredictability is a good thing, right, Pop?
unpredictability, and imagine writing a movie where they're all good guys and you actually have their heart behind them and you're surprised when they die. I mean, here's an example for those of you that have seen it: the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Okay, the original I'm talking about. The guy in the
Mhm.
wheelchair, he was a jerk, and you knew he was going to die. And when he did die, yeah, it was deservedly so. But the rest of the people, it wasn't. And when you sympathize, but when you have better writing, you sympathize with the characters better. When you make everybody a bad guy, and that makes them throwaway characters, where all you're doing is, as the audience, is rooting for them to die. I don't know. I just don't. I don't find that a very entertaining movie. I know I may be out on a limb on that one. And I know some people like those kind of movies, but for me, I was just gonna say I don't like it.
I
Yeah,
get what you're saying, but
I
that
agree.
that works
Yeah.
with certain movies. Like if it's like a random, like Nightmare on Elm Street, right, where anybody could die. You know what I mean? But in a movie like the movie
Right.
we watched, it was part of the movie that she was just killing people who got in the way or threatened her user. So you really couldn't. So
Yes.
there was a moment. There was a moment where somebody who was nice, like made, like for instance, made the user cry. So then Megan went up to her and said, "You made her cry," and and she's like, "Well, I didn't mean to," and she says, "Well, that's what happened." And then at that moment was the one point in the movie where I was like, "Okay, this woman doesn't deserve to die. If she kills this woman, then you're fucking psycho." Like, she didn't she made her cry because of nothing, malicious at all. And that was the only part in the movie
Unintentionally.
where I thought she was going to kill somebody innocent, but she never killed that lady.
Of course not unless you deserved it, which makes it paint by numbers.
I
But
think
I don't know.
often a lot of my favorite films are ones where, there's good guys, there's good people that die. I mean, for example, I'll just make a quick example, like, you know, uh, that Western, the Magnificent Seven, which of course is based on Akira Kurosawa's, samurai movie. I mean, I love both of those films. And one reason I love them so much is because you have a lot of really good guys, good people fighting for a good cause, and they end up sacrificing themselves for that cause. And for me, that's
Right.
one of the best things about those films because I think both of those films are
Yes.
exceptionally great films, for me.
Yes. Right. Another good example, it's not necessarily a horror movie, but would be the Poseidon Adventure. You care about those characters, and what makes that movie really make you think about it and last for all these years is because those are likable and lovable characters, and they die innocently, and where you would think they don't deserve to die. That's how you write a good movie. That's how you get the audience to really care and interact with them.
But it's
But
believable too
they don't
because
make them. I don't know.
that's what happens in real life. Good people do die, and
In real life.
miserable people sometimes prosper, which it's not fair, but that's the
Yes.
way real life works.
Yes. Exactly. Right. Exactly. And I don't know. I
You know, as
just
a
don't
good
like the
example,
trope where what's that?
um, the good example I think I can think of right now is when um, uh, Walking Dead. Walking Dead had Everybody Hates Chris, I think is called, that actor who plays in Everybody Hates Chris or Loves
Uh,
Chris or
I
something. It's a black young
I watched
actor.
the first few seasons. I watched the first few seasons, but I'm not sure. Go ahead though. Go ahead and explain.
Um, yeah, so there's this young black actor. He plays like a really good TV show, and everybody thinks he's innocent and nice, and everybody's happy. He's a real good guy, right? So he gets on The
Uh,
Walking Dead, and the way they kill him is so horrific. Like, and he didn't deserve to die at all. Like, completely innocent, and he got stuck he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they killed him
uh,
to the point where he was having his skin ripped apart, eaten alive while he's screaming. And that really shocked me that they did him like that. I was like, I totally did not see that coming at all.
and that's the
That
stuff
did
I
happen.
like. Not only do I like good gore, but I do like that when they surprise the audience.
That did happen, though. To be fair, LDG, to a number of characters, because I watched the first 6 seasons of Walking Dead, and
Oh yeah,
that was not an uncommon event, right? Nice
yeah,
people got ripped to shreds quite regularly on that show. But yeah.
yeah. Like the lady who got the arrow through the eye, she was a
Oh,
nice lady.
well, the thing is, that's where that was kind of the jump the shark moment for me for Walking Dead. That was the beginning of the end because she was like the doctor, right? She was like the healthcare
Hmm.
lady for the community. She was the only person with medical skills enough to actually save somebody that was in, fairly, bad condition, right? And of course, okay, you send your only doctor out to forage in a dangerous world, and then she ends up getting an arrow through the eye. Like, really? That just bugged me so much. I was just like, oh, this show is starting to really, it's starting to lose its rationale here, because it just didn't make sense to me, at that point. But there were
But
other
it makes it
episodes.
Glacier died
memorable.
too, because
Oh, it was memorable,
yeah,
but not in a good way, right?
yeah.
For me,
And it
anyway.
looks like we lost. It looks like we lost Stone Racket. Stone Racket, I hope you're okay. I hope you can come back. I know he's not a fan of horror movies and gore. I
Maybe
hope
we're
that's
talking
not what
about too
drove him
much.
away.
Uh-oh, I hope not.
I hope not, because
Maybe
I
he had an
wanted to talk about.
internet, perhaps.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about Night Gallery here eventually,
Oh
since
yeah,
we're going
that'd
to
be
be
cool.
covering that, and he's the expert.
So you've got what about?
So I have to be. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say about 15 episodes of Gilligan left or something. No.
Possibly somewhere around there. I think we're about halfway through the third season.
Okay.
And if I can keep up the pace and keep doing it, then we'll be done pretty soon, considering we do 2 episodes each Wednesday.
Right.
Our problem is whenever they
Don't
give me
finish
my chemo
earlier.
treatment. What's that?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I said don't finish
What's that,
it. Hell, I
LDG?
mean, I want it to last as long as possible. So can you do one episode every week, but make it twice, make the review twice as long?
I thought that's what people were complaining about.
No, I'm not. No, not me.
No.
Maybe other people, maybe. But
Well, the problem with the reviewing comedy is when you get in that analytical stuff. Yeah, the comedy it's not the stuff that's not supposed to make sense. That's what makes it funny. There, then when you get to analyze and get it there, that's the problem.
It ruins the jokes. Yeah, it just totally breaks. When you start breaking down, analyzing the jokes, then if we
that's fine. I'm
were
just
to
gonna
do one
miss it
episode,
when you finish.
well, so am I. But if we were to do one episode per week, it would probably be a 1 hour stream, like we did a couple weeks ago when we only did one episode. And I
Yeah.
think the stream was
Oh,
about an
that's fine.
hour, a little over an hour.
I think
But
the
There's
I'm gonna
only
miss
Gilligan.
three
it too.
seasons. This is the last season, or
Yeah, there's only 3. Yeah.
Yes.
oh shit.
I think the stream, the way you're doing them, Pop, though, has been pretty much spot on perfect, at least from
Oh
my
yeah.
perspective, because I've been really enjoying them. They're just about the right amount of time, and I think 2 episodes back to back. It's fun too, because you have the poll, like which episode did you like more than the other one, which is kind of fun, right? Because that kind of brings a little bit of a contest for the chat, into into the stream, right? So. I think it's been working really
Right.
well, and you're right. It's really hard to have a critical analysis of comedy, because you just the way you're doing it now makes sense, right? You just basically go through the episodes and point out the funny bits, and this is good, or background story about that that we didn't know about, and I think it's been going really well actually. So anyway, that's about what I wanted to say.
I appreciate that. But we will be back once we complete Gilligan's Island and we start Night Gallery. It will be back to one episode per week, obviously, because Night Gallery was an hour-long show, so
That
that
makes
might kind
sense.
of help. And when you think about it, like Lost of Space is an hour-long show. 3 seasons. It's taking us a long time to get through, especially because sometimes we have to miss weeks when something happens. Because remember, guys, we're still at the beginning of season 2, pretty much.
We're at
Like one
episode
episode
12.
number 8 or 9, 12. Was that it?
Okay, it wasn't 12 that we just did last week. I'm losing track.
It could be somewhere around there. Yeah, I don't remember. It's possible. So
Yeah, and then we're
I
we're
have
missing
to.
tomorrow, right? There's
Yes,
no
we will
Lost
not be
Space
doing it
tomorrow
tomorrow.
either. Yeah.
And I've got to figure out still if I'm going to do a Rumblings from the Lab, because day after tomorrow, you mean? Because today's
Oh yeah, I
Saturday. We're
mean,
talking
yeah, I
about
mean,
Monday.
yeah, Monday. I mean, yeah. Sorry, I mean Monday. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm trying to. That's if I have a subject to talk about on Monday. I don't want to get on here if I have nothing to talk about. That's why up to now I've had rumblings in the lab once a week because that's just enough to build up some topics, give us something to talk about without repeating the same stuff over and over and over, or sitting here in silence with nobody knowing what to say.
Yeah, that's true. I
So
mean, you know, once a week makes sense because it does give time for events to occur and give us something to chat about, right? Of course, yeah.
yeah, exactly. And of course, obviously, what helps too is when we have all these wonderful people here on the panel and in the chat who give us subjects to talk about and they bring up interesting things. So that is definitely something that I wouldn't be able to make it without. So I appreciate when everybody does that. So
Speaking
I
of
have to
chat,
ask now, how far are we behind the chat? Let
I
me
was just going
see
to say
here.
maybe perhaps Gorilla might want to be the chat master.
Are you gonna help me out tonight with the chat, Gorilla?
Yeah, just like let me get back to the thing here.
No, hurry. You'll see where I left off with Suzanne's chat.
Yeah, I know where we're at there.
Saying,
Yeah, she said say hello to LDG, and it says it's your channel, Pop. You make the rules, no worries.
I just
And
try to be polite. I don't want to be too obtrusive.
yeah,
Go
and
ahead.
PvP, would you like to read this one?
Oh, there you are, PvP. I see where I rank. Laugh, 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 laughter.
LOL, LOL.
Yeah, you're one of my favorite guys to hang out with, Gorilla. You know that.
Yeah. And Suzanne says, I'm just happy he isn't able to attack or bully folks anymore. Oh, he'll find a way. I'm waiting to see where his dummy account is going to be.
I got my fingers crossed that he doesn't come back anytime soon, but oh well.
Yeah. He'll have a dummy
I was going
account
to
there.
ask about that, and especially now that LDG is in the chat. LDG, let me ask you a question. Let's say theoretically, if Captain Infinity tries to come back, I mean, yes, he can create a whole new name, a new avatar, but won't they go by maybe the IP address or no?
And not just the IP address, because let's say you have a household and the brother gets blocked. Well, does that mean the sister gets blocked too, just
Oh,
because of the IP address? So
yeah,
no,
you're
I
right.
know people like to think they're smart. Not saying you. I'm just saying I know people. I'm hearing the same thing over and over again. Oh, IP address for multiple people. No, it doesn't work that way. Because the obvious, like not
Yeah.
everybody. There's more than one person who shares the same IP address, but there's other factors, and there's IP addresses. The more telling one is the behaviorals, like history, cache, browser history, behaviorals that can rat
Yeah.
somebody out. So it's really done by AI now, and it's like if you do so much to trigger it, you can't lie to the algorithm. The algorithm knows it's you, just by what you do, where you do it from, how you
Yep.
do it, everything. So he'll get flagged, but more importantly, people will flag his content and say this guy got blocked. This used to be Captain Infinity, whatever. And if you get people reporting that this person is bypassing YouTube by creating a new account, YouTube will slap the hat up.
By the way, your mic is starting to make a little bit of a weird sound, at least on my end.
Sorry guys, give me a moment. I'm just walking Rex right now. I'll be right back. I'm
Oh,
just kind
okay.
of on the outskirt of range.
No
That's
problem.
Sorry.
that's it.
Okay.
Okay, no worries, no worries.
So, Greg
Okay,
says,
go ahead,
hello,
Gorilla.
everyone. Welcome,
Hello,
Willer
Willa
Greg.
Greg. Good to see you.
Hey, Whirler.
Hello,
People
hello.
say hi. And here you go, PvP. I'll let you read this one.
That says down, monkey man. LOL.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, apparently Finity was EFAPing Wi-Fi. Oh God, I don't need that image in my head. Please no.
He even put e-fapping in one of his titles on one of his streams. I remember, like about a month back, I think it was.
So
Crazy.
reported for sexual conduct. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Well, no, I better not do that because then I could get that with some of the comments we make on our streams.
Yeah,
But,
don't mention a certain Friday stream, Gorilla.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like why would he do? Well, it's like why would he do that? If I was going to show clips of somebody's stream on my stream, I would ask permission from them first.
You did. You did.
Did he
He
really?
asked permission
No,
from
you
whoever
did.
turned him
No,
in.
you did. No, you did.
Yeah, I did, like with you, Gorilla. Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
Yeah.
But the
And
captain is such a coward. He did not ask permission, and he would do
yeah.
it anyway.
And like I told Jerem, I don't care as long as people are. If you're just going to be going like "fuck that fucking asshole piece of shit," yeah, then I'll report the thing. But if person wants to
Yeah,
professionally criticize me, and actually has a intelligent argument, it's not just insulting you, then yeah, go for it. But if you're just going to be like "fuck that fucking guy," then I'll report you.
exactly. Yes,
Yeah, that makes
and that I
sense.
Yeah.
agree
Yeah.
with.
This is where this is where I'm going to keep my opinion a little quiet because I do not believe that. But that's me. That's me. It's no worries. No worries.
No, but girls, I said mass reported the streets for harassment. Then
Well, it comes down to it. YouTube isn't free speech, so you play by the rules. You play by the rules. The platform you're on, you fuck out and you find out. So, I mean, YouTube isn't free speech, so there is no grounds for that. And we played by the rules. He played by the rules, and he got burnt
Yes,
by them. So,
Well,
as far as that's concerned, I have no pity because
I
you played. I mean, all he had to do was not be an actual dick. He could have
so
been a dick personality wise, but not been an actual
yeah,
asshole. And he
yeah,
most likely would have been accepted by most of us. I mean, we all
yeah,
gave him how many effing
right.
chances?
oh
yeah,
geez, I
I
remember
mean,
for
I
my
seriously.
know. Yeah,
I even went on his panels 3 or 4 times and tried to be nice to the guy, and he ended up doing hate streams on me, and I was like, "Well, I'm done with you, buddy." It's just like you
yeah.
try and give. I tried to give the guy, half a dozen chances probably. Excuse me, and it didn't make any difference.
yeah.
Nope, it would never last. I did the same thing. It would last for a month or so, and then he would pull his same shtick again.
Yeah.
All right. Suzanne says he took my last name and referred to my home as Eckstein Island. Oh, that's fucking low. That's fucking low right there.
Well, I
That
remember
is fucking low.
I remember as recently as a couple weeks ago, I think he did a live stream referring to Stone Racket as Captain Boring or Admiral Boring or something. That was his favorite thing, was to call Stone Racket boring, right? Because I remember Stone Racket even talking about that with me a few times, behind the scenes. So
Yeah,
yeah,
what has Stone Rocket ever done to anybody? It's like, what a jerk.
I don't even think he knew Stone Racket. Like he'd probably only met him once or twice before he started piling, garbage on him.
Yeah,
Right? It was
I
it
would.
was crazy.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That was the
Yeah.
whole point. He would attack people and insult people and judge and criticize people you don't even know.
Well, a certain lady we all know and respect told me behind the scenes on direct message on Twitter not too long ago that she had blocked him because he started attacking her family. Like
Good.
attacking her family. Like
I
that's
mean, good that she
outrageous.
reported him.
I don't
It
know if she
is, yeah.
did
I'm
because
good that she reported.
she didn't tell me if she actually reported him, but she had blocked him from any involvement on her channels or on Twitter or anything. But that's pretty low to go out after someone's family.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
So Suzanne says guilty. My hands up. I have reported him numerous times. I reported like 2 of his streams there. And Jay
We
Sci-Fi
thank you
Nation
for that,
struck him for
Suzanne.
e-fapping. Yeah, she says Jay struck him for e-fapping. And Suzanne says, "Oh, I hear you, Pop. I'm in pain and didn't stop today. Didn't nap today."
Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. And hey, Nemesis, welcome.
Hey, Nemesis.
Yeah, it says sounds like LDG on the panel too. Whoever else is there, hail to you, beautiful beings. It's the usual
Hey
suspects.
there.
Yeah. Yeah, Suzanne says never complain about Gilligan's Island, Pop. I love Gilligan's Island. I dream of Genie Bewitched. And she
Same
also
here.
loves
Same here.
Planet of the Apes. And welcome, Disney Sheep Herder.
It isn't she
Hello there.
He says, greetings, everyone. Lurking about and smashing like buttons. Hope everyone is doing
I
well.
appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good there. It says you rocked it. She heard. Hope you're doing well. Says Nemesis, and Disney says, "Ditto, Nemesis. And I'm in good. Hope that the same to you." All right, we're all cut up on the chat.
Thank you, Gorilla. And Nemesis, are you satisfied with the movie I chose for Tuesday night? Is that okay, Nemesis of Eden? I know. Let me explain, guys. Is Nemesis of Eden messaged me? I don't know if it was Tuesday or Wednesday night, and he said, "Look, this week coming up is a week that we usually do a poll. Do you have, do you know what movie you're gonna do or whatever?" And then I was really ill, and I didn't get a chance to respond because usually, if it's a poll, I'll try to have put it up by Thursday night, and that'll give people a couple days to vote, and that'll give people a couple days to vote. And then by Friday or Saturday, I'll say, okay, here's the movie that won the poll. But since I had not been feeling up to par this week, I just posted that we're going to show. I thought I'd pick a movie that had been in the polls because I've been rotating some titles, as you guys know, I'm sure noticed. And Return of the Living Dead has been one of them. And in some of the polls, it was close to being chosen as number one. So I'm hoping that you guys are. I'm hoping it's okay that I just chose that title.
Did you
I'm
put a
hoping
link
it's
in the?
okay.
Did you put a link in community tab, Pump?
Yes, yes.
Oh, good, because I saw that like when it came out. I think I saw it on the movie channel, and it was really good. I enjoyed it, but I haven't seen it in a long, long time, so I probably need to rewatch actually to refresh my memory. But yeah, good to know. Thanks.
If you have not seen it in a while, I definitely recommend you watching it again. It's a good movie, and I don't want to spoil it when we cover it on Tuesday.
Oh yeah, no
But
spoilers.
I just want to let everybody know. I hope I didn't step on any toes by just choosing a movie and not having a poll. We can return to doing a poll next week. I promise.
I think it's a good choice. I mean, I think it's a fun film, so yeah, I'm good with that.
Oh, what movie is it?
Right, and it's Return of the Living Dead.
Okay. Do I have to watch the first one to get this one?
Not
No, because this
really.
is not connected to the first. This is not connected to the first movie at all. And they
Okay.
mentioned it at the beginning. At the beginning of this one, they kind of mentioned. They said, "Hey, you remember what happened with that other movie? Well, this is what really happened." So yeah, you do not need to watch the first one. But weren't you there anyway when we watched the first one, Gorilla, the black and white one?
No, I don't think I was at that one.
Oh, well, let me clarify. The first movie, the black and white one, was Night of the Living Dead, right? Okay. This movie was made in 80, and that movie was made in 68 or whatever.
Yeah.
This movie was made in 1985, and this is actually, even though the name is Return of the Living Dead, it's actually not a sequel to anything.
Yeah. Wait, is this the one that
It's
says
just
we're
that the
coming?
titles are
Is this the one we're coming for you, Barbara?
no.
No. That was the first movie.
Yeah, that's Night of the Living Dead.
That was the very
Yes,
first movie. Yeah.
and we
Okay, then I
covered
was
that
there.
one. We covered that one. I think it was Halloween night, somewhere around there.
Well, I mean,
But
there were sequels like Dawn of the Dead, and I think there was a third one, wasn't there, Pop, that I can't remember the title offhand.
well,
But
those were the George Romero sequels, but this is not George
yeah,
Romero.
that's exactly my point. I mean, there were a couple of George Romero sequels that are kind of official sequels, but this one's a whole different thing, right? So yeah,
Yes, this
yeah, I
one
don't.
was.
Girl will have no problem with it, I'm sure.
Yeah, this one was produced and written by Dan O'Bannon,
Is
who's
that the
known
guy
for
named
his
Dark Star or something?
Alien.
Oh, okay, okay.
Right. So this one has the people behind Alien, but it's not as serious. So I'd go out there as far as saying it's a horror comedy. And I mentioned before that it's very difficult to get a good balance between horror and comedy and still have a good movie. But that movie's, I'm sorry, I can clear my throat. There we go. that movie balances horror and comedy quite well. So that's why I thought I would choose it, and I hope you guys are satisfied. And I'm glad to see that Nemesis says he's not seen it yet. So that's
Yeah, I
good.
thought
I have seen it. Go ahead.
it has a lot of good horror, but I think it has a lot of I found the comedy was kind of campy a lot of the time, which was kind of that was a plus for me because it made me laugh a lot. And I thought it was a really fun film, like to balance the campy comedy with the horror, because there were some really good horror scenes too, of course, right? So yeah, I think it's a good film.
Excellent, excellent practical effects. Yes,
Oh yeah, some really scary stuff. That's for sure. Yeah.
and so there, I wanted to explain that. So if anybody's wondering why we didn't do the voting thing, that's the reason why. It was essentially, like I said, I was ill during the early part of the week, and I didn't get to post the link up until I think it was last night or Friday night. Wait, last
I
night was
can't
Friday night.
remember.
So yeah, it was last night, Friday night.
Oh, okay. It's probably been a couple days since I checked, so that's why I didn't notice it, I guess. Yeah.
So now my question. So now my question is: this is for panel and chat, everybody out there, who has seen the new Ghostbusters?
Just
You mean
saw
the
it today.
Oh, wow. The one that just came out. No, I have not seen that.
Okay, Gorilla, I thought you were going to see it last night, but you saw it today, huh?
Well, we started watching it last night, and I fell asleep, and Owen fell asleep.
Oh boy, it's that good of a movie, isn't it?
That's what I've
Well,
heard.
in all fairness, we watched it. We started watching it at like 10 o'clock at night. So
So I have to ask then, is it on one of those movie
yeah,
streaming?
M4. Yeah, I was on the M4U there, but you probably wouldn't like that. You probably won't. You probably don't want to watch watch it because because of the sound was not up to par.
Was it somebody with a camera in the audience?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I'll
well,
wait.
you know what? I'm
I'll
not
wait.
excited to see it in the first place, but yeah, that's even a more reason not to watch it. But from what I'm hearing, I've been listening. The reason why I brought it up is I've been listening to different reviews, and I usually try to balance out somewhere in between. It's kind of like Yelp. You know, when somebody says they'll give it 5 stars and somebody gives it 1 star, I usually go in and I'll try to figure out like right about in the middle where it's at and what most of them agree on. And from what I'm seeing, it doesn't sound like it's a very good movie. But give me your review of it, Gorilla. What'd you think?
Uh, I wish 2016 would have been this. It has a whole new story there. It was kind of like a world-ending story, but there's parts that was kind of boring. And they could have probably trimmed a little bit more off of it. I fell asleep through parts of it there, and when my kid was entertained throughout the whole thing, he's a big Ghostbusters fan. And I liked how a family member has taken over the Ghostbusters business, and the old ones have kind of had to come back. I did like that. So it's one of those. Don't watch it if you're tired, but otherwise, give it a shot. At least one. It's at least a one-time watch.
Well, a good movie, if you're tired, it'll wake you up and then keep you entertained all the way through. It won't put. It doesn't help you go to sleep.
Not necessarily. I've fallen asleep during Wrath of Khan, and I've fallen asleep through the voyage home. So
Okay. So, what did you think about the lesbian ghost scene?
lesbian ghost scene.
The girl in love with the 2 girls in love with each other. What do you think about that? That seems to be getting mixed reactions from what I'm hearing.
I guess I didn't notice. I noticed that the ghosts they became friends and all that, but I didn't. It's not like no stick it in your face, horrible lesbian vibe from it.
Well, so that's what I read is that they didn't have them exactly kiss, but they had it where it was so close, almost like that scene was left on the cutting room floor.
I thought of it as two two girls are friends and friends.
Friends. Okay,
That's where I got this. People are. I think people are trying to read too much into it because I think people are trying to read way too much into it. It's like two, like, because the girl's like 15 and she has no friends, and then all of a sudden she runs into a ghost that's kind of like her, and they become friends.
Do you think it would have been better if the ghost would have been like from the 1800s?
No, that's one of the things that gets that tires me out on ghost stuff is why is every ghost from the 1800s? Why can't we have one from 2007 going, hey, it's Becky, bitch? You know, it's like every ghost is from 1800s. Like it gets tiring. I like that if you have
I haven't seen that. I've seen that in some movies, but I'd say most of the ghost movies I've seen, the ghosts are from more modern times.
I don't know. It became a trope with the 1800s thing, so it has to be in a lot of movies.
Well, one thing, the reason why I asked this is because, and I'll use the ghost in this movie as an example, because, like I said, I have not seen it before. What the reviews say is when you have a ghost that uses modern day terminology, like literally, talking like that, it just takes away from it. And that's what they said this ghost did. She's supposed to be a ghost, but she talks like somebody on a TikTok video. I'm thinking, oh no, that doesn't sound good. But I don't know. You enjoyed it, huh?
I didn't have a problem with it, and I seriously think people are just reading too much into it, looking for something to complain about.
Okay. Well, like I said, this is several reviews. Like
Yeah.
Midnight's Edge. I was watching them cover it. They had 6 people on the panel. 4 people thought it sounded like that out of the 6. So that's a pretty good sized chunk.
You talking about Ghostbusters still?
Yes.
Oh, I just
And
have
they
like
also said, well, another thing that people seem to agree on is they thought there was too many characters, like they were just throwing extra people in there for no reason, and there was nothing for them to do. And another thing that I noticed people are bringing up, which I brought up during the last movie, is there shouldn't be kids that are Ghostbusters. That's why I didn't like the last movie. But oh well. I know, like I
Well,
said, I
they
know some people like it, so
well they had two adults and two, and the one kid's 18 now, and the other kid was 15, and she got thrown off the team because of excessive damage to the city. And they're getting their ass chewed by the mayor, and they put endangering a minor as one of the charges that they're going to levy against them.
right now she's the one that's the secret to everything, who knows everything, who's a genius and all that stuff, right?
Well, I know some people that are pretty young that are geniuses, so.
Yeah, so but that doesn't answer my question.
But she wasn't. That they had to bring in uh, Dan Aykroyd's character because he knew exactly what's
Yeah.
going on with everything there there. But she kind of acted like a little bit of like a rebellious teen, especially when not listening to the parents in that, which has come a trope.
so they did bring
A
Aykroyd back
horrible
in the
trope.
film then.
They brought Bill. They brought all three of them back.
The
Wow,
surviving ones,
okay.
yeah, the surviving ones, yes.
That's kind of cool though, isn't it? Like I think that's a plus. Uh, I haven't seen the film and haven't heard much about it, but it seems like if you bring
Well,
three of the original cast back, that's a good thing, isn't it?
well, it depends. Gorilla, would you say the 3 cast members had good sized roles, or were they just cameos like in the last movie?
No, they helped save the world there.
So they did in the last movie too, but they were just cameos. I'm just saying, did they have good sized roles, or were they just reduced to cameos?
Well, Dan Aykroyd was the reason we learned about with the Frozen Empire there. And he's the one that figured out how to save the world with another with the new character. There's a new character that came into this movie.
Yeah, I've heard there's a couple of characters that people don't like podcasts and some of the other ones that they figured they didn't fit in there. And when
Well,
you think about it, sorry, go ahead.
it's one of
Are
those.
you okay, PvP?
No, I'm fine. Sorry, I should have muted. Sorry, my I have this ongoing thing with my throat. I've mentioned it before. Sorry, I sometimes forget to mute, but I'm good. I'm good.
Go ahead, Gorilla.
Well, they could have done without some of these characters there, but but it didn't. Uh, I didn't care for it much, but other people did.
Like
They
what?
could,
Like who?
like the guy that they brought in the mid that's that can manipulate fire, and that's how they fought the ghosts and stuff. I kind of halfway fall asleep during those scenes, so I can't remember too much.
Hmm.
Sounds
Well,
like
I
a
believe
mixed
you, but that
bag.
doesn't sound very encouraging. Yeah, doesn't sound good at all.
I think it's,
But also I was watching this on 5 hours of sleep because I was up late last night, like really late.
I think I'll just sail the high seas and probably give it a watch in a couple weeks once there's something decent posted, and then I'll just decide if I like it or not. But it sounds like kind of a mixed bag from the reviews I've heard. Yeah. Which is better than 2016, right, Gorilla? Because we watched that one Thursday night, and whoa, that was real cringe talk material.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I wasn't feeling well that day either
No
because I
worries.
did want to join you guys originally on that, but I remember I slept. I was in bed all day and I felt terrible.
You're probably better sleeping than watching 2016, actually, Pop. Because I was kind of wishing I'd slept too. By the time Gorilla we got halfway through it, I was like, "What is this crap?" So no,
Yeah,
no, don't
exactly
worry,
right.
Pop. We understand, Pop. We understand.
Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah,
show
thank
something
God
here.
you
I'm gonna
do
do,
other thank God you do other streams, Gorilla, besides Cringe Stock, because if you only did Cringe Stock, you'd be losing subscribers. You really picked some good ones to hate you over.
We all it's a group effort, LDG. Like mine was
Oh,
pretty cringy the week before, and Gorilla's trying to top me with this week, and I think we're kind of equally matched on both the
Oh,
horrific
this ain't
cringe.
even this ain't even the one I picked for the war. This is just one
Oh
on
well, I'm
writing
waiting.
the algorithm.
I'm waiting. Bring it on, Gorilla. I want the real cringy stuff.
Yeah,
Well, not
you
really,
have to
but you
wait.
know what I mean.
okay, can you guys see the movie poster that I have up here?
Yes, I see it. Yes.
Okay,
somewhat.
what do you guys think about it?
Not too bad. I don't have a problem with
It's
it.
not the worst poster I've ever seen, but it seems like they're trying to pack a whole lot of shit in one poster. Is my
Right,
impression.
too many damn people. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
What's it a poster of? I'm kind of far away at the moment.
Ghostbusters
Ghostbusters, the
Frozen
new
Empire.
movie. The new
Oh, the
movie.
new one? Oh, yeah,
Because
yeah.
yeah, this is one of the complaints that the reviews are saying. Even the people that like it, everyone's agreeing that they crammed too many characters into it, and then none of them even paid off or really did anything. They would introduce people in the movie, and then they would just be sitting by around with nothing to do. Then they would all just suddenly appear at the end,
There's like 12
and
characters. 12 characters in the poster, isn't
at
there? Like
least,
approximately.
yeah, that's ridiculous, right?
Yeah, it's a lot.
I mean, that poster looks like shit. It looks like it doesn't look like like I wouldn't say, "Wow, that's a great piece of art. That looks really cool." I would say, "Wow, they really sure crammed a lot of people into there, didn't they?" And
It
how can
seems
you
like
like
a
a
cop.
movie that, I mean,
It's kind of copy
go
paste
ahead.
for me. Aesthetically, it's kind of copy paste, Bob.
It is, but it's like they're all wanting to be the Avengers now, and this is
Oh,
Ghostbusters. It's not the Avengers.
that's a good point, actually.
It's
Well,
Yeah,
even the Avengers
Ghostbusters.
wasn't the Avengers, but yeah, no, I hear you.
yeah.
Right?
I can
It's
kind of see it.
Ghostbusters. It's Ghostbusters. By the way, it's not the Goonies. But
Hmm.
I don't know. It just
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I
they
don't
had the
like it.
whole new generation. The old crew is out, new crew's in. Kind of a transitional, and even though the transitional should have happened the first movie, I guess they're kind of spilling it over to the second movie. I don't know exactly yet because I haven't seen it yet, but that's what I'm kind of hearing. Hopefully by the
I'm guessing.
next
Yeah, member
movie,
berries.
member berries,
What?
transitional. People know that the Ghostbusters sell. I mean, that's the problem with today. The Ghostbusters sell. I mean, original IP sell, and you can't just have, you can't have a movie like this without, in some form or fashion, having the old crew in there, like kind of handing it off. I mean, I think that's a fan favorite. That's something a lot of fans want to actually see, and not just kind of reboot it without the blessing of the original Ghostbusters. The only thing I was aggravated in is the one character I wanted to see that I heard isn't in it was Rick Moranis,
Rick
but he might
Moranis.
come in on the next one, maybe. Yeah, even if it
Isn't
was
he
an
dead?
end scene credit, like,
Uh,
hello, I'm back, or something like,
Isn't he
end
dead?
scene credit, something.
no,
No,
he's not.
No, which one died?
his wife died.
Oh, you're talking about was it the black fellow that died that was in the original movie?
No, he's still
Ernie
alive. The only
Hudspeth's
one who
not dead.
passed was yeah, Egon is the only one.
Yeah, the guy plays Egon, Harold Ramis.
Yeah,
Ramus, yeah,
yeah,
that's the
yeah.
guy. Okay,
Ramus is dead,
that's the guy.
passed
Yeah.
away, but
Don't let
no,
that
no,
stop him. They brought him in the last movie. They brought him back.
yeah, Louis Tully's still alive. I mean, like I said, even if it was an end scene credit, like a 2-minute end scene credit, something. But he might come back on the third one because I heard he's back in acting now, and I just
Were
want
you
to see
talking
him do
about Rick
something.
Moranis?
Yeah,
Oh no, he said absolutely not to Ghostbusters. I guess he's holding out. He's going to be. Who knows the mentality? But he said that he wants to. He's holding out, waiting for the remake of Honey I Shrunk the Kids, and I'm like, oh fucking god, what the hell? But I guess he considers that his most successful movies. And I'm thinking maybe because he starred in that, he didn't star in Ghostbusters when you think about it. He was part of an ensemble cast. And maybe that's
uh,
why he doesn't want to return unless he's the star.
unless
But
that
then
was
he
during the 2016, and then that's when he was like, "Hell no, I'm not doing it." But now maybe he might change his mind. I don't know. He
He
should. I
was
believe he should.
he was a significant character in the original Ghostbusters, though.
Oh yeah.
So
but he
yeah.
wasn't the star and it was an ensemble cast.
Well, no, but I mean, it was kind of an
Money's money.
ensemble, as you say, an ensemble cast. They all had their part to play, so to speak. Metaphorically and literally, right? So, I don't think Moranis's character was that down from the main characters. He still, I think, was significant in the storyline. So, I
Right.
don't get if he's what doesn't want to be a part of it, because I think that's one of his better known films, actually, when at least for me. I don't know.
Yeah, it's right up there with
Well,
Spaceballs. I mean,
he's turning it down for some reason. Well, if anything, I was thinking about the way he's dissing his other movies. I mean, what about Little Shop of Horrors? He was a star of that. And it was a good movie and it was
yeah.
successful.
Well, who knows where his mindset is at? I mean, just because people are famous actors doesn't mean they don't have some issues going on, in their mind about the things that they've experienced over the years. So
Ego.
maybe he's jaded with Hollywood or something. I don't know. Like, I wouldn't blame him.
And well, and it is very possible that he has an ego, which a lot of people can't seem to comprehend.
Ego. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, that's could be very well it, Pop.
Right, all these decades, people were saying we don't understand why Harrison Ford won't embrace Han Solo. That's his most famous and recognizable, and we love him, and blah 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 blah. Doesn't matter. It's not Indiana Jones.
He
That's why
doesn't
he
seem to like.
embraced Indiana Jones, and he's willing to talk about that, but he doesn't want to talk about Star Wars because he's just part of an ensemble cast. He's not the star of the movie.
Hmm. Well, yeah, Harrison seems to be a bit of a. I don't know. He seems to be a bit of a dick at times, anyway. Like,
Well,
he
I'm just
doesn't
saying
seem
that
to.
sometimes.
He doesn't
I'm saying
respect his own
sometimes.
legacy.
Well, what
Yeah.
I'm saying though is that sometimes what the fans want don't exactly always align with what the celebrity wants.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
So, are you trying to say something, Godella?
Yeah, I was gonna say, should we see what the chat says about our about the movie?
Sounds good.
All right, Suzanne says I reported in for PvP. Then Suzanne says Disney Super hello. And Em says yeah, buddy, I've never seen it before. All good. I'm excited for the sexy punk rocker doing a striptease on the tombstone. That's
That's
the one I'm
right.
thinking of.
That's the one. I
Y-
remember that totally.
It
The
is.
sexy punk rocker. Yeah, that was a highlight.
And LDG says hello Chad, hello Suzanne, hope you're doing well. Disney says hello. Everybody say hello to each other. And here's the link to Disney Sheepher's channel from Nemesis there.
Thank you, Nemesis. Thank you.
And Greg says, call it Pop's Pick Week. And Nemesis
Yeah,
says,
that's a good way to put it.
hello, G. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing okay. Thanks, sir. And Nemesis says, I was going to say, I'm 90% sure you are the gorilla. You are there,
You are
gorilla.
there, gorilla. You are there.
Gorilla, you were there, stoner, lol. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. I'll tell you guys what I tell my boss all the time. Go ahead and, hey, let's both go take a piss test. Let's see who passes. And Old Greg has a bunch of ghosts there. He goes, I don't approve of striking channels under any circumstances. That's all I have to say about that situation. And Madam Web's reviews are the funniest thing on the currently YouTubes there. And Old Greg says, Ghostbusters 16 was actively trying to make me angry and not a single laugh. Hey, if you want to get really angry, watch Velma.
Oh, we watched what was it? 2 episodes before your server couldn't
One.
continue.
It was so bad.
Where's
Only one
Sophie?
of them was working.
One was more than enough, Gorilla. I never want to see that again. Oh, that was very cringe.
So Velma was worse than Ghostbusters 2016?
Oh, you have no idea, Pop. It was horrific.
Hey, put it this way: take everything that everybody's been bitching about for the last 10 years there, especially the Phantom Menace, and they decided to go with it. Everything.
Well, the thing is, it's a
I'm not
cartoon.
surprised.
It's a cartoon too, right? So that makes it even worse.
Oh, I had my rant on there. I went on a whole rant. We have a 45-minute rant on my channel, and one of the biggest things out of that rant was, fuck this Mindy coaching gal, fuck this Charles whatever, fuck the producers, fuck the director, fuck Warner Brothers, fuck anybody who invested in this piece of shit. I just went off.
Well,
I literally went off.
You know what scared me when watching it is it's a bloody animated cartoon, right? And I'm thinking if some dumb parent, and they are out there, allows their innocent children to watch this piece of filth and let this garbage enter their little minds, I just think it's almost a criminal action because it's so vile, it's so horrible, it's got tons of sex, violence. I mean, it's just unbelievably how dark and awful Velma is. Like, I was just blown away. I mean, I thought it would be bad, but it was bad beyond my wildest nightmares, I gotta say. It was just atrocious.
No, it's not even nearly as bad for you as it was for us people who grew up watching Scooby Doo.
Well, that'd be even worse. Yeah. I just thought it was a total piece. It was a flaming dumpster of shit. Flaming dumpster.
And that's how I would be. Yeah, and that's how I would be because I'm a big Scooby Doo fan from the original series.
Never watched Velma. Never watched Velma, Bob.
Oh yeah. I can't even describe how much of a pile, how big of a pile of shit they took on this, and then what they did to it after.
Well, the thing is, Scooby's not even in that show, right?
No. And the good thing is we don't have to worry. And the good thing is it won't be back. So it's a thing in the past. So that's a good thing there.
That is a good
all
thing.
Those bad shows that they came out. Yeah, all those bad shows that came out with She-Hulk, Velma, all that shit we don't have to worry about because it'll never come back. Speaking of shit that never come back, I'm hearing bad reviews about the Acolyte, that new Star Wars supposed Star Wars series that is headlined by Leslie Headland, the lesbian that used to work for Harvey Feinstein.
Mhm.
Wow, that's almost like a joke. A lesbian that worked for Harvey. That's almost like a running. That's almost like a joke in itself. But yeah, I've heard nothing
Well, he
but
had
bad things about it.
right,
It sounds like it's
and
pretty awful. Yeah, yeah.
well, and the 16, I'm surprised you guys sat through the whole thing because I have to admit I have to side with Ola Greg when he says that it's like it was intentionally trying to piss him off. That's what I figured. That's why I wouldn't be able to watch it at all. And I wouldn't even be able to give it, even if it was free or if they offered me $10 to watch it, I wouldn't do it because it's an insult to anybody who loves film. It's an insult to anybody who loves comedies. It's an insult to the straight audience in general. I don't care if you're male or female. It's an insult to you, what in every way. And I
I
can't
never
see
would have.
any
Yeah,
redeeming qualities for it.
the only
Yeah.
reason I watched it was because I consider Gorilla a fun buddy to hang out with on the internet here. And I mean, if Gorilla's doing cringe talk, I'll just watch whatever he's going to show because I like to support
Yeah.
Gorilla's channel. And it wasn't so much I thought it was actively making me angry. It was just boring. It
Well,
was just so badly written.
yeah.
There was no humor. There was nothing. Like I remember mentioning a couple times, didn't I, Gorilla, during the stream? It's like, what's going on in this movie? Is there
Yeah.
anything going on in this movie? Like
Well,
it doesn't seem
and
like it.
and the point of the cringe stock there is you're not going to enjoy the movie. You're going to enjoy our reactions to the movie. And it's fun bashing the shit,
Oh,
the
we
crap
bashed the
out of it.
hell.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
we
I'm
bashed
talking
the hell
about
out of
but
it.
I'm talking about movies. But I'm talking about movies that are designed to piss you off. Where
I didn't.
not only is the movie not enjoyable, but you get pissed off. And that's not a good experience.
Yeah, I didn't overly get that vibe, but I was just constant trying to figure out if there was a storyline, which I guess what I was concentrating on, and there basically wasn't one. So I just found it a colossal bore, and the cast was just so obnoxiously stupid. I mean, like Melissa McCarthy. I mean, come on, that woman has zero skills in anything, and I just don't understand how she can be like a Hollywood star or whatever. It's like what?
Fat women identify with her. My sister's fat and she likes her.
Yeah, most of them were.
So
Well, actually, I
that
guess two of
explains it
them.
in a nutshell.
Two of them were fat and two of them were thin, so I guess it was balanced that way. But it was just a shitty movie.
Yeah. All right. Can I drop something in the chat real quick? Suzanne said, sorry,
Please.
girl. I thought you were a fellow or intelligent. My bad. Sorry for assuming. No, I partake every once in a while there, but it's like, yeah, but I don't, it's legal here now in Minnesota now. So it's just, but I just don't, I can't afford it, is all.
You're talking about
And
some smokable
pot,
A,
product or
her, a herbal substance.
a herbal relaxation. Yeah, I
I
don't do
bet you
Yeah.
it
if you
because
looked into it, I bet you if you looked into it, Gorilla, it's cheaper than cigarettes. It
I
is
just don't
here.
do it.
It's
I
No, but the
California
problem
and
is,
Arizona. It's cheaper than cigarettes.
well, the problem, well, I get my cigarettes for about 470 a pack, but um, no, actually, yeah, I pay 49 a carton, but um, it's also it puts me way to sleep too. Like I'll be sleeping upside down in a chair asleep.
I don't do it because I have
You're
high
saying
blood
the
pressure
cigarettes put you to
medication.
sleep, or you're saying pot puts you to sleep? I didn't
The
understand.
pot, the pot will put me to sleep. I'll be sleeping upside down in a chair.
Oh,
I
Yeah,
can't do it. I can't do it because of my high blood pressure. Because I've done some research, and apparently, if you're on high blood pressure meds, it can be quite dangerous for your heart. You could have a heart attack or something. So, so I just
yeah,
haven't really got serious about thinking about it yet. So, yeah.
yeah.
I've been
And
fortunate. That's the one thing I have not been diagnosed with is high blood pressure. So I'm lucky in that department.
yeah, and
Are
Suzanne
you
here
okay,
says,
PvP?
I'm sorry. I forget to mute. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And
Yeah, if you
Suzanne
can, I
says,
appreciate it.
yeah,
I'll try to remember. Yeah, sorry, Pop. I didn't
yeah,
realize I was that loud. Oh, damn.
yeah. And Suzanne says Harrison is a fruitcake that's soaked too long.
You're talking about Harrison Ford, I am guesstimating,
Yes,
Suzanne.
Yeah.
yes, yeah. But like it's like I said, I know us as fans, we know what we would like and hope that our heroes to be. They're not always like that. They're actual real people. They do have fallible egos, and you'll have a celebrity, and you'll say, "Why don't you do that movie again? That was such a great movie. I mean, that was my favorite." And they'll say, "Well, because it didn't pay me what I wanted. I don't like the way my character was written. I wanted more character. I wanted more lines. I wanted more, 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 more." And sometimes it's hard for fans to realize that.
There's that old saying, your idols may have feet of clay, right? And I've experienced that in real
Yeah.
life. Yeah. Well, it's like when I met Shatner and Nimoy at the Star Trek convention in Vancouver about, oh, gee, it must be about 27 years ago now. I mean, they came on the main stage and they did like an hour reminiscing about the show and the movies, and they were fantastic. Don't get me wrong. Like they were both, well, they were much younger then, of course. They were still vital and fairly young. And it was great stuff, like to listen to these guys for like an hour talking about all the awesome, back scenes stuff and the camaraderie, and they were very funny too. I mean, they had the crowd of probably about 1,000 people laughing it up quite a bit, and it was great. But then when I signed up for the premium ticket, right, to get their autographs, and when we went behind to get the autographs, they had the damn security was like on parano they were like security is like on red alert, right? I tried talking to them and I just said basically, "I'd like to thank you guys," and that's as far as I got, and the security said, "Move along." And I was like, "What? I can't even say a sentence to my heroes, like, move along." And I was so disappointed because I just wanted to say thank you guys, you for all the awesome entertainment you've given us millions of fans over the years. That was all I was going to say, and I never got the chance to say it. And I was so disappointed because they were so busy signing
Yeah.
autographs, they didn't even look up at us fans, right? They were just their heads were down, signing,
No.
signing, signing, like automatons. And I'll never forget that experience. It was like, man,
Yeah.
sometimes it doesn't go well when you
Sometimes
meet
they're
your
in it
heroes.
just for the paycheck. Yeah. Sometimes they're in
I
it just
thought
for the paycheck.
I thought it was more about just the security, and they just had to work their butts off getting like 150 signatures done, like in that half hour or whatever that was allotted, right? If you know what I mean. So I
Yeah.
didn't hold it against them. I didn't have any grudge against Nimoy or Shatner. I still love those guys, but I've heard other conventions where, like Jill has gone to, and she's met, cast members from like Deep Space Nine or whatever, and she's got pictures with them and autographs, and they even give her a hug or whatever. And I was like, wow, that sounds like a much more awesome, fun experience than what I experienced. So it's like it's a mixed bag. You never know what you're going to get, I guess is what I'm trying to say, right?
Right.
But I was disappointed. Let's put it that way. It's okay though. I survived.
Yeah. Sometimes, yeah, it's like you said, you that little bubble bursts and you realize, hey, that's not the people I imagine. That's not the person I see on TV or on the movie screen.
It does kind of burst your bubble because let's face it though, we put them on such a high pedestal, and we forget sometimes that they are just human beings, that I guess it's easy to you know forget that fact that they are human, and we hold them in such high esteem that we expect perhaps more out of them than we should, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think so, in my opinion. I don't know. What do you guys think? No?
Well, Grill's muted. Job is probably
I'm
busy working on
sorry.
saving the
No, no, no.
world.
Yeah, tell me about it. No, no. Are you
It's
talking
okay.
about meeting your actors and finding out they're different? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, if finding
Yes.
out if your idols have
Yeah.
feet of clay.
Yeah, that goes for anybody though.
It does.
For me,
It
that
does.
goes for everybody. Like that I don't let that, like, that doesn't just go for those, like that's everybody. Everybody, because I find that to be true. You think you know somebody until you know them. And if you don't know what I mean, then you haven't gone through it. Like it could be somebody
Right.
that you think is your neighbor, and you think your neighbor, oh, he's my neighbor, so we're gonna be best friends, and then you find out otherwise. Oh, he's my, he's Captain Picard. He's gonna be awesome. And then you find out otherwise. Whatever,
Yeah.
it goes for everybody.
Especially,
Well,
right,
yeah.
especially an actor when they're on a TV show or a movie. That means you don't know them at all. All you know is a
Ah,
character that is totally fictitious that they were hired to play. So that means that they are totally unpredictable. Here's a good example, perfect example for anybody, especially for any of those older folks, and that's Carol O'Connor. He was a flaming liberal, hardcore far left liberal, but you would never know that by watching All in the Family. So that's a perfect example. And sometimes the people are not, they're nothing like you would think, but they are a hired actor for a job. Don't be surprised when you meet them and find out they're not like that at all.
Well, Archie Bunker was a flaming hardcore conservative, right, on the show.
Yes,
Basically.
that's what I'm saying. Right, that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. He was an exact opposite in real life.
Yeah. No, that's it. But I think that's the sign of a really good actor when they can pull that off, right, Bob? Like I respect that.
I think so. Well, not only that though, but another thing that he was able to prove is that he could do comedy and drama because he was also a quite an accomplished dramatic actor. So
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
full praises all the way. Yes,
Well, didn't he do that TV series In the Heat of the Night after All in the Family, I believe, which was very dramatic?
yes,
Yeah.
uh-huh.
So yeah, I always thought he was a really excellent actor, actually, because I mean, how many guys? I mean, Archie was a very unlikable character in a lot of ways, but O'Connor managed to humanize him, and I actually really started to like the guy after I watched a number of episodes, right? Because you could kind of sympathize with Archie, and I got to understand his frustrations and his hopes and his dreams that were often dashed because of his, his socioeconomic, level that he was living with. He was just a working class guy, right? And I could totally understand where Archie, was maybe lashing out at the world, maybe sometimes in stupid ways, but I could kind of understand where he was coming from.
Right. I want to ask you guys that leads me to another question I was reading up on. Norman Lear, who created All in the Family. Okay,
Hmm.
we all know that he took that from a British show. Uh, there was a British show that was basically less like All in the Family. It had a husband and wife and the son-in-law and the daughter, but it wasn't as political or liberal as All in the Family. So Norman Lear kind of took it, borrowed it, and then kind of made it his own. And I was listening to an interview, a couple of interviews actually, by Demond Wilson, who played Lamont Sanford on Sanford and Son. And he was talking about how back then when Norman Lear came in, well, first of all, Norman Lear was another Gene Roddenberry. He stole everyone's ideas and claimed them as his own. He did the same thing. Apparently, that's very common in Hollywood. But the point is that Norman Lear, what he was bragging about is that he brought socialism into the American television, into the American landscape. That he pretty much destroyed sitcoms because before Norman Lear came along, if you watched any kind of sitcom before All in the Family, it was like the Leave It to Beaver, where you had mom and dad, everybody loved each other, the kids listened to the parents were smart, the parents cared about the kids did their homework, they went to school. After All in the
Or,
Family, all that
uh,
changed. The
yeah,
families immediately became cynical.
yeah.
The kids talking down to the parents. The parents were dumber than the kids. and all that. What do you guys think about that? Do you think it's true? Yes,
Oh,
Will's trying to say something.
oh no, just a sec. Suzanne, you don't have to leave. We haven't upset the apple cart tonight.
Oh, what's wrong? What's Suzanne?
What
She's-
happened?
She says, I'm going to leave, Pop. I seem to have upset the apple cart here tonight. Didn't mean any harm, but won't apologize for reporting that nasty sod. Have a good night.
Why are you
Suzanne,
talking about him? But Suzanne, now you're pissing me off. You want attention now from something that doesn't even exist, Suzanne. Nobody's mentioning that guy. We haven't talked to him in about 30 minutes. Why do you keep bringing him up? You're the only one talking about him, Suzanne. Go on to the next chat, Gorilla.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to keep talking about him, Suzanne, do it on another stream. But we're done. We're past that subject. Nobody was calling you on anything you said about him, and you know that. But you're looking for attention where it doesn't need to exist. I'm sorry, but I don't want that. It's not justified you blaming us because you keep bringing him up. That makes no sense.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead, Gorilla.
Nemesis said boo Shatner boo. I'm not sure what that's about. I know what you mean.
Nemesis is not a fan of William Shatner.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember that. Chad had his 93rd birthday on Friday, by the way, Nemesis.
And actors are people who are paid to pretend. You never know what you are going to actually like until you actually get to know them personally. Oh, Twitter's taking care of that for us. And Nemesis says, take care, Suzanne Maxine, be safe.
Yeah,
and
nice,
Greg says, correct, Pop. Lear was a subversive influence. That's all the chats.
Well, I have something to say about what Pop was saying. I would agree that Norman Lear definitely was a subversive influence when it came to American comedy series. I don't think I don't think he destroyed comedy, though. I mean, let's remember, Leave It to Beaver was like firmly rooted in the 1950s, and All in the Family was taking place in the early 70s, and the culture had shifted enormously by that point. So it wasn't just Norman Lear shifting things, it was the American culture in general had done a huge shift on its axis, so to speak, towards maybe the left at that time. But I think there's a lot of really good comedies that followed that. Um, I remember like One Day at a Time. I thought was quite fun, and I don't think the kids talked down to the mother. It was they were kind of back and forth, but I don't think they talked down to her. Other shows, of course, like MASH, I think was a brilliant show. I didn't see that one as particularly left or right wing. It was kind of just basically about the drama of the Korean War and using humor to kind of make it palatable to examine the negative aspects of war, which I thought was a pretty good strategy for a comedy series. And then, of course, we had shows like Seinfeld, and there's probably a number of shows I'm forgetting, but I still do think there were a lot of classic comedies that did follow after All in the Family. So, I just wanted to mention those shows. So, yeah, I get your point, Pop, but I have to say I don't 100% agree with you. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, no, I don't expect you to 100% agree. But I thought, I had never even quite realized it. I hadn't thought about it until I saw those interviews. But it's just that that's when we start getting the snarky kids and where the parents are idiots. I'm not
Well,
saying all sitcoms like that. I mean, MASH is not even a sitcom about a family. But I'm saying not all comedies, but in general, that's where we saw the shift where kids talking down to their parents. The parents are made to look like buffoons. And because think about it, let's say I'm wrong, then where would you say you saw the shift? Where would you say you saw the change? Where in the family dynamic, where the kids start talking down to the parents and the parents are buffoons, when would you say that started?
I'd have to think about it for a while, to be honest, Pop, because I hate to go out on a limb.
60s?
And I would say
Give me some
probably,
examples in the 60s.
I'd say 80s when it really started to be big time, disrespect for the parents.
Give me some
I'm reflecting
examples.
because the 60s was my first is my first understanding of the idea of anti-police and anti the system. You know what I mean?
Rebellion.
Hey, brother, the hippie kind of thing. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
No, that doesn't necessarily mean they disrespected their family, but then, well, because like you watch the sitcoms like the Brady Bunch, right? And you think like, oh, the Brady Bunch was, for the most part, a nice family, and then you find out about half the shit that went on in the backstage of that show. Like, wait a second. So even back
Well, they were
then,
actors, right? Backstage, they were
Yeah.
actors, right?
But we're talking
actors
about
with teenagers though, like kids.
we are
Yes. Well,
talking.
yeah, the kids were pretty much screwing each other, right?
But aren't we talking about the on-screen episodes, like not
But
the
I'm talking about
backstage
the
stuff?
on-screen portrayals. On-screen portrayals of the way kids and the family dynamic
Yeah, I
were
mean,
written.
You mean like
I mean,
Roseanne and Married with Children?
well, that's like '90s, though, isn't it?
Well, that was my first
90s.
like direct exposure from my, I was born in '80, so to
Well, I was
me, the
thinking,
first show that even showed that kind of relationship was those shows. Those were like my first shows.
Those were your first
I mean,
shows.
before
in
that, I was watching
chronological order.
Lassie, My Three Children, My Three Dads. Donna Reed.
Oh,
you're
my
talking
three
I
about
dads.
was being exposed to
my three sons.
My Three
My
Sons.
three
Yeah, My Three
dads.
Sons.
Yeah.
Yeah, My
Well,
Three. I spin so freaking long.
Well,
Yeah, My
Well-
Three Sons. Mr. Ed. Even though they didn't have kids, but
oh man,
yeah,
that
I
was
was being exposed to all
Well,
of that, and then Nickelodeon wasn't known for showing show. I take it back. I think the very, 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 very first exposure I had to the family being dysfunctional might have been you can't do that on television with the family, with the dad and mom, and don't encourage your dad. I think that maybe was like the very first exposure I had,
well,
but
the
like a full sitcom was definitely Married with
well, the
Children.
two I can think of is Married with Children and The Simpsons.
The Simpsons was another one. Yeah, Simpsons, but that's around the same time.
Yeah, 89, and I don't know when Married with Children was on.
Around the same time, late 80s,
The
90s.
same time, late 80s.
the thing is, I go with going back to the '70s, guys. It's like, remember the Mary Tyler Moore show? That was pretty wholesome. I don't remember anybody talking down to anybody in that show because it was
Oh.
pretty much respect for all the characters in that. And then I thought
No,
One
I'm
Day at a
talking about
Time.
family. There's no family in there. I'm talking about family dynamic.
One Day at a Time. Then I thought the mother and the two daughters usually got along well, and I mean they were
Somewhat,
teenage daughters,
right.
so of course
But that's
she
right.
but they had growing pains, so mom had to, of course, guide them when they were screwing up, right? You know.
No, I know that.
You
That's what
didn't
I'm
see
saying.
that
Not
stuff in
all
Alf
comedies. I'm talking about in general. Alf, I don't know. I never watched.
Alf, Charles in Charge, Growing. What was that one with Michael J. Fox in it?
Oh,
I
I
don't
can't
know.
Doc
remember.
Hollywood.
No, the family,
No, I
the
know
one where the theme
Family
song was
Ties.
them like Family Ties. I think it was.
Family Ties, yeah. I
You
never
know,
could get into that.
Urkel, like all these shows, they didn't really have that. Another family misdynamic was the scene in the original Willy Wonka with that one loudmouth chick that talked back to everybody. I think there was a kid that did it too.
Veronica, Verupa, or whatever.
Veronica, yeah, and then the other guy as well. I think there was another like Swedish
Salt.
kid or something that had a foul mouth or something, or
You
even
know,
the
there
cowboy
was-
kid.
I think you mean the German kid.
Yeah, the German. All the kids were like rotten, right? Except for Charles.
That was the whole.
What's his name?
Yeah, that
Charlie.
right, Charlie Bucket. But that was the
Yeah.
plot of the movie, right? They were nasty, and it was basically teaching you lessons about kids that are like that. Don't they get their comeuppance eventually? I think that's the plot of the movie.
And their parents weren't exactly perfect role models either, if I remember
No,
correctly.
they're enablers. All their parents were enablers. In every case, just like real life, when you have a shitty kid, you can point right towards the parents, and you'll see why.
Yeah. And then I guess you got that scene from Pinocchio when that one cool kid that you figured was a bad boy turned into a donkey. That terrified me for a long time.
Yep, but that's when
He had an attitude. He was that personality type. You could tell.
But that's when I think, in my
Smoking
opinion, it's
cigars.
okay. it's okay to scare kids sometimes when you're telling a story like that. That's the whole thing. Is I don't want to be overprotective. So I was glad that Pinocchio had that scene in it.
Yeah, that messed me up for a little bit. That was a scary scene.
And Oleg Greg has a very good point.
Well, which
Which,
match was extremely one-sided. They never showed the atrocities that my father witnessed, liberating soul or anything positive at all. It was offensive to me and my father.
oh, that makes sense. Yeah, there are other people out there who actually lived through it.
Yeah, and Oleg Greg says early match was okay, but it got extremely liberal and simplistic later.
Yeah, almost soap opera like, in my opinion.
Yeah, Oleg Greg
Here's
says,
the line. Here's the line I meant that I wanted to point out that Oleg Greg is correct on. Go ahead, read that, Gorilla.
"Oh, one day at a time," and else remembered or removed the father and Pop is correct.
Yeah, you're a dysfunctional family with no father.
And by the 80s, Norman Lear influenced it and lessened. That's why he had the family shows that you mentioned are basically from the 80s. Eller Greg also says
Yeah.
Family Ties and series like that were after the Norman Lear influence of the 70s.
Yes. Yes,
And hey,
they
Nemesis.
were. That is correct. Hello,
Hey,
Nemesis.
Hi. Hi, Paul. How are you? Hi.
Good to see you. Welcome.
You know,
Good to see you too, guys.
I've just been taking a look through sitcoms of the United States here quickly, and it seems like by the 80s, the whole family dynamic in comedy was pretty much extinct. I mean, it shifted to shows like Cheers or, you know,
Uh-huh.
Taxi or, the family thing just or Elf, Golden Girls. It seemed like the nuclear family stereotype or whatever the hell you want to call it was pretty much dying out by then, and it seems like it's got even less and less over the years. The Office, Arrested
Yes.
Development, Sunny in Philadelphia. I mean,
Yes.
Big Bang Theory. I mean, it's like where there's not much family in any of those shows. The only one that comes
Right.
to mind was the one with the guy that was in Breaking Bad. I can't remember the actor because he
Malcolm in
did
the
a
Middle.
Malcolm in the
he did,
Middle.
he did a family show. Right? Yeah, Malcolm in the Middle. That's the one. That's the last family show I can actually think of as a comedy.
Now, the parents weren't stupid in that.
Well, they probably were. I never watched much of it, so I haven't
I
seen it.
never watched it
Probably
at
watched
all,
like
so I don't know.
I probably watched 2 episodes, and that was like 20 years ago. So I'm not
Yeah, I
an
wouldn't know. I
expert
never
on that
watched it.
show.
Yeah, there was a few shows of that era that I wasn't really into because that's what I thought it was. I thought it was these snarky kids going around just smart ass back talking their parents, and their parents is being walking buffoons.
But
So
basically,
that was around the time I stopped watching that stuff.
well, family comedies pretty much have been dead for like 30 years now, it seems, from what I'm just reading here. So
Yeah, they won't
go
portray.
figure.
Think about that. Which shows are on the air where they show positive heterosexual family that are the same gender?
These days?
No, I'm going to be specific. I'm going to be specific. A white male and a female who are heterosexual that are married. They have kids, and everybody's happy, and it's not dysfunctional. I mean, you're not going to find it.
Anybody want to answer that one? Because I can't.
Yeah, but that's not fun to watch. People watch for the dysfunction, right? It's like even the stuff that is good, like when you look at that 70s show, and like there's lots of positive messages and whatnot in there. The kids don't really talk nasty or anything to each other, but even still, there's dysfunction, there's shenanigans. So like,
yeah, but by saying that, you're assuming that everyone is cynical. I think
I
people
wouldn't.
can find a lot of humor in a heterosexual straight family because the
Well,
jokes don't have to rely on how the kids treat the parents. There's other things they
70s
could write
show
about.
70s show had
I'll be
heterosexual
right
couples
back.
in it, though. I mean,
yeah, that's kind of why I brought it up.
the two main families were both heterosexual parents, right? And I love the
And
70s
whites,
show.
and yeah, I just started getting into it a couple years ago
It's
because
good, isn't it?
I thought the other
it
ones were
is.
swingers.
Yeah,
thing
the
is,
other parents are swingers. That's fair. Yes.
okay, but still, I think it was one of the few comedies that, you know, got the era that it's taking place in pretty much correct. Because I was a teenager in the 70s, and when I watched those characters, teenage characters hanging out in the basement, well, guess what? We hung out in my parents' basement just like those kids did. And it's like, I mean, are they doing a documentary about my life? Because some episodes feel like it, right? It's so well done. You know, it's a really good show, Nemesis.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it, and it's unfortunate because I remember I've never seen it, but I remember hearing that 80s show bombed. It was terrible.
It did bomb, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, see, like I remember growing up, like most of the shows that I watched were just cartoons or Japanese anime. So like none of the stuff that you guys are talking about really apply to that. But I do remember the '90s commercials being especially like, "Whoa, your parents are stupid. Get them to buy this awesome thing because they're so dumb. Aren't parents dumb?" And it's just like very condescending. Now that I'm going back and rewatching those nostalgic cartoons, you're just like, or commercials, you're like, oh, hmm.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Interesting.
talking about.
Yeah, and it's like, and it's commercials, but see, so it's like they were advertising, and that's how it's, subliminally brainwashing kids on how to act.
It is.
Yeah. I just want to wrap up 70s show though. I think that was
Sure.
one of the last shows that had parents that actually were believable because, man, like the main character's father, I can't remember their names because I haven't watched that show in years, but
Red.
Red was such a hard ass. Like I love Red because his son would totally screw up most episodes, it seemed, or every other episode, and Red would just like lay the law down on his ass and just basically kick it. And it was just like so good that Red would be like, "You little fucker, you fucked up and you're going to pay the penalty and you're going to clean the car and shampoo the rugs and, whatever." I mean, he would just put him through the kid through hell. But I was like, yeah, that's so good, because that played so real to me. And it's like that's probably one of my last favorite comedies was 70s show because I really I love that show. Anyway, continue. I should shut up now.
That's okay. And me myself personally, I never watched it, so I can't say either way.
It's genuinely pretty good, Pop. I enjoyed it. Like, as someone who did not grow up in the '70s and was not a teenager smoking pot in my parents' basements, I still enjoy it. Like, I avoided it because of the main character there. I didn't like him for a while, Topher Grace or whatever. I was just like, oh, you annoy me. But now I'm just like, you know what? Yeah, he's fine. It's okay. It's like I remember him in God, what was it? Spider-Man 3 when he plays Venom, and you're just like, what?
Yeah,
Not my
that's the
Eddie
only thing I
Brock.
ever saw him in. That was my introduction to that actor, and that's the only
Oh,
thing I've ever seen
brutal.
him in.
And that's the worst when you get introduced in a bad role. Because it's funny, like if I see an actor and I'm introduced to them, I kind of assume that that's kind of the roles that they're going to play in the future. It's not always the case,
Yeah,
but like it
no,
kind
but
of
that's
is.
normal to think that, right? Yeah, you can't help but think that, right? Sometimes people get pigeonholed.
Yeah, Pop, if you ever wanted to watch a few episodes of 70s show,
No thanks.
well, it's like Nemesis. We both really enjoyed it, and if
I
you
know
ever
you
want to
guys
give
did,
it
but it's
a
not
try,
my thing. I understand,
okay.
but it's just not my thing.
Just wanted to suggest, but that's cool.
No, when it comes to comedy, I don't think I'll be going back and watching anything other than the shows that I already enjoy. I think the last sitcom I enjoyed was Married with Children. I think that's my cutoff. I don't really enjoy anything after that. The Simpsons were okay the first few seasons, and then they got very repetitive and derivative. So now there is absolutely positively nothing written that is funny anymore. So I just look at it all in the past, especially Modern Family. I think that is sums up everything why I will never watch another sitcom again. The fact they even considered that show a comedy was despicable. But enough about that. Who cares, right?
Yeah. Whatever. I
So
mean, everyone
who
has their own taste. It's all good.
exactly right? And comedy is subjective. Some people laugh
Oh
at
my
some
God.
things that other people don't consider funny.
Right? Like, dude, I laugh at a lot of dark humor that people would just be shocked and aghast. They'd be like, "Arr!" And I mean, while I'm giggling like a schoolgirl, I'm like, that's hilarious. And they're just like, you're a terrible person. I'm like, I
Well,
know.
that's like when you got like when you guys were talking about the '70s show. I remember when Happy Days was on the air, and people that lived through the '60s and the '70s didn't like Happy Days. People that actually lived through it, that era, didn't find it funny. And I think that's also why I don't like the Big Bang Theory. It's because I've lived around geeks with geeks. I am a geek, but their portrayal of geeks I don't find funny. And I can't quite put my
See, and
finger on
like,
it, but it's more like they're insulting them without really knowing what they are. Sorry, go
see,
ahead.
in like the later seasons, no, not at all. And I'm sorry, I even cut you off there, Pop. The later seasons of Big Bang Theory for sure. They're definitely making fun of nerds. I remember seeing season one, season two, and I'm like, oh, what is this show? And then it like changed, and you're just like, oh, never mind. Okay, yeah, it started
Change
in the
how?
beginning, I believe, for nerds, and then it ended up inadvertently making fun of them. You know, Bazinga and all that fun stuff.
Well, and I know one thing just from a peripheral glance at it, they all had good looking girlfriends. And it's like, come on, people. That is not how a geek
What?
community works. Most of them have no girlfriends or they're chubby with glasses. Come on, wake up.
Oh, but no, everyone in that show was girlfriendless except for the two main characters, right? Like,
Yeah, the two main characters, right. And they wouldn't in real life would not have girlfriends that look like that.
right?
But they
Like,
had
there's
to
no
do
way
that
that
because
Buddy would have like the blonde chick with the huge tits. I'm like, yeah, there's no way. Like, she was in the vampire show apparently
no,
and
they
was like
wouldn't.
smoking hot.
Right, they had to do that just because they had to have girls. They had to have the ratio, and they had to have so many girls for the show, which I can understand about. But if anything, maybe they should have been friends. But I don't know. I might be reading too much into it. The show wasn't written for me, so
No, and that's
I'm
fair.
not gonna knock it. And I know it was popular. A lot of people did like it, which is totally fine.
Right. And I try my best not to knock a show if I don't like it. Cause yeah, that's a great way of saying it's not for me. It's like, yeah, my name.
Right, exactly right. There's plenty of things out there that I can go back and watch that are for me, or that I consider for me. So it's totally fine. And it's like most of modern day television and movies, they're not written for me. But it's like, okay, I'm not gonna complain and cry over it. I'll lament over it and I'll say, well, I miss a good Star Trek. I miss good Star Wars. But I'm not gonna complain. I'm not gonna cry and bitch over it because I know that they're not gonna write that for me anymore. And that's just how things are. I'm not gonna hold my breath saying, well, maybe someday they'll write good Star Trek again. No, they won't. They're gonna move forward, not backwards. But that's my opinion. That is.
Well,
So I
yeah,
know, like by now, a lot of people are thinking like Paramount. They're thinking, "Oh, I hope somebody buys Paramount that cares about Star Trek and they'll write good Star Trek." It's not going to happen. Paramount Star Trek is nothing but a cash cow. It's going to be bought by a company that doesn't care about the plot or how the scripts are written. It's going to be bought by a company that wants to make money. In my opinion, that is.
well, I think that's a good way to look at things. It's like we've seen the destruction of the franchises we love, whether it's Trek or Wars or Doctor Who or at whatever, and we're generally repulsed and annoyed and disappointed about what the powers that be are doing to our beloved shows. And so there is no point in whining and bitching and moaning because there's already plenty of people on YouTube doing that for us. So we don't really need
Yeah.
to spend time doing those videos, do we? But I guess what I'm saying, Pop, is I agree with your point. It's like there are thousands and literally tens of thousands, at least, hours of entertainment out there, whether it's films, television, music, books, you name it, right? And I could spend the rest of my life discovering all that great stuff from the past, which is what I urge
Yes.
people to do many times. And thankfully, I've met some wonderful people on here that are curious about the past, and I've introduced them to some awesome things I love in the past. I won't name any names. You can probably conjecture who I'm talking about. But it's like, there's so much good stuff. It's like I keep telling people, check out the silent film era, like those silent films like Buster Keaton and Charlie Chaplin and all those great guys, Harold Lloyd, and all
Yeah.
those wonderful masters of early cinema that made some incredible, fantastic films that are actually quite mind-boggling when you think of the technology those dudes were working with, right? So,
Right.
I'm always a big proponent of earlier media, but I don't want to, rag on the conversation. So
Yeah.
I will quit now. Go, Gorilla.
Yeah. I can tell you, I don't have the attention span for too long of a silent movie.
There are short silent movies that are like maybe 15 or 20 minutes, Gorilla.
Yeah, I think Pop introduced me to
That's
one.
that's the majority of them. No, I showed you Bratz, which had sound.
No, it's a Harley, and there's one with the two kids that were played by the adult actors, and they had the oversized props.
Yeah, that had sound. That's Bratz. It had
Oh,
sound.
did it?
Uh huh.
Okay, yeah.
I have not shown you a silent movie yet. The only silent movie that I have shown you, if you were there, is when we covered Nosferatu on my horror sci-fi stream.
I guess
I don't think I
Metropolis
was at that one.
Metropolis would have counted too, right, Pop, when we did that one?
Oh yeah, Metropolis is another one.
Yeah, I
But
kept
that's
falling
like
asleep
just the
on
other
that one.
night. 2 nights ago, I watched Battle of the Century. Laurel and Hardy's, believe it or not, lost for decades and recently discovered silent short. Battle of the Century. For years, growing up, I'd heard about it. It was legendary. I didn't think I'd ever see it. When I read all my Laurel and Hardy books and I did all the research, all I did was read about how it'll never be seen again, that nobody knows where it happened to it. There's only a couple of snippets here and there available. And then just recently, they rediscovered almost the entire two reels. And 2 nights ago, I saw it for the first time ever. Now, who would think that I'd actually see a new Laurel and Hardy silent movie? And I thought, now I can die happy. That's something that I never thought I'd see. And if there was such a thing as a bucket list, that would have been at the top of it. So
That's
I still
fantastic, Pop.
appreciate silent movies just as much as anything else. Yes, I highly
Well,
recommend it. Go to the Laurel
miracles
and Hardy
mir-
channel.
miracles do happen though, because there've been discoveries of some Doctor Who episodes in the last 10 years, and there's a couple of Avengers episodes, the TV show from the 60s. A couple, I think two season one episodes that were thought completely lost that they found like in a garage, a 16 millimeter print or whatever. It's like,
Yeah, that's
you
usually
know,
how they do it.
yeah, amazing things can happen, right? So that's why I always keep hope alive. Uh, but yeah, it's so cool. And I just wanted to mention, Gorilla. Have you ever watched the Laurel and Hardy? You know the one I'm talking about, Pop, the one where they're pushing a piano up an enormous
He's only seen, well, that's the music box, but Gorilla has only
music
seen
box.
Bratz. Right,
You
Gorilla
should
has only
watch.
seen Bratz.
Yeah, you should watch the music box because that's a classic.
It is. That's their Academy Award winner.
It is
I
an
mean, I would show
awesome.
it right now if I could.
And it's only like what 20
What year
minutes
was
or
it made?
something, Pop.
What year
20
was it
minutes,
made, Pop?
1933.
Yeah,
Ugh.
it does have sound, Gorilla, so it's a good introduction to early films for you.
Yeah.
It has
33, you
sound.
got the, yeah. If it's
What's
33,
that?
you got it could be in the public domain because they have to renew it ever so
No, it's
often.
not.
Oh, it's not?
No, it's
Okay.
not. No,
You
that
can
doesn't
find you
matter.
you can find it on the internet though quite easily if you look. I'm sure you can find it,
Yeah.
Gorilla. You're the
Oh,
master.
they've got it. They've got it colorized and everything. Don't watch the colorized version, but yeah, they've got it. It's been over the years now. It's been reproduced on Blu-ray and everything, so it's in. You can even get it in high definition. So if anything, I recommend the high definition black and white version.
Yeah, I just watched it black and white version about maybe a month ago, actually.
And it still holds up, and it's better than the comedy written today.
Oh, it's
Those
amazingly.
two,
It's so funny.
right? Laurel and Hardy were trained. Laurel and Hardy were trained in pantomime, so they can do a straight up 20-minute, a half hour movie and make you laugh and laugh and laugh without saying a word. And that's something that cannot be done. Nobody has that kind of talent for writing anymore. There you go, Pooch.
I just posted a link in the private chat, Pop, if you don't mind. It's got a YouTube. It's on YouTube, and it looks pretty decent. That's probably the one I watched a month ago, actually. And
Possible,
it's
especially if it's on Laurel and Hardy channel. They have a channel called Laurel and Hardy, and that's where
okay.
you can find all the officially licensed stuff.
No, this isn't that channel, but it is just over 29 minutes, so I'm guessing it's probably fairly complete. So
Possibly.
anyway, it's on there if Gorilla wants to check it out, or he can find another source, I'm sure, because Gorilla is the master of sailing the high seas, is he not?
Alrighty.
Yeah, Gorilla. I wish I was. I wanted. That reminds me. I wanted to ask you, Gorilla, if you could try to help me get an English dubbed version of Time Crime so we can show that on our Tuesday stream. I don't know as many as those channels as you do.
I'd have to really look there. I can look tomorrow. I won't be
Well,
able
it
to
doesn't have to be
tonight.
immediate. It doesn't. Well, it doesn't have to be immediate, but as long as if you could do it eventually, because I know about like Soap Today, but I don't. That's about it. I don't know about any other. But I know you know more than I do. I found it with the Spanish subtitles, but I was unable to find where it's dubbed in English. And if you could find that, I would really appreciate it because I would love to show that on my horror sci-fi stream on a Tuesday. It's such a good movie.
It might depend on how obscure it is too, as to how many channels might have it, right, Pop? Like,
Oh yeah, yeah.
you know, another one I do quite often is I think it's 123 movies that Gorilla recommended. And I do find some good stuff on there occasionally.
Yeah. And LTG probably knows a couple I don't even know about.
Yeah, I'm just not smart enough to broadcast them on YouTube.
No, I wasn't gonna do the what I wanted to do was what I usually do is I drop the link in my community tab where people can watch it on their own. And then we just do our review on my channel where we just show slides.
Hey, if they show
I'm
up
not,
at,
yeah, I
at
wasn't
top,
planning on. Go ahead.
there can't be too bad sites that they pop up at the very top of Google when you search for them. So these are all
And this
ones
one
that
does not.
everybody's aware of.
Right, and Google is very limited, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And if
No,
you guys,
but
have you guys noticed that over the years, the Googles has gotten more limited on the results they return now? They've gotten more and more
Yeah,
censored and more limited.
that's an advertising thing.
They're,
Yeah,
maybe
Oh
they're,
yeah, whoever pays the most so I gets the front page.
Yeah,
maybe
they more care about money. They're not a search engine like they used to be.
yeah. It seems like Google's gone downhill like so many things in life.
Do you have a good search engine, LGG? Oh my god, I can't even talk. Do you have a good search engine, LDG?
Yeah, but again, I can give you some good ones on the underground if you want to come by. Just don't want to advertise them.
I understand. You want to drop that link in the chat, and I will definitely pin it. Yeah.
Okie dokie. Yeah, give me
Thanks,
a moment.
man. Yeah, dude, of
Will do.
course. And speaking of chat, do we have any chat, Gorilla?
Just a sec. Okay. Yes, Greg says, I finally got another movie review uploaded today. Thanks for watching it, Pop. Yeah, I watched it too. It seems interesting.
Yeah, great video.
Yeah. Greg says, so so many old series available commercial free now. I'm watching old series like Matrix or
Mannix.
Mannix, and
Mannix.
they are excellent. Be happy, everyone. Life is short. And
Mannix
Gorilla
is
needs,
That's right.
Mannix is great.
yeah, Gorilla needs a sundial wristwatch. It would teach patience. Yeah. Yeah, the late show 1977 is available for free on YouTube now. Cool. And hey,
Yes,
welcome.
that's
It's
the
the
movie he
man of many
reviewed.
words.
Hey, Cody guy.
Hello,
Yes, the
Cody
man.
guy. Good to see you.
Hey, Cody guy.
Okay, so
Hey, Cody.
we're all caught up.
Thank you. Thank you, Gorilla. I
Yay.
appreciate that.
It is amazing how much content is on YouTube these days. It's like I find stuff that I would think I'm never gonna find this, and I'll type something into the search window, and it's like, oh, holy crap, there it is, just what I
Like nude
wanted to
yoga?
watch. Hey, like what?
Well,
Like nude yoga.
No, I
nude
haven't.
yoga.
I haven't
Yeah,
taken
look up
nude yoga.
nude yoga.
Not
Oh
really
yeah.
my thing, but
Mm-mm.
it
Nice.
seems like
Check it out.
you're an expert on nude yoga, though, eh, LDG?
No, I'm gonna. Yeah. Well, I mean,
You're
it's
a
either
fan?
that or midget quicksand porn. But yeah,
Well, I can't say
which
I've
is an
experienced
actual
either
thing.
one, but that's well. Hey, Jill did mention on one live stream that there is a site called Corn Hub, which is all about it features corn, if you can believe
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I
Oh
forgot.
yeah.
I should have asked her that stream though. I didn't think at the moment. I said I should have said, Jill, why are you watching Corn Hub? But I guess it's probably better that I didn't ask her. We live in a weird world, right? Hey, guys.
Yeah, we live in a
Indeed.
world where people receive coffee enemas. So that should tell you everything right there, right?
Yeah. Haven't tried one of those
Yeah.
yet.
Yeah,
Is that
that'll
with
wake you up.
decaf or they got? Is that with whipped cream or anything or just?
Oh, do you don't want to? You don't want to put whipped cream up there. You're just asking for a yeast infection. Not that I know.
Oh, jeez.
I
I
wouldn't
mean,
know.
I
I
guess
don't
that.
even
I
drink.
guess.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead. No, I was gonna
I was
say.
just
I
going to
was
say
gonna
I
make a
don't even
lumps
drink
joke.
coffee. I don't even drink coffee the regular way, so I wouldn't know.
Right? No one's
Yeah.
no. I don't know anybody who's butt chugging coffee. No, but
There's
getting back to the whole YouTube thing there, PvP, I've been finding a lot of like horror channels on YouTube. Like Meat Canyon does excellent horror animations, and he does all the voiceovers for it. There are channels like Will McDaniel, who does like crazy meat horror inspired stuff. British, it's dry, it's weird, love it. There's stuff like Vita Nocturnus, which is just this absolutely fascinating series about like an alternate Earth with like these flesh creatures, and there's like all different kinds, and it's really well done. Or there's like the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, which is out there. Like there's so many cool things that or like the sun has disappeared. Like there's a lot of really interesting horror channels popping up on YouTube that are like really small but really well done.
Yeah, there's
That's
a lot
excellent.
amazing. There's amazing stuff like you went by so quickly there. Of course, I'm not going to remember anything that you just said, but if you did want to post it somewhere, like a list of those, that would be cool to check out.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Yeah, I'll have to get a list because
the one troubling thing with YouTube though is it can YouTube can giveth and YouTube can taketh away. And I was just actually looking up some episodes of, I don't know if any of you guys remember the 1967-68 TV series called The Invaders. And I used to have a whole
Yeah, we talked
I had
about it.
there used to be about 12 episodes here on YouTube, and I had a playlist at one time, and it seems like they've been all taken down because I tried looking last night
Copyright.
to locate them because they actually had the original pilot film on here a year ago, and it's like 10 minutes longer than the broadcast version. So that was kind of cool. And you know, I was going to actually send some information about that series to Jill because, you know, we're still doing the Avengers and stuff, and then she wants to do James Bond, but I'm thinking, well, we got about a year's time or maybe less, and I was going to just, you know, put the seed in her mind about thinking about what we might do after that. And the Avengers after Star Trek and Lost in Space is probably my third favorite, you know, American sci-fi series of the '60s, and it's really quite good. Especially season one is pretty awesome. Um, and I was going to like, you know, even like, you know, tell her there's a link to the pilot if you want to check it out. But of course, it's gone, and it's kind of annoying because I think the only way I'd have to even watch that now is on my, you know, my box set of DVDs. But you know, it's like the thing, YouTube. You never know what you got, and you never know when it's going to be gone. So yeah,
Yeah, that's true, especially if it's copyrighted.
yeah. Well, of course that was copyrighted, but I was amazed because the guy that uploaded those, I mean, it's been on here for like 2 or 3 years, right? And then all of a sudden it's gone. So now, so yeah.
But I do recommend it though. If you guys watch it like on Soap Today or any of those streaming sites, it's a good show. It's a early Quinn Martin production.
It's the one he did right after The Fugitive pop because you know The
Yeah,
Fugitive was such a huge hit, and it ended like in I think it ended in the fall of '67, and The Invaders was a January mid-season replacement show that started, you know, of course, in January. So
yeah,
yeah, so yeah, but it's the total quality Quinn Martin production, like all of his shows were. So yeah, it's good stuff.
yep. I'd give it a try. I always liked it. I watched, and it had not only that though, but considering when it was made, you're gonna get all the cream of the crop with the cameos. You'll get people from Star Trek and all that because they were going all over. People from Mission Impossible. Everybody popped up on every show, just like how we've noticed on Lost in Space that we're getting a lot of cameos from people from Star Trek and other things like that. And I always thought that was kind of cool.
I think that was one of the Invaders' strong points was the guest stars every week, and they would actually name them in the opening credits, right? The guest stars this week are, and then it's like blah 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 blah
Yes.
blah, you know.
Tonight's guest
And
stars. Yes.
yes, exactly. And my goodness, the incredibly talented guest stars they would get every episode kind of blew my mind a lot of weeks. It's like, what? You got Gene Hackman, you know, you got this guy, you got that guy, you got that guy. It's like, wow. And they were just falling in line to, I guess it's like Twilight Zone. After a while, the actors just, they just knew a quality show when it happened. And they were like, I got, okay, phone my agent, get me on this show, get me an episode on this show. And it's like week after week, there were like sometimes at least one, two, maybe even three high quality guest stars. So yeah, exactly, Pop.
I guess it's similar to like Star Trek later on. Like for TNG moving forward, from TNG, I would say to Enterprise, everybody was on that. I mean, it seemed like everybody was on that show. It's like Candy, the guy who played Candyman was on it. Louise Fletcher, I never thought she would do television, but sure enough, there she is on Star Trek.
She
And
was
a
in
Oh,
lot of
Tony.
them,
Yeah, right.
she was in Deep Space Nine as the high priest or something, wasn't she, Pop?
she was a, yeah, she was an Academy Award winning actress. To see her do television, well, I
Well,
thought it was beneath her, but that's good that she was happy and the fans liked her.
she did. Was Misery the Academy Award performance she gave? Trying
No,
to
that was
remember
Kathy
now.
Bates. No, Louise Fletcher, her Academy Award winning performance was One Floor of the Cuckoo's
Oh,
Nest.
Cuckoo's Nest with Nicholson. Right, got it. Okay, I got it now. Yeah, that was a really
But
good movie,
but
actually.
but I understand actors gotta work. So, you want that paycheck, sure, go for it,
Well,
right? Could be
and
worse.
also, as you mentioned, they do have an ego, and maybe she just wanted to be in a show where she'd pop up maybe once a month on the TV screens and get some recognition. Right, I can't blame her for that.
Yeah. Well, plus it helps too in perpetuity because if the show goes on to live in syndication, they'll get a check every time their episode is shown.
And even if they're deceased, their family or their estate will get that check
Yes,
too, I'm assuming, right? So yeah, it's all
yes,
good.
yes. In most cases, yes, there is arrangement for the estate to receive the compensation.
Hmm.
Looks
Yeah,
like
because
Ola Greg is aware of it. Ola Greg says invaders. So Ola Greg is aware with starring Roy Finnis.
yeah, it's a really good show. Roy Thinnis was awesome in that show too. Like he basically underplayed it. I thought like he was very laid back, even though he's like a one man, you know, a one man crusade trying to save planet Earth from this plot of the invasion from these guys from another galaxy. And I just thought his performances were often understated, and he seemed like very believable because if he'd gone over the top, it would have been ridiculous and silly, right? But Thinnis
Yeah,
generally played David Vincent as a very reserved. Well, he was an architect too in the series, so it's not like he was going to be punching people out every week, right? But I just loved his performance in the show.
did you see him in the sequel with Scott Bakula? It was made for Sci-Fi Channel movie.
I never did because I heard it was dog shit.
It was,
Yeah,
but it was interesting to see him play the same character.
but
So it was
wasn't
like
he like?
it took place. Go ahead.
Well, wasn't he like he'd lost the battle and he was like, on the run and near
No,
the
he
end
no
of
he
his
was
rope?
no it, no. What it was is it took place when it was made, which was I don't know the 90s. I think it was Sci-Fi Channel. Yeah, I think it was 90s, and
I
it
think
took
it was,
place.
yeah.
And the plot was right. The plot was his ongoing, continuing investigation. So it was like he had been running all these years since the 1960s. Is how they portrayed it.
Oh man. Wow.
Right. Even though, as we know, anybody who's seen it during the last season, the very last few episodes, they made it look like the invaders were exposed, and they were going to bring that to an end. So they did give it somewhat of an ending. So I'm
Yeah,
happy for that.
I think in the final episode they actually destroyed a lot of the invaders' ships that were trying to land. So
I think
it
so.
was
Yeah.
yeah, it wasn't exactly a cliffhanger. It wasn't maybe a total resolution of the plot line, but it was definitely better than your standard cliffhanger. So, I think most of us
Yes.
fans were okay with the last one of season 2. Yeah.
I
I
think
just
so.
wish it'd gone
I
for a
was
third
happy.
season. If it'd gone for a third season, they could have wrapped it up properly. It would have been fantastic. But it's like, oh well.
It would have been. It would have been nice, and it had pretty good effects for the day. The practical effects, the spaceships, I thought were a nice design. I know, and I have to. I'm not going to make excuses for, but I do have to apologize for the old trope where the aliens just coincidentally happen to be in human form because it saves budget. So I know that's an old trope that even now today I don't like, and I won't stomach. That's why I didn't like the new Battlestar Galactica, where the Cylons were humans. But yeah, anytime now where robots or aliens are in human form, I don't like it because all it does is it's to save money and it's
Mm,
lack of
but
imagination.
but in the case of the invaders, though, Pop, it was about the story because the invaders were
Well, it's
taking
always
over
part of the
Earth.
story. It's always part of the story. So was V.
No, but the invaders were taking over the planet, replacing. It was like basically Larry Cohen based it on the invasion of the body snatchers film from the 50s, right? Where aliens were taking over, bit by bit, community by community, taking over parts of the government, and basically getting rid of the real people and replacing them with an alien copy of the
Right,
person, right? So
right,
to me, that made total sense in the series, right? So I didn't think it was like a cheap, anything, not good. I
right.
thought it was.
As
Right,
long
but
as
when
they
it's
eventually show it, I mean, V, you eventually saw the lizard people.
Oh,
yeah, every
we
now
we
well,
knew.
and also with the remake of the TV series of War of the Worlds, it was the same thing. Yeah, sure, every now and then they'll give you a peek of it, but it's
Uh,
and of course it's all every show we just mentioned. Of course, it's part of the plot,
but it was a central part of the plot in the Invaders. Is what I'm trying to say, I guess, because
right?
even in the very first episode, when Vincent, sees the flying saucer land, and he goes to investigate, and there's, the next day there's an alien, a couple there trying to pretend to be human, but he notices right away there's that deformity on their fourth finger, right, where their fourth finger sticks out, and he notices that. And so it's like they do have a tell, in the sense that you can tell these are not actual humans, at least in the
Right, I
first season,
understand that.
right? Though the aliens do get rid of it in season two, which makes them even harder to detect, which I thought was kind of cool, right? For the writers to get rid of it in season two.
Right, I do understand that.
Hey, Phantom Boomer.
Hey, Boomer.
Hello, Phantom Boomer. But
Hey, Phantom Boomer.
I hope you're doing well, Phantom Boomer. But the thing is I keep thinking about, and I know this is probably not a good example, but I keep thinking about like with Lost in Space, the '60s show where they were daring enough to build a robot, even though yeah, it's a man in a suit, but it's a robot. So if they're going to say it's a robot, make it a robot. But it's with these modern day shows where every show has an excuse for why it's in human form. Old. I just don't like it. I don't think there's any room for that anymore. And I'm not part of the audience where I want an explosion every minute or so, but I want an investment. Like with the original Battlestar Galactica, the Cylons, yes, they were men in suits, but they were robots. And it's not impossible to do these days, but it's still cheap because they still bypass that by putting people. It's always in human form. I don't know. It's just for me, it's a little nitpicking thing, but that's just me. I know some people like those shows.
No, I totally get what you're saying, Pop. I actually agree 100% with what you're saying. When they just do it because they're cheaping out on the budget, and they don't give us, cool robots, or, the things we love to watch. It's like, yeah, totally. I get it. I totally get it. It's just, when a show basically has a storyline where, the invasion force is trying to go undercover and not be noticed, and they're basically mimicking, humanity, to do that, like the invaders did. It's like, that's, to me, that as a central part of the theme of the story. And I mean, Larry Cohen, the creator of the show, actually, and he wrote, I think, the first 15 episodes too. He was totally thinking of, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, and
Right.
the paranoia about, the Russians, the commies. Every there was a commie under every bed kind of thing, paranoia, right, during that decade. And he was totally aware of all that stuff going on. So he worked it into the plot line where, you have this subversive element trying to
I
infiltrate
know.
your country and destroy it from within, right? Which I always loved about the invaders personally.
Now think about it. What you described is the exact same thing as V,
I
and what
never
you
liked V
described.
though.
No, but I'm saying is it's the exact same thing as V, and what you
Oh,
described is the exact same thing as War of the Worlds, a TV show.
I never saw that.
Well, it was the same thing. They happened to be in human form because they was gradually taking over the Earth.
Well, I think it depends how well done it is.
It
I
was like a
think the
soap
invaders.
opera.
Well, I don't think the invaders were a soap opera, but
No, I'm talking about V, and I'm talking about
I never liked V. I don't
um,
like V at all. I thought
War
it
of the
was
Worlds,
crap.
a TV show. They were like a soap opera.
No, I didn't see that show, and and for a reason, I never had interest in it.
In reality, think about it. If our planet's going to be overtaken by aliens, they're not going to be so inexperienced and inferior where they have to do it slowly and it takes them several years. That's not how it works.
If we get invaded by aliens, it's going to be drones. They're not going to come themselves. They're going to send their robots to come and
Well,
take care of us.
that's what they say the Greys are. They say those are drones. That's why they don't have any genitals and they don't consume food.
Well, that's terrifying.
Well,
But it would kind of
yeah,
make
but
sense.
it makes sense because the actual aliens aren't going to put themselves into danger. They're going to send the Greys who do all the abductions, the experiments, all that. And those are the ones with the big heads that we hear about with the big black eyes. But they don't have any genitals. They don't consume food.
Yeah, I
So
don't
they're
think
with
the invaders.
their. Sorry, go. What was that?
No, I was just saying I don't think the invaders ate either, and I know they had no heartbeat and they didn't bleed when they were cut. So those are
Yeah, but that's
telltale things.
right. That's yeah, but I'm talking about the Greys that we hear now in not television. I'm not talking about a television show. I'm talking about the ones that are in modern media and what people hear about when we hear about abductions that we have evidence of and Area
Right.
51 and all that kind of stuff.
Speaking
Because
of
it makes
early, yeah, it makes sense, Pop. I
well,
just
and
wanted to
what they
mention.
are is they're um oh, what's the word for it? They're not mechanical. They are oh, I can't remember the word. But they're basically living drones. Like right now, us with our drone technologies are mechanical. They've
Androids?
got like no, not androids. No,
Like a
where it's
synth? A synthetic?
no, it's the
No?
word that
Okay.
it's for a living being. It's the word for living. I don't know why my mind draws a blank. Probably because of my medication that I took before the stream. But no, what I'm talking. Hush up! I'm sorry, guys. Hush up, Pooch.
It's all good.
Dog's always wanting attention. But what I mean is like our technology currently, like what we see in around us that we know that which they tell us that we have are mechanical. Like our drones are like they have actual like fans and blades with little motors and magnets and batteries and all that kind of stuff. And what they're saying that the Greys are living. They have actually they're drones, but I can't believe my mind won't come up with the word. But anyway, but they're living. So they can be killed. They have blood. They have body parts. They have organs. But what they do is they're built with a lifespan. They don't eat. They don't consume. So they're basically drones like ours, except they're living. There's another word for it right now. I can't think of it. I'll probably think about it in the middle of the night tonight. I wake up like at 3 o'clock in the morning saying that's the word.
Send me an X, dude, and I'll be like, there we go. Of course. I'm like, why didn't I think of that?
Like it's the opposite of synthetic. Clones, replicants? No, not quite. Organic. That's what I'm thinking about. That's the word.
Organics.
Organic.
Oh my goodness. Of course. There we go. Yeah.
Right. They're organic. So they're actually living. They're a machine, but they are living. They just don't have genitals. They don't consume. They don't eat. They don't piss. They don't have sex. They don't replicate. And it makes sense because and the superior beings are going to send that sort of drone to do research. And that's what we'll do eventually when we create those kind of drones. They'll be organic. I knew I'd finally get the word. Sorry, go ahead. Somebody trying to say something?
I was gonna say, no eating, no drinking, no sex. I wouldn't want to live like that.
You wouldn't have a
You're
choice.
you're
Not in
not a
that
drone.
situation. Yeah.
And they only have one program, so they don't think about that stuff. But that explains when you hear about abductions, how cold they are, the way they treat people. Because a lot of people wonder, well, how can they treat other humans or humans like that? How can they coldly just dissect them and then do all these nasty things? Well, maybe they're drones. They're just programmed to do it. They don't have any feelings. They don't have any guilty conscience. That reminds me, I've been promising Daniel's Hot Topics that I want to do a rumblings one of these nights about paranormal. And I know to bring it up in the middle of this conversation is kind of crazy, and I apologize. But I do want to
Not at
have a
all,
stream
Pop.
based on paranormal and aliens, and if they exist, if they don't exist, the kinds that have been reported, what sort of evidence we have. We do have evidence, by the way. I know some people say, "Oh, all I've ever seen are fuzzy, blurry pictures." No, we have evidence, and there's a lot that's going on that they're not telling us. And it's for that reason that I absolutely, totally, 100% do not trust NASA or anything they tell us. That's another reason why I didn't want to go on Jill's stream when she did Apollo 13, because I disagree with half of the movie. I don't even know if half of it was even real. I don't believe anything NASA ever puts out. The name NASA stands for never a straight answer. And then now they're telling us that we don't have any of that technology. They just threw it all away. None of the videos, they don't have any of the videos or any of the evidence. They threw it all away. Yeah, right. How about the phone call between Nixon and the astronauts where he's actually holding the phone up to his ear talking to the astronauts? We don't even have that technology now. It's like, no. I'm sorry, I have a mind. I know I have a scientific mind. I'm not a scientist, but I have a scientific mind where I can put things together two and two and say that doesn't make sense. Just like with COVID, I can put things together and say that doesn't make sense. You know, when we stop getting analytical and stop being scientific, that's when it's the end of the end of our civilization. We should be allowed to ask questions and doubt, and when we do, they should answer. I got kicked out of a few churches for that reason. I would be like, well, but wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. If so-and-so did this and so-and-so did that, then what about this? Sure enough, I'd be getting kicked out because they don't want to answer the questions. They just get rid of you. But sorry, that's another subject for another day. I apologize for that. How are we doing on the chat,
Yeah.
Gorilla?
Um,
My good friend.
okay, just a sec. Let me.
If I didn't drive everybody away, hopefully I didn't drive everyone away.
It's all good. PvP, I dropped a bunch of those links that you were asking for in the private chat.
Thank you
All
for
right.
that, Nemesis.
So,
Yeah.
Greg says, Invaders, thumbs up. And Boomer says, was that hot coffee or iced tea? Asking for a friend.
Hopefully, iced tea. I think they're talking about the coffee enemas.
Okay. And then Boomer says, hello, gentlemen. And lukewarm coffee, Boomer. Then we're for frats. Good thing the Grays are not giving coffee enemas.
You're right.
And they do enough probing. I'm surprised they do it, Phantom, says Nemesis.
They don't do it, because they're not. Anyways.
And Boomer says clones and replicants. Other Greg says, hey, Phantom. And Other Greg says Coneheads. Nice reference. Right, that's all the chats.
Yes. Right, but they do have, even for those that don't believe, we've had sightings of different kinds of aliens. We've had sightings of the Greys that are like 3 feet tall. We've had sightings of giants that are like 17, 18 feet tall. We've had sightings of
I was watching ones on jellyfish that are invisible to normal, but once you put it under, it was either heat or UV, you could see them, and you're just like, oh God. I don't know if it's allegedly, right? Like you never know. They might be listening.
Right, there's videos on YouTube where they have cameras pointed up towards the sky, and they don't see anything. I mean, it's pointed right at the sky. They don't see anything. Then what they'll do is they'll take a camera that can either see UV or can see the whole spectrum of light. They'll put that up, and then you see all these things zipping by. So they have what we would call shields that hide their visibility. So they are able
like
to
cloaking
hide
devices.
themselves. That's it. That's the word. Thank you. Cloaking devices.
You're welcome. Like Greg says, UFOs definitely exist, so possibly aliens as well. And I would definitely agree. I've seen UFOs in my personal life, not saying they were aliens, but as someone whose dad was a pilot, who went into air cadets, I'm fairly certain I'm very familiar with most forms of modern and even somewhat ancient aircraft, and these ones did not look anything like that, and they did not act anything like the craft we have today.
Same here. I served in the Air Force. I know about everything. I mean, as far as like going back to the Wright brothers, and no, what I saw was definitely a UFO. What we would classify as a UFO, and it did not fly under our physics. So
Yeah,
that's when, before I saw it, I was like, like with ghosts or anything else, I was like, well, I'll believe it when I see it, but until then, I think it's all fantasy. But then when I finally saw one and it flew right over my own head, you can't get much closer than that. And it's like that's what convinced me and sent me down that rabbit hole where I started doing all my research. And then I started realizing all these different forms that are supposed to be coming to the earth. And then I found out the connections between them and our government, how they made deals ever since back in the Eisenhower days. And they've been swapping technology. And then NASA's holding all this. We have had ships that can do interstellar travel since the 1950s and 60s. So what NASA does is a slap in the face. And not only that, though, but we had, what's his name? Elon Musk trying to put rockets on Mars. And who's the ones holding them back? NASA. So it's like, what is it they're hiding? They don't want us to go back to the moon because they're afraid we're going to see something there. They definitely don't want us going to Mars. They're like telling everybody, oh, no, you can't do it. We'll do it when we're ready. And it's like, no, that's not the attitude to have. No one
right.
organization like
Like
NASA or anybody owns anything.
Euler Greggs is saying, my UFO broke the laws of physics as well. No sonic boom and impossibly fast. Fascinating,
Yes,
Euler Greg. You'll have to tell us more.
right. Especially when you see it going like 1,000 miles an hour, and then suddenly it'll make a left-hand turn on a dime, just zip, zip, zip. I mean, our body, us as humans, we would be mashed potatoes if we were on that thing. But obviously, they have no inertia, and we don't have that kind of
Yeah.
technology. There's no inertia.
Yeah, see, and like my UFO was once again really far away, but the way it acted, like it kind of like hovered a little bit over here, and then it kind of hovered a little bit over there, and then it moved up, and then it moved kind of diagonally down, right? And then all of a sudden it dropped, I don't know, what seems like 30, like I don't know, I'm going to say 1,000 feet in the air and did this crazy S arc and shot into the atmosphere. And I've never seen anything move in that way at that speed and like leave. Like it was gone. No, I was just like, holy, what the hell was that?
Right, and it happens all the time, right? There's videos all over people capturing it, especially now with phones being so prevalent. And
Euler Greg says they are preparing us for disclosure of aliens and correct analysis pop.
well, here's what I think about Euler, Greg. I don't know if they're preparing us because I don't think our government wants us to know that they've had all this technology for all these decades. I don't think they want us to know and find out that they've been lying to us this entire time. I don't think they want us to know that we've had free energy since the 1940s and 50s because they've been holding everything back so they could profit from it. Gasoline engines, we don't have any need for that because we have the technology to create vehicles that have zero energy emission and that cost nothing to run, but they're never going to give that to us because they're making too much money off of it. So the day
Oh, it was
for the
like
day
that.
to come, what's that?
Go ahead, Bob. No, go ahead.
Oh,
I'll say after.
well, for the day to come to where our government says, yeah, we lied all this time, I don't think it's going to happen, honestly.
No, most governments are controlled by big business because that's how countries were founded and whatnot. It's like, I think one of the things that you're talking about is that gentleman who created like the water cooled muffler or whatever that like
All
expands your
that
fuel
stuff,
mileage by like, yeah. And then he
and it
suddenly was sitting in a
disappeared.
diner and no, he ran out screaming, "I've been poisoned," and he died apparently of, according to the coroner's report, a heart attack.
Yeah, all those people that come up with alternate fuel derivatives all end up dead under mysterious circumstances.
Yeah, it's
So
very
I don't
bizarre,
believe.
right?
Yeah, I don't believe anything NASA tells us. It's like what we have, what they tell us they have is decades and decades and decades behind what they actually have. And also, one of these nights
Well,
too, when I cover paranormal, I want to cover Project Looking Glass too, because that's where we actually built
sure.
a time. We built a time viewer where we could view into the past, and it was an actual government thing that actually did work. Gorilla, can you? Are you there?
Yeah, just sec. What's up?
So can you catch us up with the chat? There's a lot of these things we want to talk about. I appreciate it, or I can do it if not if you're busy.
Okay. Greg says UFOs definitely exist, so possibly aliens as well.
Well, you can't have UFOs without aliens.
Yeah, and definitely cloaked. My UFO broke the laws of physics as well. No sonic movement possibly fast. You guys covered that one. They're preparing us for disclosure of aliens.
Possibly,
And
I know they're talking to the religions like the Pope and all that.
yeah. And Euler Greg says correct analysis,
Are
Pop.
you okay, PvP?
I'm fine.
Thank
Sorry.
you, Ola
Sorry.
Greg.
Yeah.
He said he
And
was
Euler
eating in
Greg,
the chat.
yeah. Euler Greg says I believe there are different factions with different agendas, both on Earth and in space. Aliens.
I would agree with that, OG.
Yeah, some want disclosure, and others definitely do not want. I feel disclosure is close.
If it is, it's going to be because our governments have no choice. And whoever's going to be disclosed, like let's say it's an alien race, and it's going to be because they're going to tell our government, no, we're going to disclose ourselves. You're not going to lie to your people any longer. I think that's the only way it's going to happen. I don't think our government is ever consciously going to just say, let's tell them that we've been lying the whole time. I don't think that's going to happen, honestly.
Yeah, well, and I mean, like, honestly, when you think about it realistically, in a, like, our Milky Way galaxy is unfathomably big, let alone the rest of the universe.
Uh huh.
Like, I don't know. To me, it's a lot more scary to think that we are the only intelligent beings in the entire universe. That's terrifying. Because, like,
And
our
Eric,
species isn't
and
long lasting.
right, and to say that's also saying that we're the smartest and the most advanced,
Oh,
which is
well,
ignorant.
well, we're really screwed then, right?
Yeah,
It's like, I
right.
think it's absurd to think we're the only intelligent species in the universe. There's probably thousands out there. And I gotta be honest, guys, I'm so glad that it's like somebody like the Klingons hasn't landed yet. Because let's face it, guys, we'd be done in a day if the Klingons landed, right?
Any warring alien species, man, they'd bring.
If
We
it's
wouldn't be
true,
prepared for it in any form. Like whether it be like
no.
District 9 and we're getting diseases, or it be like Independence Day and they're blowing shit up. Like we are not prepared for if aliens actually came, especially with an invasion force. There's no way.
Well, exactly. I was
Right.
just using the Klingons as a convenient example, right? And it's like
Definitely.
maybe the human race should start. Our leaders too stupid, I guess, to think about this shit. But it's like science fiction's been warning about all kinds of shit for like a century now, at least. And the powers that be tend to totally overlook it, ignore it, think it's childish, whatever. And it's like, hey
Well, they
guys,
mock us that are in the public that believe it. They mock us, and they fill everything full of disinformation and misinformation to where it turns it into a joke, and that is intentionally done by NASA as well. Even
well,
their
I'm just
Project
saying.
Blue Book was bullshit.
I'm just saying, one day that's gonna bite us on the ass hard when actually an invasion force lands that really wants to kick the shit out of us, and we're gonna be totally unprepared, right? So it's like, yeah,
They
you know.
say,
Well, and
think
it's
about this: if there's going to be a race that's going to attack, they would have already done it. So they say that this is like a test tube of many races that come and visit, and we're like a neutral zone, and that's the reason why we have not been invaded. Because when you think about it, it's like, yeah, it's scary to think, yeah, there could be other life forms out there more intelligent that have more advanced technology. But then it makes you stop and think, well, why haven't they invaded? Why haven't they taken over? And the only way they
Because
could do that is if
space is
somebody's telling them
big.
no.
I just
Space
think
is
it's a
big, and there's
it's so
there's laws within space. It's similar, like, okay, I don't know if you guys, I've mentioned lately before about Majestic 12, and Ike Eisenhower met aliens and signed agreements with them. It was right after that they made Day the Earth Stood Still, which basically said, look, there's a lot of powerful alien races, not just one, but they're all saying that you guys need to not bring your warring factions to space. And we're going to watch over you to make sure you don't do that. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut
So
you
you
off.
think that was just a coded message, or what? What do you think, Pop?
I think it's possible that if there's one alien race coming to Earth, there's got to be many, and they've got to be
Oh,
living
for
under some sort
sure.
of rule, and they've got to be right, and they've got to have some sort of agreement where they don't attack and invade. But there is at least one race, maybe more, but at least one that cannibalize and eat us. Well, I guess they're not cannibals because they're not human. But they
What,
say
the
that
lizard people?
the lizards, right? The lizards
Yeah.
that live
Yeah.
out in like New Mexico and all that, where that's where their bases are underground. They have a deal supposedly with our government to hand over people in exchange for technology. And they say that's a lot of the anybody if you've never heard of it, check out the documentary The Missing 400, and it talks about how people disappear in mass in public areas where they'll be with their family, like a Yosemite National Park, and right there,
Yeah.
one of them will disappear with the family right there, and sometimes they won't find him at all. Some like there was a baby that disappeared, and they went looking for him, and they found him like on the next day on a mountaintop, several miles away. That there was no way he could have walked there. Weird stories like that. So there's a lot.
Yeah,
There's
I
so much.
remember.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I remember vaguely hearing a statistic back in the day. I can't find it anymore. So we're going to go with an allegedly with this. But allegedly,
All right.
the amount of people who disappear in national parks across America and Canada is equivalent to the same amount of deer population that are hunted by wolves per year, correlating that there is some sort of predatory thing in the woods eating, potentially attacking
Yes.
people.
Are you
So,
saying are you saying predator is a real thing, Nemesis?
no, I'm using like predatory as in like it could be like not necessarily like the alien, the Yahuta or whatever, the Yajuta. Yeah.
Okay,
But I'm
thank
talking about
goodness.
like,
Thank
yeah,
goodness
no,
for
no,
that.
no. But yeah, it's
That was a bit of a joke, by the way, Nemesis.
oh, for sure, buddy. I gotcha.
But I don't know. This is
Oh
just
yeah,
my
but
opinion. I have no, I have no
no, for
hardcore
sure.
evidence that I can present.
Yeah,
But what I'm going to do is,
I'm still pointing towards that the Great Void is where you have like level 12 civilizations hiding their entire sector of space from everybody. And they've spread out nanobots through their entire, parts of the universe. And every single person on Earth most likely has a nanobot that is transmitting video of us on our own intergalactic YouTube channel that we don't even know we have yet.
So like
Kinda
South
like
Park.
well,
kind of like Truman Show, but like, without the dome. Like the Earth is the
right.
like everybody's, all of us have our own intergalactic YouTube channel that we don't even know about, and it's just aliens watching us through microscopic, undetectable camera drones.
Well, I hope mine has a laugh track.
Oh, dude,
So have
right?
you
Like, and
seen?
all I can see is like a 3D Sims version where like the alien's just like, oh, my guy sucks, and I'm just like, come on,
Right,
I'm
right. He's
trying.
boring. Right, he's boring. All he does is sit on his ass all the time. Get out and do something.
Yeah, and then
Right.
people watching me right now are saying, "Holy shit, he's right. He guessed it."
Oh,
Yeah,
dude.
So, yeah,
No, I mean, as long as it's
so-
not a giant
so-
satellite up my butt, I'll be fine.
LDP, what yours are saying is, holy crap, what did he smoke today?
Well, I've been smoking some Space Wraiths, Banana Sorbet, and Pacific OG. But I mean, I don't know what you guys have been
that
smoking.
sounds nice.
But speaking of OG,
LD,
there are some more chats from him in the chat.
Nemesis, I'm smoking LDs.
LD.
Oh,
Oh, holy crap. Okay.
Is that 100?
Yeah, it's a brand. It's a cheap brand here.
I'm thinking like number
Generic.
7s here in Canada.
All right.
Okay,
The
so what does this say?
UFOs could be from another dimension or from another time.
Yeah,
Carl
they could be
Sagan
us
made
in
a
the
really good
future.
point on that,
Exactly.
right? Where he's
They
like,
could be
oh,
us.
yeah, totally. And not only that, but it could be like a tesseract coming through where like if it's a fourth dimensional being, we're only going to see part of it. We're not going to know what that is. We're not going to see the entire ship. We're just going to see this tiny little thing that blips in and blips out that doesn't act in the way that our dimension should act.
Yeah.
Right.
And other Greg says so probably aliens, but possibly not.
Right.
Oh, no, I'll go back to that one because I agree, OG. Oiler Greg says also we could have had a previous civilization that has been hidden from us, and I fully believe that. I think we've had plenty of civilizations before us that had technology,
Yes.
that had
I
all
believe-
kinds of
yeah.
things. Because let's
I think
face
Atlantis
it,
was
like
real, in my opinion. Yeah.
it might not have been a sea city, but like the way we're going, like
No. At the time, no, it wasn't a CC. No, at the time, they were above ground like all of us, but it got flooded out. Is what happened. It was a natural
okay.
disaster.
Okay.
Now they're underground.
Yeah.
Now they're under the sea. Right. That could have been where the story of Noah came from, as
Yeah.
far as we know.
And other
Well,
Greg
and like I'm kind of sorry, I'm going on a rampage here right now for a sec. Okay, you know what? Go ahead, just carry on.
Oh, sure. I switched back my old screen here. All right. So, other Greg says our leaders have no choice. They may have been threatened with extreme violence. No,
They
they
have
just
no
got
choice.
they just got paid a couple $1,000 because they're that cheap.
No, I
That
That would
think
be cool if we
I
got
think-
to the moon and found like a flag that's millions of years old on the moon already. Just like oh shit,
or bases, or like they said, there's old bases that are on the moon or on the other side.
something.
Yeah,
Just
I don't
history
think.
of-
I think it's our.
yeah.
Yeah, but my opinion is, I think our government, it's their choice to hold it back from us because they've got too much to profit. Because I
Well, and
can't
not
see
only
the
that,
aliens-
not that I've
Go ahead.
go ahead, Bob. No, go
can't
ahead.
see- I can't see the aliens telling our governments, you can't do this and this and that. But by the way, here's our technology. So that kind of contradicts itself. Why
Okay,
would they
so
give
before I
us the
forget this,
technology? Yeah, go ahead.
sorry, Pop, I didn't mean to cut you off. Before I forget this, though, so the whole point that I was trying to make earlier is that we're going to a digital age. Everything we have is rare earth metals. Everything we have can be broken down and destroyed within a few thousand centuries that we have now. And we're going towards paperless, stoneless, digital. And so when that's gone, no trace of us will be around. People that we won't be a thing. The people will discover some random stuff like our nuclear waste sites and whatnot and be like, what is this? There are people? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And it'll be a big, right? Like,
Okay, so
yeah, take that.
the Terran Empire will rise and conquer the entire galaxy. The aliens should be worried.
Nah.
We gotta survive ourselves first.
Well, and see, and that's what I'm thinking too, right? Like, if we ever get to the point where we're like a one government empire, yeah, we're gonna be the
Not
bad
gonna
guys.
happen.
We're gonna go out
Not
and
gonna
conquer. It's gonna be bad.
Not going to happen. Not going to happen.
Yeah.
All you have to do is look
Yeah.
at history, and you see that one thing that is a definite, that it always has been and always will be, and that is our governments turn us against each other. That is a fact. It's still, in fact, now it's even more so than ever, and that's why we had the fall of the Romans and all these other civilizations. Is our governments are outright We know that they don't care about us. They experiment on us. They create false vaccines, and they're turning us against each other. And we know that. We see it every day. So no, they're not as long as we're living the way we are now. We'll never have a one world government where we all agree on something. And I mean one world a government as far as in a good way, like Star Trek TOS is what I'm talking about. We'll never have that
Yeah, and
happen
unfortunately,
because the governments cannot be trusted.
and I would
My
agree,
opinion.
Pop. Unfortunately, like, and not only governments, but just people in general, we're never gonna unite and just be this happy, harmonious thing. There's just, I would love for that
No,
to be a thing, but it's just not. It's not in our DNA.
no, not as long
Yeah,
as
I got a
as
feeling it
long
might
as
be possible if we do it right.
as
You
long as
think
they
so, LDG?
Oh yeah, I believe that. I have faith in that.
Yeah.
as long as they can profit off something, why are they going to turn it over for free?
Yeah. Well,
I'm
LDG, the
doing
only
it.
way that's going to happen is with massive bloodshed.
Oh yeah, of
And
course.
Yeah.
That's fine.
someone clip
I mean,
so you're fine with that.
I'm willing to wait, whether it's this life or my next one. Eventually, we'll get there.
that's fair. Like, I
So
mean,
when you talk about
I can always hope, but like, I don't know, man.
I don't mind waiting.
well, the way I look at it is, if it does happen, it won't be. I'll be gone because I
I mean,
can
if
see
you
the
got
way the world's
one,
headed right now. During
yeah.
go ahead.
No, I was saying if you got one world, it's not that. If you got one government, it's not going to be the situation you think. It's not going to be one government because we all believe the same thing. It's going to be one government because they have us all enslaved.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
The only time it's going to
yes.
be if we believe each other is going to be a religious thing. One way or
Yeah,
another, it would have to be a religious space victory versus, you know, a
or
fear
religious
victory.
or logical
Uh,
or something. But I mean,
I
I'm hoping for
I thought
logical.
governments. I thought government's job was to get us to a point where we don't need it anymore.
I'd be amazed.
Yeah.
I'd be
You know,
absolutely
Go ahead,
amazed.
PPP.
I'd be amazed if the human race ever agreed 100% on any damn thing, much less forming a one world government. Like, to me, that's fantasy. The only way a one world government will happen if it's under fascism or something. Because
yeah, we need a no world government.
I
We
mean,
need
let's
a.
face
We
it,
don't need government. We're good now because everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing.
we can't
Right,
fucking
government's
agree
the
on
bad
anything
word,
as it
right?
is, right?
I don't know,
Right,
man. Have you
government.
taken a look at Haiti? Like, I don't think we can. Like, no government is not a good thing, but we're not going to get it political. I don't want to get into any of that. And I'm
Yeah,
sorry, I'm
no,
not
no,
that
no. Yeah,
up.
society has to be ready. Society
I,
has to be ready for no government.
Well, and we can,
Haiti's not ready.
right, and we
no
can
They're
talk
they're
about
government
this
to
as
me,
long
beyond
as we're not.
no, to me,
ready.
no government
Go
means
ahead, Pop.
the bullies with the shotguns are going to come pounding down people's doors and killing them and taking what they want. That's no government to me, because that's what
Yeah,
we see in a lot of countries.
just remember, you can't have a bicycle without training wheels until you get up to a certain speed.
Well, tell that to the
This is
people that are
true.
living in countries with no governments right now, because I wish they had training wheels.
Right now, we still have
See,
our training wheels because we're not going fast enough.
Anyway, I don't want to talk.
so what are your, so, and it's funny because like I've been thinking about this because Pop, you brought up a long time ago, earlier in this conversation about the Wright brothers and because we were talking about airplanes and whatnot. And it's, to me, utterly bizarre that we went from the first powered flight back in the 1918? 19, no,
1912,
before
somewhere
that.
around there.
No, 1902 was when the first flight is, or somewhere around that time. It was
Thank
in
you,
like
Gorilla.
September or October.
Right. So we have powered, and then to me, this is very bizarre that we have powered flight before we had mass produced cars. Like the Model T didn't come out into the 20s.
Yes.
And now we've
Well,
gone from the first powered flight in the 1900s to look at where we are after World War I, World War II, even up into the 50s. At that point, we have in a 50-year span, 40-year span, we have space travel. We're going to the moon. We're going to this. We've just had this crazy exponential growth that almost
Yes.
to me seems like a golden age. And what do you think? Like I feel like we're kind of coming to an end, or what do you think?
Well, think about this. We invented the transistor in the 1950s, and look at an iPhone. That's got billions of virtual transistors in it. Well, I wouldn't
Well,
say
and it's
virtual, but you guys know what I mean. I'm talking about power as far as what it's capable of doing. Hello, Captain Duke Shepard. Welcome. Hope you're doing well.
Hey, Captain.
Howdy, howdy.
hey,
Hello.
Jim.
What's up?
No,
You
much. We're
came
talking
in
about
dur-
like aliens
Hey,
and
Jim.
stuff.
I
yeah, you
just
came in
wanted
Aw,
during
just
a
in
weird
time.
time.
I just wanted to say a bit about what Nemesis said about the Wright brothers and Gorilla said 1902, I believe. Um, the thing is, though, 1902, when they had the first flight, that doesn't mean you were having regular air flights anytime after that soon. It probably took a number of years before that got regulated, and there was a reliable plane that could actually fly from point A to point B. So
Well, by
I'm not.
by 1918,
Yeah,
we had biplanes
yeah,
for World War One.
we sure did.
What year?
1918.
Ninth, yeah,
Okay,
World War
okay,
One.
that's 16 years after the Wright brothers then.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
first flight was
which
only 12
So
seconds.
that's why I'm trying to say it's not shocking to me that automobiles, happened when they did, because it does take a while for technology to advance to the point where it's commonplace. If you guys know what I'm trying to say here.
I do PvP because exactly what you said. There were vehicles even before that into the 1800s, but they weren't mass produced. They were clunkers, like they were very expensive, right? Same with uh, space or the flight. Like, can you imagine being somebody born in say 19 the 1900s and being 11 years old or 12 years old when the Wright brothers go off, and then you see World War One, World War Two, and then by the time you're in your 50s, 60s, all of a sudden we're flying to space like that. That would blow your mind.
That
That
describes
blows my
that
mind.
that describes my mother's parents, because they were the last generation of oh gosh, what was it? The Victorians. They were born in like in like 1990s, just before the 20th century hit. And my grandfather fought in the trenches in France in World War One. So I think they actually lived through all of that, Nemesis. I never was smart enough to talk to them about it because I was a kid back when they were still around. But yeah, I get exactly what you're saying there, guy.
So excellent. So Jim, were you here before when we were talking about like UFOs and like fourth dimension, whether they could be possibly fourth dimensional or anything like that? What are your thoughts on that?
Negative. I didn't hear anything like that, but I do see some weird stuff now and then in the sky. Years ago, when we was adding on to the house, I swore down to seeing a flying saucer back then. That was back in the 80s.
It's very
I mean,
possible.
Okay.
It was a light hanging low and going real slow, and you heard a whooshing sound. I'm like, oh shit! So I ran back in the house.
All right, let me
You didn't want to get
ask you about
abducted?
this. All right, let me ask your opinion about this, you guys. Okay, technology-wise, all
Sure.
right, you had the telephone. Now, let's say I don't know, the 1940s, 50s. We had the telephone. It had the dial, had the mechanical ring.
Oh,
It was 100% mechanical, obviously. And it was not smart at all. Not smart at all.
yeah.
Now we have iPhone with all its capabilities. Now think about that. Okay. Now, why hasn't our automotive technology increased exponentially as well? What do you guys think?
Because they don't want it to, because as you said earlier, it makes them lots of money
Yes,
where it's at right now.
yes, yeah. That's my
Well,
point right there.
Well, I remember Gorilla saying like in the last month he had to get a battery replaced or something, and they had to take off like a good front of the corner of his car to get to the
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
battery.
Headlight.
It's like
Yeah,
Headlight.
that's how my Prius is. That's how my Prius is.
exactly. Well, I had a good friend that was working back in the 90s in a garage because his father owned the garage, so he worked there for like 3 or 4 years, and he would often bitch and moan to me. It's like these guys that are designing current cars are nuts because you got to take half the damn car apart just to replace a single part, and it would
Yep.
just totally piss him off because he'd have to spend hours doing something that should have taken minutes, right? But of course, it's all about the labor costs, isn't it? Making
Well,
big
they do
bucks.
it.
You know
Well, and they do it so your average Joe can't do it anymore.
that too.
Exactly.
Yeah, in the 50s, you could have a wrench or screwdriver and fix your car, right, Nemesis? So yeah.
Yeah. Even up until the 80s, man. The 80s cars were all old school. Like, I've seen cars from the 80s that are going around now still, like the big old beaters and the
Yes.
Suburbans, where you're just like, man, that thing's a boat, like a literal boat. I'm like,
Oh,
holy.
yep.
Well, yeah, I got my 1993 Concorde. That's a beast, and it runs awesome still. And funny enough, I just met a guy in a parking lot like 2 weeks ago that actually used to work at the Chrysler service center here, and he was like, "Oh yeah, he's like, "Is that a Concorde?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's a Concorde." And he's like, "Wow, those cars were built like those cars were made to last." And I was saying, "Well, I've been driving this since 1990, well, 1993. I only had it for like 12 years now, but it's like, wow, those cars really are made to last, and they are really well built, much better than the crap we have these days." And he was a really cool dude, and it was a nice little conversation. So yeah, I'm going to keep my old beast until it dies, basically, because I only maybe put $500 every couple of years into it, and I keep it running. So it's like, what the hell, eh?
Well, and not only that, though, like, the problem with most of the vehicles nowadays is that they're all electronic. So, like, if a Carrington event were to happen again, all of our most modern vehicles wouldn't work. Whereas cars from the 80s, 90s would still work because they aren't reliant
Right.
on just electronics.
Yes, and
Exactly.
computers and
Yeah.
all that crap.
Yeah, that's why I'm keeping my car until it totally dies, and it's not worth putting it on the road anymore. But hopefully, I'll get a few more years out of it at least.
Now that brings me
It's a
to
great car. Anyway,
that
sorry,
brings me
Bob.
to the question. You guys heard about this new law that Congress did pass, and that is by Ford and Volvo are already doing it. But by the year 2026, the cars will monitor us on how we drive, the way we drive, if we're drinking or not, if we're imbibing what we're doing while we're in the car. Um, where they're gonna use it like for our insurance company can start raising our rates if you do certain things. Have you guys heard about that?
Yep. Oh,
So,
that's so coming.
do you have to puff in a breathalyzer every time in your car
You
Not
won't
every
yet.
need
time you
to.
drive?
You won't need
Not
to.
yet.
It won't need to.
No,
It'll
Well,
know if you're
how are
Ford.
they
drinking
going to
alcohol.
know?
Right,
How are they going to know if
Ford
you've had
has
a beer?
It won't matter.
Ford has touch sensitive panels inside the steering wheel where it could, when you touch the steering wheel, it can tell if you're drinking.
That is, what about people that have like physical, ailments? Like, are they going to be all
That's what
classified as
that's
drunks?
the gray area. What'll happen is if, like, let's say I'm handicapped or I've got some physical issues and I'm driving and I start like wavering because my medicine's bad or I have epilepsy, they could stop the car. That technology, they
It'll
could
stop the
stop the
car.
car right in
Well,
its tracks in the middle of the
here's
freeway.
Here's a hypothetical. Aunt Alice has slight tremors because she's old and feeble.
And
She's
rigid.
having the symptoms of a heart attack and she needs to drive immediately over to the hospital. And the car says, "Fuck you. You can't drive. I'm going to shut you down." So Aunt Alice dies in the
Yes.
fucking car, right?
Yes.
Wow, isn't that a
I think
wonderful
Right.
scenario?
I think that's what we're forgetting here is that you're leaving out the part that we won't be
And
driving the
Alice
cars.
shouldn't be. Yeah, and she's having a heart attack.
They'll
She
be
shouldn't
auto
behind the
driving.
wheel.
No, yeah, but the cars are going to be driving themselves soon.
Right. Well, they're talking about will it just stop if you do something wrong? Will the car just stop in the middle of the freeway, or will it be smart enough to pull over to the side? We don't know, because even then, it's not going to be smart enough to see if other cars are coming first. It might just right in the middle of while you're driving, it might decide to pull over to the side of the road, and you're going to hit the person in the next lane. There's a whole bunch of because I was watching a video on YouTube. It was a lawyer talking about it, and he was talking about all the loopholes and everything that it opens for them to use against us. And
So
they
the
said
lawyers,
they said be prepared. There are going to be a lot of people who are unjustly arrested and convicted because the car turned them in for the wrong thing. They
so
said be prepared for that.
the lawyers are getting even richer. Oh wow, how about that?
Of course.
No,
But
no.
think
If
about
we come
this.
out with the program that puts them on the puts them on the
How's the
mark.
chat doing? Just to bring that up.
Ooh.
Okay, girl, are you still with us, buddy? We need the chat master, buddy.
If not, I can read it.
All right, just
Let's
a
see.
sec.
I'm still
I
here.
can. I'll
Sorry,
happy to
Gorilla. I
read
know it's
some.
late.
I'm happy to read some if your voice is, given out a bit there, Pop. I don't mind.
All right. So, Oleg Greg says, perhaps
For me, it's
God
my
is
medication
protecting us.
kicking in is my problem. Go ahead.
Mm.
Oleg Greg says, perhaps God is protecting us like in 2001.
I must have missed
Well,
that.
you can hope.
Oleg Greg says, Mystic 411.
Yes. That's the
Stay
movie I
out of
was
the
talking about, the documentary.
It says, stay out of the national forest. Therein, I hacked my nanobot and I have intergalactic cable TV, 1 billion channels and nothing to watch.
That sounds about right.
Yep, I can see that happening.
Reminds me of that old Bruce Springsteen song.
Yeah, you can watch, what was it? What's that one show? Female Lawyer something?
From hell?
No, it's a Futurama joke where the aliens on Omicron Persei 8 were watching female lawyer or something, and Fry accidentally knocked some soda on the TV back in 1999, and 1,000 years later, when he's in the future, there, the the signals are finally reaching to Omicron Persei 8, and there to a couple of was watching the episode there, and they cut halfway through. So they sent their spaceships to Earth to invade because to find out what happened at the season finale of the show. It was a whole joke
Oh,
episode.
okay.
And
I
Oleg
remember
Greg
that
said,
episode.
I
Yeah,
merely listen to
I actually remember
possibilities.
that one too.
And hey, Scurvy, how's it going?
Remember.
Hey,
Good to
Oh
see you,
no,
Lemon.
Lemon.
Lemon
Hi.
totally probably got me. Hi,
Lemon.
Good to
Lemon.
see you. I'll be doing well, Lemon.
Yeah, and they all just say hi to each other. And Scurvy here says, "Oh, is the right idea. Terran Empire."
Can somebody, I'm sorry, I'm a little ignorant. What's Terran Empire? I mean, I know what Terran means, I know what Empire means, but where does this term
StarCraft.
come from?
Start. Oh, they also had that in all the mirror episodes on Star Trek Two. There is the instead of the
Wrath of
Federation, it's
Khan?
the Terran Empire. No, like on the mirror ones, like the mirror. They had DS9 had a couple mirror episodes, and so did Enterprise. And the mirror universe, instead of the Federation being created, it was the Terran Empire. And the humans expanded out and took over all. Basically, took over instead of took over all the planets there. So instead of a Federation, it was just the Empire ran by humans.
Okay, so when they bring it up in the chat, they're talking about an evil alternate version of us.
Yeah, probably.
Oh,
I think
okay.
See, and
they're
I thought it
talking
was a
about.
StarCraft reference with the Terrans, who are the humans in the game.
Yeah, and I was
Right,
thinking.
And they
I
fight
know,
aliens.
and the same with Starship Troopers. We have the Terrans that fight against the bugs. I mean, that's why. Yeah, I'm aware of Terran. It's been used many times in science fiction and other things, but I just wasn't sure specifically what they were referring to. But I appreciate you spelling that out for me, Gorilla. Thank you.
Oh, gee, let us know in the chat. What did you mean?
All right.
And Euler Greg says, I will be a floating head in my space battleship, Futurama style.
There you go.
Oh, sorry, your kid.
I don't have the power, bro. Ah, Jim's Landscape LLC says hello and hi, Jim. Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, I'm here.
Yeah. Good
Yay!
to see you.
Did you drop the link for your latest thing?
Say what?
Did you dropped the link for your latest repair?
Maybe at the end of the stream.
Sure.
Yeah. Pop wants it in the street. That's why one time I won't put it more in here.
All right, coolio.
Thank you.
I don't think a lot of people's gonna wait to the last of the stream to see a link.
No,
I don't know.
No, but
I
that's
would.
how I get them. That's how I get them to watch the rewatch.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Screw is just saying hi to everybody. Everybody's saying hi to each other. Hail
Hey,
Jim,
Jim.
smash your fist in the chest. Hail Terran Empire, says Euler Greg.
Yeah.
And Euler Greg says Nemesis is correct about the incredible increase in our technological development.
Yeah.
Probably artificially inflated technology increasing exponentially. And
Well, it's funny because, like, oh, yeah, can't carry on.
And Euler Greg says my truck is 20 years old and I repaired it myself mostly. Cool. They made the older science fiction novel Terra, Earth conquered the galaxy. Not necessarily evil, but maybe.
See, and that's kind of,
Also,
I was like, yeah, Terra, because that's how I've always been known as Earth for me,
And
right? Is Terra.
also from mirror episode of TOS.
Well, then there you go.
Oh,
Gorilla
okay.
was also correct.
There you go.
Now I have a question here. Somebody
Uh-oh.
gave me a package. Somebody gave me a package of edibles, the good kind, if you know what I'm talking about.
Hell
And they're
yeah.
watermelon indica gummies is what it says on the front. Now
Oh,
here's
that'll
my
put
Okay.
question for. This is my question for LDG. It
Uh-oh.
says in big bold letters, fast acting nanotechnology. How do you think they got nanotechnology in this? Cricket.
LDG. Right? If I could make the noise, I would have done it.
Pickles.
He might have stepped away
Right, so the
for
whole
a bit.
maybe, yeah. So the whole point about the nano in that is just, I believe it's how the water molecules break down, Pop, in your edible.
You think that's what they mean? There it
Potentially.
is.
There we
That's
go.
what I was
Thank
looking
you.
for. I'm a little slow, but I got it.
You got it,
I don't know,
buddy.
I just thought it was stupid because they'll put nanotechnology on there just so some Lumite or some idiot can walk along. Nanotechnology, wow, yeah, I gotta have that. It's like the same thing
Nano
when everything was
machines.
3D, right? And when everything was 3D, remember when that was a thing? And they called everything 3D. I mean, you could buy a pair of pants and it would say with 3D technology.
There you
Like
go.
anything to get, right? Anything to sell, anything to sell. It's ridiculous.
I'd hate to have
sometimes,
2D
but I thought
pants,
it
to
was
be quite
hilarious.
honest.
Me too. I'll prefer that. Well, as long as you can fit into them, right? I'll take the 3-dimensional pants. Maybe 4th-dimensional. I want to see what those do. Maybe they'll walk for me, huh?
Dude, that'd be crazy. But we probably have more chats, don't we?
Gummies. Buffy Bots loves gummies and beer. Buffy
Yeah.
Bots says hi.
Ooh,
All right, that's all the chat.
All
mine's
right,
not for that.
perfect.
Beer
Well, I'm
with
excited
me?
that you got those gummies, dude. I'm really happy for you.
Me too. They really kick. I haven't taken any tonight because they really kicked my butt. I don't want to be passing out of the microphone or sound like I'm slurring my speech.
Well, I mean, the whole
But they
thing with
taste
edibles, right?
good.
Is it good? Like the thing about edibles that I kind of laugh about with people, because like they'll come in and they'll be like, oh, I don't want to smoke weed, or sorry, I don't want to smoke something and or whatever. So they want to eat the edibles, but what they don't know is that it changes from a delta 9 cannabinoid to a delta 11 once it goes through your liver and you've eaten it. So it becomes a much more potent form than if you had inhaled it.
Oh, well, maybe they do that because they don't want the smell and they don't want to carry around, pot, pipe, lighter,
Yep.
that kind of stuff.
Well, and not only that, but because like it's inhaling gets you almost immediately high, but it only lasts for up to 2 hours, whereas the edibles take up to 2 hours to kick in, but can last anywhere from 6 to 12 if you're like incredibly lucky.
Well, also some
Oh,
of us
yeah.
are really, really bad lungs, just can't smoke anything. If I smoke anything, it's going to cause me major distress in my airways. So that's why I couldn't smoke. I'd have to do edibles. Yeah.
And that's
me.
fair.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, considering I have only one functional lung, that's I don't have a lot of choices when it comes to smoking as well. But they say 100 milligram, that can't be too bad, right? 100
holy
milligram
shit,
THC.
bro.
Overload in progress.
Dude, like I'm sorry, but up here in Canada, we, at least in my province, we are legally maxed out at 10 milligrams per package.
Wow. Maximum overload.
dude, I couldn't even imagine pop. Like how no kid, yeah, it kicks your butt. Really? You don't say, bro. Like, dude, I'd be having a bad time. Like, you're a champ. I'm thoroughly impressed.
Oh wait, I'm reading the details. It's a 10-pack, and they're 10 milligrams each.
Okay, there we go. Jesus, dude, I thought because I mean, I was like, you're eating what, like a 100 milligram gummies, bro? You're like hero dosing on like the craziest level. I'm just like, whoa.
Yeah, donate the entire package at once there, Pop.
No, oh, dude, we've had because they make it in like an oral spray, they make it in droppers, and I've had people be like, "Man, I sprayed like 15 times, and I had to go to the hospital." I'm like, "Yeah, well, no shit, bro. Like, what were you thinking?"
Can you be held liable? You can't be held liable for that, can you?
No, because they
No.
have warnings on the package. That's your own fault if you do stupid stuff. But
Nope.
That's right.
Nemesis,
Go ahead, Jim.
I'm just saying, yo.
Yes.
That's why they
Go ahead, buddy.
That's why they put "don't drink this" on the batteries in cars now.
Yep.
Right, my question is,
Okay.
what's the most severe reaction you have seen, Nemesis?
Okay, so at least for me, when I smoke enough THC, like, because I'll get to the point where, like, I don't know, what am I allowed to show stuff on camera?
That
Sure.
I'd be hesitant with
That
you
might
to
be a gray
smoke.
area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a gray area.
Yeah,
Because it's
Okay.
show stuff on camera. You know, YouTube is as long as they don't allow like gore, nudity, that kind of stuff. Sure.
Okay,
Share
I thought they had a policy against that, but
about what.
Yeah, I wasn't sure or not. So I mean, like,
It depends on what it is. Like if it shows you lighting a pipe and inhaling it, maybe they don't allow that. So it
Yeah.
depends on what you're talking about.
LDG, yeah, you're better with the rules than I am. What's the rules on? I know we could talk about it, but I don't know about showing it.
Showing what? That's my
Well,
question.
yeah,
I don't even know what we're
Nemesis,
talking about.
Nemesis, there is gummies. He
I
has.
asked for what's the worst reaction you've ever seen, and that's something it's in a picture form.
well, yeah, I was just going to show that just the pure Keef THC that I've been smoking, and when I smoke enough of it, I get induced seizures. Like I'll have like bad convulsions. There's a thing called, oh my god, there's an actual thing where like it's called cannabinoid hypermesis syndrome, and it's bad. Like it's you're throwing up, you're vomiting, you're shaking. Like it's this is usually once again in people who have had 100 milligrams of gummies at one time, or they've sprayed 15 to 20 times with the 10 or 100 milligram stuff, and it's just like your body literally rejects it, and you have to just ride it out. And it's awful. There's nothing most people can do. It's not fatal for anyone, but it's not a good time for anyone.
Right, so it doesn't kill you, but your body is fighting to get rid of it, like through vomiting and all that.
That is correct, right? Because everyone has cannabinoid receptors in their body. Like it's just we have dopamine receptors, right? And so like, unfortunately, the body really likes THC, so it clings to it and it likes to stay there. And that's why you have it in your system for up to a month, whereas like cocaine gets out of your system in a few days. That's why most people who go like work on the rigs or whatever do harder stuff versus cannabis, which is stupid. But regardless, so there are all kinds of different things that you could kind of do to help with that. Like caryophyllene is a terpene that occurs naturally in nature. It's pepper. So like if you're having a really bad reaction, you can eat some peppercorns. That's supposed to help you out. Same as I'm sure, Pop, you've heard that old rumor about like if you eat a mango, your high is going to get much better, right? Or any type of citrus fruit.
Or certain things that you can eat that'll take your high away.
Yes, for sure. Right. Like I've been noticing with myself that there's a thing called CBG, which is one of the mother of all cannabinoids. So THC comes from CBG. CBG doesn't really get you high, but our bodies like the CBG molecule more than the THC molecule. So it bumps the THC out of your receptors and replaces it with the CBG. so you don't get nearly as high when you do it. But it tends to make people, like a lot of people come into my store and get it because it gives them the giggles and makes them feel happy, but they don't really feel high. I personally don't like it because like I use my cannabis for pain management. Like it helps with my two herniated discs and the sciatica and yada yada yada. And but like so when I take CBG, or there's another one called THCV, which is new and I don't have a ton of information on. And it has a similar aspect, but it still retains the high. It's kind of a weird focusy one. A lot of people like to take it if they're going to the gym or they need to focus on a project, but still kind of want to get high. And then there's stuff called
Right.
CBC, which is used for pain relief. And then there's stuff before that called CBD, which is the next most predominant one in the market. Lots of people use that because it occurs naturally all over the place. You have plenty of CBD receptors in your body, and it just acts as an anti-inflammatory device. So I have tons of older people coming in, and they don't want to get high, so they're just getting like either CBD gummies or edibles, and it helps with arthritis, pain relief, that type of thing. Anything that involves inflammation. So it's fantastic.
So
like
that's
I'm a
what
huge, yeah. Go
that's
ahead.
what I would get for my back. Then probably I would have to need something like that for my back. I wonder what this
Yeah,
package
so I
will
would
do.
recommend, like for back pain, CBC and CBD. CBD is going to help with the inflammation. Then CBC, just for me, kind of tends to help with the pain. I don't really. There's not enough research into it yet, but it's
Yeah.
something that I've noticed. Yeah, and then at nighttime, I would recommend something called CBN, which is basically THC that's been left open to the air. So the THC loses
Uh-huh.
all of its psychoactive properties, but you still get that like after effect of, oh, I'm tired, I'm sluggish, and I just want to sleep.
Oh,
And it helps
okay.
people stay asleep at night. And
Okay,
that's
got
one of the
you.
most popular ones too.
That's
Yeah, it's
what I could
crazy.
use
I love
something
it.
that helps me sleep at night. Yeah, I have
Cool.
trouble
I
sleeping,
mean,
so
I
that
hope.
would be perfect.
Yeah, dude. Dude, I feel you. I struggle so hard. I was up till 4:30 this morning, and then got woken up at 6:30 by my roommate coming home. So like, I'm not a happy camper, but like, I feel you. I feel you, bro.
How
I
are
hope
you
you're able to
doing
find
on?
something that help you sleep.
Well, right now, unfortunately, it's been drugs. It's been Percocet and code. I have to read the bottles. I can't think straight right now. It's Percocet. I don't know if you know what that is, and morphine is what they've got me on, and also
Holy fuck.
ibuprofen. So it's
That's a
like a
lot of
three.
stuff, bro.
Yeah, it is. Believe me, it does a number on my stomach when I haven't eaten, and when it wears off, I can feel the pain full force. It's something I would not wish on anybody. That's why I take the
No,
pills
I
before the stream. About a half hour before my stream, I take the pills. And
Hmm.
then about an hour and a half in the stream is I start getting loopy and then very drowsy.
we just need to get you some like Ensure or something that you can just have a quick drink and then take the pills. And just so you don't get, well, I mean, we can talk about that behind the stage. Anyways, carrying on.
I know. I don't want to talk about all this depressing stuff and bore everybody to death.
Moving
Sorry
Oh,
about
I
on.
can
the
talk about it
audio.
with you forever, bro. But I mean, yeah, we've got. Let's keep this nice and happy and carry on with this chat. OG's got some stuff.
Yes.
Oh, and Basil Battle Dragon's here. Hi, Basil. Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, Basil.
Hey, Basil. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you.
Okay, so Greg says I never had that bad experience with gummies. I use 100 milligrams every time. Sometimes I get great sleep, but nothing negative so far.
So I will say, just before we go over that, everyone is unique, OG, and I have to say that to everyone. So just because you can handle it like a champ doesn't mean that everyone can. So start low, go slow,
Yeah,
have fun.
maybe his tolerance is higher than most of us. Sounds expensive. Usually, the higher the tolerance, the more it costs you. Is that it for the
Right.
chat?
Been doing
Oh,
them for a year, and it's been amazing for me. Great
Ola
sleep,
Greg,
less.
when you say that, do you mean pain, Ola Greg? Yeah, sorry, go ahead. I should give him a chance to explain more. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
he says
Gorilla.
a 350 milligram gummy cut into 3 parts. Okay. And Basil says, "Hi guys, how are you? Pop, hi Gorilla, hi Great Oiler Greg."
Doing good there.
Yep,
Good to see you.
yep, the gummy stuff is good stuff. And he says, Greg says, "Hail, Sir Dragon," and that's all the chats.
Thank you, Gorilla.
And yeah, OG was saying, Pop, that great sleep and less pain when he uses the gummies.
Well, that's what I need to do. Okay, so yeah, I need to start focusing on gummies because, like I said, I don't like taking these pills that the doctor gives me, and I don't want to get addicted to morphine. That's for sure.
No, definitely not.
And the gummies, no, and the gummies taste better. No, in fact, you know
Yes,
what?
yes, they do.
Right, I just got diagnosed with all this garbage. With as far as what's going on with my lung and my ribs a month ago, and they're already starting to give me crap when I go to get a refill on the pain meds. So I can't live like this, where I've got to go and fight and argue to get my pain meds. That's not cool and it's not fair.
Well, they're just looking out for themselves because of Michael Jackson's fucking doctor. He ruined it for everybody.
Well, I think what they're doing, well, that's easy. It's easy for them to monitor how much you are getting. What it is they look at your potential lifespan and they look at it like it's not worth it to them to invest the money. That's what it is when it comes down to it. Because they can easily monitor how much you're getting. I only have one pharmacist, for example, and when I go to get my meds, they know how much I'm getting. The insurance company knows how much they're paying out. So it's just a matter they look at my history and my diagnosis, and they say, well, this guy's not going to be around much longer, so no sense in spending any money off him. So I think that's honestly what I think a lot of it is, but that's my opinion. But that's that. Put them under your tongue for best absorption. So I'm guessing you're talking about the gummies. That's a good idea. And plus, they'll last longer that way instead of just chewing them and swallowing them.
Yeah, you can absorb it sublingually through underneath your tongue.
Was that the only chat?
Euler Greg says the lack of
Oh,
pain management in this country is a serious problem.
Oh, oh yeah.
well, it's because they just want to fill you full of drugs, and it's all the heavy stuff. And it's like, I know there's got to be other ways of handling it without having to take a bunch of morphine.
Oh, there probably is, but you never know.
Well, I know that they gave me the morphine, but I haven't really been taking it because I don't want to get addicted. So what I've been doing is taking one Percocet and two ibuprofens, and I've gotten my body to where it'll accept that. I could take the morphine if I want to, but I don't want to. And plus, I mean, it's embarrassing to say, but morphine constipates you, and I don't want to go to that department at all. That does not sound like fun.
What? No, well, it's funny because that's kind of one of the things I was like, oh, I'll mention that backstage because, like, yeah, it's especially all the medication. That's one of the major side effects that occurs in a lot of people, and it's just like, yeah, no one wants to deal with that. Thank you, Stream
No,
Elements. I appreciate it.
there you go. Stream Elements finally did something right for a change. All right. Seriously, there was a point there where Stream Elements wasn't working for a few weeks, but somebody went in and fixed it, so I'm happy for that.
Jim's
So is
Landscape
anybody here?
LLC #1 says he's going to be right back.
Oh yeah.
Sounds good, Jim. So does anybody here on the panel or in the chat plan on watching that new Star Wars series, The Acolyte?
I have to catch
No.
up with the other ones.
Now,
I'm sorry,
my
what's that?
question is, Pop. Oh, Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just going to say same here. No, but what did Gorilla say?
I'd have to watch all the other ones first.
Are you going to
It's
do?
not
Does
worth
that
your
mean
time.
yes? You're going to do that?
That means
Oh,
no.
no.
I'm taking that as a no.
I hardly watch much TV anymore. The only stuff I've been really watching is the stuff we've been reviewing or watch parties.
YouTube. Well, same here. In fact, I don't even have a television. The good news is my roommate wisened up and he canceled his Dish Network subscription and is returning all the boxes. I've been telling him to do that since I moved in. But of course, he's got the old, I know, but it's part of the package and blah, blah. I get all free for this much. And it's like, I've been convincing him you're getting ripped off. You're paying for something you never use. All you need is internet. Cancel the rest of that crap. And he's been very hesitant and argumentative about it, but he finally gave in and he realizes, yeah, you're right. I'm wasting the money on it. Why am I paying them over $100 a month for shit that I don't even watch? So yeah, I give him. It's like congratulating somebody that went off the wagon or whatever, quit drinking or smoking. It's like, yeah, get rid of that addiction. Get rid of the cable or satellite that you're paying for and not using. I'm glad he's doing it. And I believe I will try one of these gummies. It's early enough to where by the time it kicks in, the stream will be over. Of course, it's going to make a bunch of noise, and it's got. Why does it have to have child-proof packaging? What the hell? I don't hand it to my little
Oh,
5-year-old kid. You open this for me, will you?
Well, that's because you got the people like my mom. She keeps all her stuff on the table, but that's just because there's no kids there. But like, we got the grandkids over like with the grandkids come over and stuff.
Does she
Out of
put
habit.
the stuff away?
Well,
Does she
like
put
my
the stuff
kids know not
away?
to touch it. Well, my kids know better not to touch it, but
Gotcha.
yeah, but you gotta think of how. I know it's stupid, Pop, but like I don't know. Lots of kids aren't as intelligent. And well, they don't know what it
No,
is,
that's not.
obviously. Like
No,
candy's candy,
no,
yo. I get
that's
it.
not. Right, no, my point is, I'm an adult who has this package of gummies. There's no children around whatsoever. But the package is designed where I've got to struggle every fucking time to open it. That's my issue. When you first
And
open this the first time, you should be able to deactivate whatever the childproof shit is because you're old enough to make the decision that, hey, there's no kids around. There won't be any kids around. I'm going to remove the child safety lock on this package. That's how it should be
oh,
designed.
well, it's a thing that so the companies can't be. It's like a liability thing because then you got like
Oh, I
every
know why they
parent.
do it. I know why they do
you
it, and
just
it's
hate that they do
bullshit.
it.
Yeah. Well, the only reason why I'm bringing it up is when I was having my seizures, it really screwed up my left hand. So my left hand is maybe about 20% functional. So I just struggle with childproof packages, and it's bullshit because there's no kids around.
Oh, dude, I understand. Even like the non-childproof packages that we sell, some of the stuff I have to help customers outside me. Like they're like, I can't open this, and I'm like, well, you can't legally open it in here. Let's step outside the door so I can open it for you. It's
Right.
like, and it's hard. It can be hard
But
sometimes. So I can only imagine what it's like for you.
right. So I guess what I'm going to have to do, obviously, is just open it up and put them in a regular Ziploc.
Yeah, and say, screw that packaging.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, but
I'll give them a chance.
I think it's better to have them so they're harder to open. In case there are kids around and you don't got the damn lazy parents deactivating
Well,
it.
yeah. If you've got kids around, stupid parents. But what if you don't? What if it's just you, like me? It's just you, and you've got to deal with the packaging every time you try to open it. There's got to
Well,
be an allotment for
Mm.
that.
It's a totally a liability thing. I'm almost wondering if it's required by our government to have that after some after some kids have gotten into stuff like that their parents have around that they're legally allowed to have and stuff. Then
Let me
for
ask
the
you this: you're all right. Let me ask you this: you're a parent, Gorilla. All right. Let's say I buy a package of gummies and they have the child-proof packaging. If your kids decide to get into that, are they going to?
I my 3-year-old might try to get into because she won't know the difference between regular gummies and those gummies.
Right.
But if she
Right. But
does,
what
she
I'm
can't
saying is,
find them.
right. Right. But what I'm saying is the child-proof packaging. If your kids want to get into this, they will. They'll get some scissors and cut them open.
Kids are clever, man. Like that was me with candy. My parents were like, "We gotta lock the cupboard," and I'm like, "Nah, good luck. I'll figure a way in."
Oh, right. It's like a pack of cigarettes saying this is bad for your health. Who the fuck reads that, right?
Cigarettes are bad for your health.
Hey, wait. There's a warning on there.
Right? All I ever saw was cool pictures of like needles going into
Oh,
eyeballs and like
oh,
skeleton people and shit.
oh! I'll be damned. Surgeon
No
General's
camera.
warning: smoking by pregnant woman may result in fetal injury, premature birth, and low birth weight. Well, I'll be damned. There's a warning on there.
Huh. That you learn something new every day.
And of course, and of course, you see women every day that are pregnant that smoke like a chimney.
Well, and therein lies the fascinating thing, right? Like you see some people and they're like, "Oh, I've smoked like a chimney for all my life," and then you got people my age who are passing away of cancer, and they're like, "Oh, I haven't been smoking that long," and it's just like, is it genetics? Is it like there's so many underlying factors, and it's sad and fascinating all at
Hey,
the same time.
hey, I know a woman who smoked 3 packs a damn day, and she lived to be 98. So
Yeah, but
Yeah,
everyone's
I
different.
know a
Like
dude
me,
who
Yeah.
smoked 3 packs a day, and he lived to be 19 years old because he got hit by a bus.
That's
but
kind of sideways.
No,
everybody's
I know
different. I
it
quit
was a
smoking.
terribly bad joke. My apologies, everyone. And sorry, Pop, I cut you off there.
and I thought I had dark humor.
No, it's no problem. I quit.
No.
I quit smoking 20 years. I quit smoking 20 years ago. But then there was a point where I had to live with somebody who smokes inside their house with all the windows and doors shut. So a lot of good it did me to quit. Right. I think that's what ultimately drove me to having it now.
That's frustrating. That's super like it's always frustrating when it's like it's a smoking house and you're like, you know what, I'm gonna make the active choice to like smoke outside because they're like, especially if there's like an animal or something in there, it's like, man, they don't have a choice. You didn't have a choice.
Well,
Well,
I
Same with
quit.
like smoking in the car with like all the windows up with your kid.
they're, well, they're idiots because there'd be like five people in the household, including kids, and they'd be like, "Fuck everybody! It's my house. I'll do what I want. I don't care what it happens." Blah 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 blah. That's my brother-in-law in a nutshell. It's my house, my house. Even though the other people live there, they help pay the rent, they help buy the food. But no, in his eyes, nobody else exists except for his pack of cigarettes.
See, and
And
it's
it
like
pisses me off.
I'm funny. It's well, not funny, but like I had an aunt and uncle who were not assholes like that, Pop, but they were like they smoked so much that their wallpaper in their house that was white was yellow by the time I was born and went over
Yes,
there. I didn't know it
yes.
was white, right? Like we'd be sitting for Thanksgiving dinner and they'd like light up a cigarette and we're all like, okay, sure, it's your house, like whatever. And they're just like, so how's blah blah blah, and you're just like, amazing.
I bet that really
Right,
helped
there
the
goes
taste
the
of the
appetite.
turkey.
Well, you know what?
Exactly. There
Is
goes
it
the
just me or
appetite
it
out
has
the
like
window.
I just wanted to interject for a second when Nemesis talked about the the way people get cancer is totally unpredictable. It's like my sister passed away at 57 from breast cancer. It'll be about I guess it'll be 25 years this coming November, and she never smoked a day. She never smoked a cigarette in her entire life. If she did drink anything, it would have been the occasional glass of wine. And I'm saying very occasional, like maybe at a birthday party or some special event. Like she was not a smoker or a drinker, and yet she got the breast cancer. she battled it for 10 years, and at 57 she passed on because it metastasized, went into her liver, and once it went into her liver, she was a dead duck, basically, right? And so it doesn't matter really what your health, um, your lifestyle and your health is. Everybody is an individual, right? And some people can smoke,
Yes.
3 packs a day and live to be 98, and some people can never touch a cigarette and die at 57. So, yeah, I just wanted to interject that, guys.
Well, and I mean, like, not to
Yeah,
get super depressing, but it's like I had a buddy. Sorry, Bob. I had a buddy who, I last I heard, which was 6 years ago, he got stomach cancer, and like I haven't seen him active on Facebook or anything at all for like years, and I haven't talked to his family or anything because we're not connected that way. But
Yeah.
like, I mean, he was in his early 30s, like. And
Oh,
so I'm hoping he's still alive. I mean, I hope he is, but like,
Well,
you
Hello,
don't get
hello,
stomach cancer
sci-fi.
and live for a long time.
well, when
Hello,
I was
sci-fi Sith Dan. Good to see you.
I said that.
Sorry about that. I wasn't
Hi.
ignoring you, sir.
Hi,
Good
Dan.
to see you.
Hello, sorry I'm overdue. I had my live stream went way past over. Plus the backstage we were talking with a few other things lasted about an hour or so.
That's okay. Better late than never. Good to see you. Sorry. Go ahead, PvP.
No, I just wanted to mention when I was at art college like 30 something years ago, one of my best friends there was a really cool lady, and she was in her mid 20s, and we became good friends, and so we shared a lot of stuff. And she told me like when she was like 22, she was diagnosed with breast cancer, and she had to have both of them, surgically removed just to survive, right? And I was like, holy crap, you're only 22 and you had breast cancer and you could have died. Like, and that hit home to me even more. It's like, it doesn't matter your age. It doesn't matter your supposed health. If there's those, cancer genes in your body somewhere, those little suckers could just activate. And it's like, you're going to be facing some difficult problems, right? So, it's one of those diseases that there's no real rhyme or reason to it, right? So, yeah, I just wanted to mention that.
It's really interesting. One of the
Okay.
shows that I really enjoyed watching, that's an anime that came out, I don't know, a few years ago. It's called Cells at Work, and it's just a beautiful visualization of like what the human body is like on the inside. I mean, they're all anthropomorphized people, right? Like red blood cells are people, white blood cells are people, but it's like super in depth about how they'll explain the whole human body and how things work and like how different bacteria work and yada yada yada. Like super in depth. It's crazy the amount of knowledge they pack into like a half an hour episode. But the whole reason I bring it up is they do an interesting interpretation of cancer, and I've never seen it that way. And it's like, it kind of makes, because you realize like cancer is just a mutation of cells, right? So it's just like, I mean, those were all
Right.
still inside you too. And it's like, they didn't have a choice, or maybe they did. Like, no one knows, right? Not yet, anyways. But it was a really interesting interpretation of it.
Oh, that is cool. I just found out this week that I had the exact same kind of cancer that Burgess Meredith died from. If anybody's old enough to remember who that old-fashioned name belongs to.
You're talking
The
about
name's familiar.
the Penguin and Batman, right?
Yes. So that's just it. He had quit smoking years before Batman, but then when he got the role, he figured that was perfect for the character, was to have the cigarette. So at first he was acting without inhaling, and then he eventually started inhaling, and then the smoke was getting stuck in his throat, and that's where he came up with the quack quack sound. So the quack quack was only because he had the smoke getting stuck in his throat, and he was doing that so he wouldn't cough on camera. And he ended up, but he lived into his 90s. He was very lucky. So everybody's different, like we were talking about. Sorry, what's that, Jim?
Jim's just quacking away.
I'm trying to be funny. I had to run, man. Woo-wee.
No, I couldn't
I was
tell your
giggling
mic was
away.
breaking. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, man. That's what happens when you get old. You got to run.
That's all good, man.
Jim's
Yeah.
trying to quack us up. Ah,
Stop being such a quack, Jim.
Jeez. Double wacky on you.
Well, I know whenever I hear quack quack, I just think of a space duck. And I mean, if you
I
get that
think-
reference, awesome.
Yeah.
I think a Daffy Duck or something. I don't know. I'm weird.
What's
Yeah,
space
uh,
duck?
That's the worst thing I hate about cancer, though, guys. It's so damned unpredictable, right? Like,
Yep.
it doesn't matter what your age is. You can be in your 20s, you can be in your 50s, your 60s, 80s, whatever. And this disease don't give a damn who you are, you know, how healthy you are, how many vitamin pills you take. It's like this sucker just bam, it just hits you at a certain point. It's like what? Like I wish I don't know. It's frustrating, right? Because I had a grandpa that passed away in the 80s from this thing, and I was quite close to him. And I remember the last year he was so weak, dying in the hospital. He was, in bed for like the final year of his life, and I would go visit him once a week after I finished my college studies,
What kind
on
of cancer
Friday.
did he have?
It was
What kind of
throat cancer. Throat cancer, Pop.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and it just slowly choked the life out of the poor man, and it's just such a hard disease to deal with. And that's why I do feel a lot for you, Pop. Like, I don't talk about it openly too often, but I can totally understand what you're facing. So yeah.
yeah, bro.
So
We
the way I
feel
look at
for
it
you
is never give
100%.
up. The way I look at it is never give up, never surrender, right?
That's right.
Hell
So
yeah.
hold out as long as possible. I had someone just last week saying, assisted living is not so bad. They make sure you have meals, you get this. And I said, it's prison. I said, not only am I allowed to take a shoebox full of items that they will all steal from me, they'll take all my money. I'll have no control over my finances, no internet, no YouTube, no nothing but sitting around waiting to die. No, I'm not ready for assisted living. Fuck you.
I agree 100%. My boss told me like 6 months ago, oh, we can eventually get you into a place where, there's a communal kitchen and you just have your own room and you can shut the door. And I'm like, hey, I don't want to
Oh,
fucking shut the door. I want to talk with you guys and, curse and swear my ass off. And I don't want a bunch of people on the other side of the door listening
right,
and judging me, So I fuck that. Besides, like you
right.
said, I have like 2 bedrooms here full of my lifetime of possessions, and it's like, yeah, I'm just going to throw those out, in the trash and forget about them, right? It's like,
Throw everything
nope,
away. Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
exactly, yeah.
Yeah, like me,
No,
I get rid of all
stay
my.
in your own
Yeah,
home as long as you
yeah. For me,
can.
it's give.
Sorry, Bob. Go ahead,
Yeah,
buddy.
but no, that's fine. But yeah, that's how I would be. I'd have to just give away all my possessions or have them. In most cases, when people end up going to a assisted living, I don't like those terms because that's not what it is. But anyway, when people go to those, in most cases, your stuff gets hauled off as garbage because nobody wants to take the time to sell it or to find the right home for it. So for me, it's like, yeah, my stuff will all be hauled off as garbage, even though it's not garbage. I actually have some state of the art cameras and stuff. And
Well, yeah, me too.
my
I got
dogs,
stuff like that
they,
too.
they, they,
Yeah.
yeah, my dogs would end up in the SPCA, the pound, and they'd probably be euthanized because they're so old. Nobody's going to adopt these 2 poodles that are like 12 or 13 years old. So they would end up getting euthanized. So that's my driving force that keeps me here. I'm not going to just give all my dogs away so they can be killed just so I can go live in some bed in a prison.
Oh, exactly. It's
Assisted
like,
living.
I got a lifetime of stuff here that I paid good money for, and there's no way I'm just going to either have it end up in the garbage dump or, some asshole will come along and, you know, pick through it and, pick out all the good stuff and, sell it for their own gain. It's like, nope, that ain't going to happen, boys.
Especially if you don't have family
Yeah.
or a legacy, right? Right. If you don't have a family or someone to watch over your stuff, then yeah, you're screwed like me. I don't have any of that.
Me too. I got like 2 boxes full of photo albums with my mom, my dad, my sister, grandparents, family that I'd never even met. I got like 2 boxes full of photo albums, and I don't know what the hell to do with that stuff because you hear the stories where photo albums of a family ends up at the thrift store.
Yeah,
Because
you're the
that's what
last.
I'm afraid. Well, when I pass, like I
You're the,
don't know, that's probably it, right?
Oh,
no, but actually, what happens is you're the only one aware of who those people are. So what happened is, when you lose possession of those family albums, they'll be tossed in the garbage as a reality. Nobody looks at pictures of people they don't know from someone else's family. Nobody does
That's
that.
probably it. Yeah. The only thing is, I do have one cousin and his wife left, and if I pass away before that, I will definitely put it in my will for him to inherit those albums. But I've been actually thinking to take the better photos and put them up on an internet site if I can find one, that doesn't cost much to, post some of
You
those
can do that.
online. Yeah.
You
And
can
I'm
do that.
thinking that's one.
I did that
Go
with
ahead,
our
Bob.
family photos. I did that with our family photos when we used to have Yahoo groups. I created a group for my family photos, scanned them all, and put them up there. But as we
Yeah,
all
because
know, Yahoo groups no longer exist.
I'm thinking might take me a few weeks to scan everything, but it's probably a project I should get to in the next year or two for sure. Because it would be nice to have something online that is going to live on after me. Because then I can
Well,
put in a little family history and put who these people are, and anybody that wants to take the time to read that stuff, it's like power to them, right, kind of thing.
well,
So yeah,
remember, you want a website that people actually go to, so you don't want some obscure third party something because nobody will ever know and they'll never go to it. My best
true,
suggestion
true.
would my best suggestion would be Facebook. I'm no fan of
Facebook.
Facebook, but it'll be around for a long time. You can post that's what I did is I migrated my pictures from Yahoo groups to Facebook. Even though I never go on Facebook, I know I can go there now. Like right now, I can hop on there, and there's the pictures that I uploaded 10, 12 years ago. And my
Okay, I'll
family,
have to.
anybody that I do
Yeah.
have, can look them up.
I'll have to check that out because I do have a Facebook account. So, yeah, I'll have
Is
to look
somebody moving
into
around
the.
furniture?
Not
Not
me.
me. Not me.
Not me. I'm sitting here mining out a bunch of stuff, listening
Okay.
to you guys talk.
I know
Yeah, I'm
it's
just
late for
sitting
you
no, that
girls.
was
It
me.
is.
That was me.
You guys are.
Rustling in a box. My
Oh,
apologies.
Damn it, Nevins.
no, that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry,
That's
guys.
okay, Nemesis.
uh,
Yeah, I know they don't want to hear. They don't want to hear about two old fogies that are talking about what's going to happen when we kick the bucket.
No, I'm enjoying the conversation.
well,
No,
Well, you
straight
can't
up. I
wait till
think
I
it's
get.
very
You
important.
can't wait till I go, can you? Just kidding.
No,
well,
dude, I'm
if
going to be very sad when you die, Pop. Like, genuinely. I don't. As much as I want you to be around forever, I want you to have a quality of life versus quantity of life.
Well,
yeah, I
I
think
hope
we
the only
yeah,
the only
we're
thing I ask the only thing I ask for is I hope I get the opportunity to come on and say goodbye. Because there's a lot of us YouTubers that don't get that opportunity. We just suddenly hear about it, like
Mm-hmm.
Gorilla. Right now, if I pass away, my roommate, Mr. CCDB, will know it, and he'll immediately contact you. Then that's how you'll find out. You'll find out, oh, Pop is dead, and then you guys will have your online eulogies and all that, like we usually do. But I hope I
For
get the
fuck's
chance
sake.
to say goodbye. I know I probably won't get that. Nobody usually does. But I hope I do because I'd hate to leave without saying goodbye to all you guys and how much I love tell you how much I love you.
I think we all kind of wish for that, Pop, even if we don't expect it to be a reality. But I mean, as we get up in years, like you and I are, you do start to think a lot about this shit, right? You start to think
Yeah.
about a legacy. Even I don't have fuck all of a legacy, but I do have a little bit, like my family photo albums and stuff. And I would definitely. I've thought. I'm not trying to be morbid, but I have thought in over the last 6 months, like if I did find, if I was diagnosed that I had like 3 months left, or just random, I'm just pulling a number out of my head. If I had 3 months left, I would definitely want to, go on a stream and talk with all you guys and tell you how much I do love you and cherish your company and how much all you guys have meant to me over the last year and a half or whatever it's been now. And you know, that would be a very important thing to do. So yeah,
I
I'm
could
getting
do
maudlin now.
I could do what Captain Kirk did. I could make a video and send it to Gorilla and say, "Don't show this until I die."
Yeah. That's what Technoplay did. He was diagnosed with cancer. Then, like his dad came on, made the announcement on his channel there. Then he played the video that the guy made couple days before he actually died.
Wow.
And he actually did a face
Yeah,
reveal.
I might do that if that's okay with you, Gorilla.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll send it to you, but then you
totally.
just have to promise me that you won't view it unless I kick the bucket.
Yep.
I don't want to
Yep.
ever see it. I'll put it that way. Yeah, I'm giving it to you for perpetuity, where you could show it after I kick the bucket, and I want you to promise me that I will never see it online because it
Yep.
won't be shown until
Got
after
that.
I'm long gone. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, we'd play it on your memorial stream like we were doing for Cardinal Sin and stuff.
There you go.
Yeah,
That's an
exactly.
idea.
I thought of Carlos in too. Yeah. Yeah,
Send it
actually,
happen to your fall.
I gotta give some information to my cousin. Like my cousin is such a cool guy. We're basically brothers, right? And I'm sure I could give some information about Twitter and some email address of one or two people I'm thinking of that would be more than cool to share with the community if I did suddenly, you know, leave this mortal coil, so to speak.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the smartest thing to do because the way I look at it is if I make that video ahead of time and send it to Gorilla, I know it will be shown rather than take my chances and hope that I'm able to make one before I kick the bucket. So the best thing that could happen is that I survive this, I do better, and I can eventually tell Gorilla, hey, delete that. I don't need it anymore.
Yeah, that's what.
So that's always something I can strive for.
That's what I'm hoping what happens. Anyways, like, yeah, I want you to get better.
Yeah, we're all
I will
hoping
do my
that things
best.
turn around. We're all hoping things turn around and you do get better over the coming months there, Pop.
I'm going to do my best, I promise. I just seriously, damn it, I need to kick myself in the butt. I need to eat more. That's what's really, really doing a number on me physically. I'm not eating enough. So that's what I've got to work on. It's more than like a goal or whatever, but I've got to start doing that. I go like right now, if I was to stop and think, when was that last time I ate something? It was like a week ago yesterday, I think. I think it was a week ago
Oh,
Friday. I
wow.
had a
You
burger.
haven't eaten it in a week. That's not going to help your
No,
recovery, Pop.
No, that's not going to help. You got to
I
eat
know it
every day.
isn't.
I
But
And
well,
we
it's a
understand that,
understand,
Pop.
Pop.
combination
We
of
understand that it's very difficult for you.
it's
I mean, I
a
get, like,
factor of a
I've
few
been there.
things.
Pop, have you tried eating smoothies or slushies to try to get your calories in?
That's an idea.
Well,
Ensure
the
would be
thing
your best
is
bet.
Yeah.
the thing is with the slushies and stuff like that. I'm in a very small town. My options are limited unless I make them myself, and I don't have the equipment to do that. And I don't have a kitchen to do that. And
Yeah. What what about some of those energy drinks where there's like they have all the proteins and stuff that you
right,
can
like
drink in
right,
a
like
little drink?
right, like yeah, like Nemesis is talking about. To be honest with you guys, this is embarrassing, but I'll talk about it. I cannot afford to buy those; they're very expensive. I'm only getting $60 a month for food. So
Wow.
my
I
Wow.
main,
understand.
my general practitioner doctor is trying to get me a prescription for them, which it looks like that's just now being approved because they
Oh,
were asking for two things. They were asking for oxygen and that Pediasure stuff, whatever that is. And the oxygen just came yesterday, so I'm hoping that other stuff will be approved soon. And then I think all I have to do is go down to the grocery store and fill the prescription. But otherwise, I would have been drinking those months ago. But it's just I can't. Unfortunately, it's the cost of them.
I'm
So
just
Dude, I
wondering.
get it. They're
This
expensive. Even up here in Canada, they're expensive.
Is there any
$2 a piece or more.
yeah, is there any option to get help from a food bank locally, Pop? I'm just wondering because that can be very
They have
helpful.
you guys. Have you guys heard of Meals on Wheels?
Yep.
Oh
Yeah.
Yep.
yes, we
Yep.
have
They
that
have.
here. We have that here.
Well,
Got
I
it here
don't
too.
qualify because they said I'm not old enough. They said I'm not qualified.
Really, you're like in your late 50s and you're not qualified? Wow,
Correct.
that sucks, man.
They're being.
But
They say that I've got to be like 60 something, so they're being ageist. I guess you could say.
yeah, I think they like if you're like a senior, like I am. Yeah. But you
Right.
don't have a
It's,
local food bank that might be able to help you out with food once a month or something? Because I actually go to the food bank once a month, and it's not like they give you a ton of food, but they give you enough to kind of get you through some weeks, right? So it does help.
well, if I can get access to a kitchen to cook whatever it is, most of it's not something you can just eat right out of the bag or the box.
Well, sometimes
You
they'll
guys,
give you
I
like
know it's. I know it's
bread
kind
and
of.
buns and stuff.
Yeah,
You know.
no, I know. Well, I know perishables they don't usually give out because they'll rot really quick. They usually give you cans of something, rice, beans, soups, that kind of stuff, because they're
Yeah,
those
yeah,
shelf stable.
that's
Um,
true. Yeah.
right. So, but I know it's hard to imagine, but I don't have direct access to a kitchen where I can just go and cook all the time or whatever.
Well
I
then,
wish I
Pop,
had like a dishwasher here in my bedroom, but I don't.
should we start a GoFundMe for you? Then start shipping you smoothies or slushies to you. Then
No, no, that's okay. I'm taken care of there. Like I said, they're gonna prescribe them and start giving them to me for free. But I do appreciate that. That's very kind of the offer.
Did you ever think of maybe getting a hot plate in your room, Pop, just to heat stuff up? Like,
Yeah. I
just
am
like a
right
little
now.
hot plate?
I'm I'm right now looking at a dual hot plate microwave slash air fryer. I also have a pressure
Nice.
cooker and a griddle like a George Foreman griddle. You know what the problem is?
Nice.
Yeah, nice. Now try going down and washing your dishes, and you go down there and well, I'll just say I'm not able to wash my dishes.
It sounds like
That's
you
the
got,
problem. Is
yeah.
I dirty my dishes, and then the only sink I have available if I want to try to wash them is the bathroom sink, which is small and shallow. So I
Yep.
can wash
Yep.
like a plate, but I can't wash like a skillet or a pot or something like that.
So you have a less than ideal situation as far as kitchen and
Yep.
dishwashing access. Yeah,
Sounds
Right? And
like it.
this bitch on LDG's channel the other night. Oh fucking! And she's a bitch. She said, "It sounds like you're not trying very hard."
wow, really?
Nice.
Yeah,
Gosh.
geez, Pop, try
Oh
better.
yeah.
Fuck, man. Get good.
Jeez.
I know I
Get
need
good,
to
bro.
do better. Right, do better. I'm just doing it all intentionally because I enjoy it. Didn't I tell you guys that? I do it for fun.
Yeah, yeah, we like
Oh,
not
bro, you
being
tell us
able
that
to
all the
wash
time.
our dishes. That's horrible. Man, I
Stupid.
don't get some
That's how
people. I
she
really
always
don't.
is. It's fun tiger stripes. Tiger stripes. She's a bitch, and that's what she always does. She's
Oh, that was Tiger
always spoken
Stripes?
to me that way.
Gee,
Yes, ever
gosh,
since I
you
used
know,
to, ever, ever since I
I
used to do
gotta
the
say,
streams with Jill on the Orville, she would come on and pop up and say shit like that to me all the time. And she doesn't know who the fuck I am. I don't know who she is. She doesn't know who I am. We know nothing about each other. I want to keep it that way. But she's a
she's,
bitch because she always gets on and says negative shit to me. And she's been doing that for years, and I'm not exaggerating.
Wow.
you know what, Pop? The first person that came into mind when you said she's a bitch, guess who it was? It was Tiger Stripes, because I've had a few run-ins with her myself, and yeah, I don't know what her deal is. Like, she can be very confrontational at
Or
times,
she
and
thinks
it's like,
she thinks she's all high and mighty is with it. She thinks. Well, here's the main thing, okay? Without criticizing, I don't like criticizing other people, but
I
I
don't
called her a
either. I
bitch.
don't either, but
But I won't
yeah.
go into personally like I think she's a sociopath or anything. I won't say that.
Oh, no,
But
no,
let's
no.
put it this way: for some reason, She likes to judge and criticize other people, and she cannot keep that to herself, by the way. So, we all have that where we'll see somebody in a grocery store like Walmart and they're extra heavy and we'll think whatever goes through our mind, but you don't walk up and tell them. That's what she does. She will
Yeah.
judge and criticize people that she doesn't even know and then verbally criticize them because she's
You
like
know what
up in
gets
her little
me?
mighty perch on the internet where nobody can touch her.
Yeah, well, sometimes I'll
So I
say a
will say
fairly
she's a bitch.
I'll say what I think is a innocuous, harmless comment about whatever topic it is, and Tiger Stripes will be like, oh no, it's not, or she'll come with some, you know, confrontational comeback, and I'm like, really? It's like
Mm.
I don't actually really care about, because I don't like to arguing with people is a waste of time. I'm too old. I
She is
don't have enough years
she's a
left.
female.
You know,
She Right. She lies constantly. She is a female, and by the way, she used to get along great with her. Basically, in my opinion, her internet husband, and that was Captain Infinity. She spent a
oh
lot of
really?
time on his channel, and then two got along lovely. Yes,
No shit.
she's got to think about it. She is Captain
I did
Infinity
not
with
know that.
tits. No offense to everybody out there. I'm sorry.
I did not know that. Wow, that's interesting. I never. I guess I missed that part of
Oh,
it. But
great friends with him. Oh yeah, she was on his channel
oh,
all the
really,
time. I would be
uh,
on there. We would be talking about just random sci-fi stuff or whatever, and she would come on and start insulting me once again, start throwing the barbs at me, and I never figured
mm,
out why. She's like I said, she doesn't know me. We've never had a run-in or nothing. She reminds me so much of Professor Rags, the one that's on the Rags all the time. What's her name? Sorry, erase that.
it's
Everybody,
escaping me.
rewind. You didn't hear it.
That's escaping me, Pop. Sorry.
I don't know who you're
Clavy's
talking about.
channel.
Oh, you're talking about Briggs,
Oh, is that it?
RM, as she calls herself.
Right.
That's one reason I
Those
quit
two
going on
remind me.
Bobby's channel because I made I
Right,
made it.
her and they're her
I
and
was just
Tiger
going to quickly
Stripes.
say
They're very
I made it.
similar. What they do is they get on there. Go ahead.
They're on their high horse, right, Pop? Like used to go on
Well,
Clubby's
they think they're
Saturday
better than
night.
everybody else and smarter than everyone else.
Oh, very better. If you ever have you
Go ahead.
ever listened to her Twitter posts almost every day? Like it's astounding.
No, I blocked him. I don't want to hear her, the
Yeah.
way she pats herself on the back constantly and tells everybody how smarter she is than them. I mean,
Oh,
that is
totally.
despicable. The bottom of the barrel. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
She comes across as a total elitist to me, but it's like that's why I
Well,
quit
usually,
doing Clubby's. That's why I quit the Saturday night
any,
Star Trek streams on Clubby's
same
channel
here.
because they were so negative. Like
I quit.
just it got negative, and then I made a couple. I was tired one night, and I said something like, "Oh, I shouldn't have come on tonight." I wasn't trying to make a dig at them at all because I was tired. I said, "Oh, I shouldn't have come on tonight," and Clobby starts ragging on me. It's like, well, if you can't accept other people's opinions, take your dirty diaper and leave. And I was like, what the fuck? Are you actually talking to me like this? Like I
I
make some
know.
harmless
I mean,
comment.
she
So
started.
that was the end. I never went on back after that. I never went on.
Don't forget, she started ragging on you too, and they went on for at least 30 minutes. Let's not forget that. You're brushing over all that, like you did
I
me.
have a short memory. I
Even though they
try to
don't know
forget that
me.
shit.
Yeah, even though
But yeah,
they don't even
you're
know who
probably
I
right.
am. She went on a 30-minute diatribe all about personally about me and how dumb and how arrogant and I was like, what? By the way, never spoken to her. It's like I'm thinking and I even say, what? I don't know you, you don't know me. We've never even spoken. But yet they can go for 30 minutes talking about me on how horrible I am and
Well,
not
what
let
I
me
found,
respond. Let's not forget that. They never let you respond.
well, if you do, they're
If you
just
try,
gonna
they'll
crap
boot
on
you.
you more.
They'll,
But
or boot you like Captain, or what's his name? Salty Trekker. Right? You try to avenge yourself and they'll boot you. If anybody knows him.
Yeah.
Another coward.
Never been on there, thank God. But the thing I noticed is when I first started going on the Saturday night Trek streams, like probably a year and a half ago, it was all hugs and kisses, and warm and fuzzies. Like she was like, "Oh, going on about what a great guy I was and all this," because I mentioned I had a fine arts degree, and I guess that made me somehow a person up in the elite or something, just because I had a bloody college degree. And she was like going on about oh, he's an artist. He's such a great guy, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, well, you really don't know me. And then as it went on over the months, I just was being myself, and, I wasn't trying to put on any, snooty, phony stuff. And, eventually I guess I wasn't cool enough or something. And it slowly eroded. And then towards the end, it was just like, I would just start disagreeing with the reviews because their reviews were almost negative most Saturdays, and I got tired of it. And that's when I said that one night. I said, "Oh, I shouldn't have come on tonight," and the shit hit the fan. And after that, I was like, "You know what? I'm done with these people."
Huh,
And
that's crazy.
I haven't been back, and I will not return.
I have been on there like a year or something now. So yeah.
Is her channel
That's
still
why I
random?
pride. Yeah, that's why I pride myself. Excuse me. That's why I pride myself in having a channel where criticism of others is not allowed. If somebody attacks someone like that, they're gone. I do not allow it at all, and especially from people on the panel attacking people down in the chat. That's an absolute no-no, and I can say that with a smile on my face as they're booted. We've had people like that, as everybody knows who's been here. We've had people like that on the stream before, and I've had to remove them under different circumstances, usually, but they're all generally for being a very bad person. I'll just say it that way. So I'm glad I don't allow that on my channel. People here, this is a safe haven and a safe place where you know that everybody's friends. No one's going to judge you. No one's going to criticize you because we don't know each other. We don't know if you live in a house or apartment or where you live or what kind of car you drive or what kind of clothes you wear. Nobody's got the right to judge and criticize somebody they don't know. And even then, by the way, people I do know, like family members and friends, I don't criticize them either. I just don't criticize other people because you don't know what it's like to be in their shoes. I don't give a fuck what it's for. If you say, why is your hair cut like that? Why are you wearing those kind of tennis shoes? That is not your opinion. That is, I don't know. It's like I'm hardwired. I've never been into criticism and I don't do it.
That's because you
The
were a
only time
teacher,
I ever
Pop.
did it, well, yeah, I was going to say, and when I used to teach, the only criticism allowed was positive criticism. If you tell them to make a square, like let's say it's a kindergartner, and you hand them a crayon and you say make a square, and let's say they draw a rough circle, then would you say that's a great job? You know, you're almost there. You're almost to making a square. You don't tell them that sucks. That doesn't even look like what I'm saying. Are you stupid? So there's ways to criticize, but only positively. But I know I do overstep my bounds a little bit when I call someone like RM Brig or anyway those two hags bitches. I'll say that, but I'm not going to say they're ugly, they're fat, I'm not going to say that kind of. I won't personally criticize them because honestly I don't know what they look like. Never met them before, but we all know when a bitch is a bitch, right?
Well, it's
Totally.
like
Anyways, Daniel's Hot Topics is here. Hello, Daniel's Hot Topics. Good to see you.
Hey,
hi Dan.
Daniel.
Hey Daniel, good to see you, Daniel. Why don't you hop up on the stream here?
Hey, Daniel.
You missed Alien
The
Chat
sci-fi.
earlier, bro.
Yes, Daniel. I was bringing you up. I wonder if your ears are burning. We were talking about you. I heard of Meals on Wheels. He says.
I do like your
So do I.
commentary, though, Pap, about um, you know negative comments about people. It's like I generally avoid those because unless somebody's a real jerk, which we know one person we talked about the last week. I won't mention his name, but generally, I kind of enjoy most of the people on the community. I think most of you guys are very interesting and fun people to hang out with. So I don't actually have a lot to comment negatively about anybody anyway, generally. But even if I do, I don't tend to like to do it because I have no interest in getting into arguments. I mean, I love a good discussion at times. Like, there's a certain Scotty fellow that I've had many discussions with, and we often disagree, but we still have an interesting dialogue back and forth, right? So that's cool. But as far as actually being totally, ragging negatively on anybody, I just don't have the time and energy for that shit anymore because I'm just like, okay, I got like maybe 20, 25 good years left, and I'm not going to waste it on negativity, right? So, anyway, I do talk too much, so I'll turn the panel over to
Well,
whoever
I
wants
talk
to
too
keep
much
talking.
too.
Yeah,
I
it's
spent
like
more
life's
time than
too
you did
short.
talking about it.
Life's too
Yeah.
short, right, Bob? You know.
And why
So
lose a good friend? That's another thing. Why give up a good friendship or relationship with somebody just so you could try to show that you're superior over them? So that's one of the main things is I wouldn't want to before I when you even think about criticizing like I should tell him he shouldn't do that or he shouldn't wear that. Before I even think about that, I think about what will that do between our relationship? Will it upset them? And don't give them a suggestion unless I have a better option. So if somebody's carrying a bucket from left to right, I'll have a suggestion for them instead of a criticism. I can say, you're stupid. You're wasting your time for doing that. You could be doing it this way. That's not how you talk to people. You just say, hey, I have a suggestion. Have you ever tried this and that? That's how you talk to people. It's very simple. That's what I don't understand. There's so many people that don't get it. But
yeah,
I
well,
don't
I
know.
think
I
it's
think I
always
don't expect everything. Go ahead.
I totally get making suggestions that when you're trying to offer a positive alternative to some people. Sadly, though, sometimes you'll say something that you mean as a positive suggestion, and people don't get what you're saying, right? And they resent it. So
Rarely for me.
I'm I'm
Rarely for
not even
me. I
sure
can't
if I
even
want to
think of
do that
anything.
anymore.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
rarely for me because I don't criticize.
Well, not about criticizing. It's just about saying, "Hey, have you ever checked this out? This is really good." And sometimes people,
A suggestion
won't.
that's different. That's not a criticism. A criticism, what you just did is a suggestion. Hey, have you tried
Exactly.
this? Criticism, right? A criticism is to outright say, you shouldn't do this or that, or wear this clothes or this color hair, or that's criticism. Where you look like you need to lose weight. Your attitude is like this. That's criticism,
Oh yeah, totally.
right? So, like I said, the most I'll do is when I hear them, like same thing with the brags and the other tiger stripes. They can brag all they want. Lucky me, I've never seen their faces. But I know I'm smarter than them because I don't criticize them. All it does is make them look stupid. And by the way, as we all know, and I want to remind everybody that doesn't know out there in the world, somebody who brags about their education constantly and says they're smarter than everyone else tend to be the ones who don't have an education and definitely no self awareness, not to mention sociopath.
Well, the sad thing is
A narcissist.
some people that have a huge education actually have one, but they're still a narcissistic personality that wants to,
Yep.
you know, beat people over the
Right,
head with that, right? So yeah,
right. But my question is, why do you think they get their kicks off of it?
I think they're narcissists basically, and they just feel
Insecure.
superior. Well,
They want to
possibly.
keep reminding them. They want to keep reminding themselves how superior they are over everybody down there,
Oh yeah, they want to, be above all of us little folks,
and keep
us
and
little
keep
us
remind
little minions.
right, and keep reminding us of that too. Always remind us. Like they have to tell us, right?
Every week. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Every
Exactly.
minute, every 2 minutes. Didact. Didaction.
Yeah,
Anyway, enough
that's
of
pretty
that.
much it. It seems. Yeah, I
And my
don't get it,
train's
but
passing by.
I'm not that
I
kind of
apologize, guys. The
personality.
train.
So. Well,
There's
there's one very intelligent person we all know, and she is super smart, and she's got some great university credentials, but she never, ever, ever, ever talks over anybody I've ever experienced. She's always very humble and down to earth, and I'm not going to mention names again, but I think you could
We all
guess who I'm
know who
talking
she
about.
is. She's all of our friends.
But she is so smart and so intelligent, and just has such a vast knowledge of so many things, and
Oh
never
my.
once has she ever talked down to me, ever, ever, ever. Like, she's always talked to me like a good friend, and those are the kind of people I really value, right? Because those are quality people.
I
Yeah.
agree. That's why she's my friend. At least I like to
Me
think
too.
so.
Me too. Me too. Yeah.
And all I can say is, in a different world, in a different time, her husband's a very lucky man. Actually, in this time, but oh well. If I was younger.
Yeah, I know what you're saying,
How are we
Pop,
doing,
but
Gorilla?
you know,
Yeah, Gorilla, you still with us?
you still
Barely.
you still awake? Oh, he's
Barely.
Hey,
fading.
go to
Well,
bed, man.
I was gonna
Uh,
say, Gorilla, when you get ready to hop out, I want you to be sure you plug your channel first before you forget.
yeah, it's about 7 minutes. I was gonna tell you guys, I'm done. I'm out.
You're close
I,
to
I
12:30 your
understand.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's late there.
Being a
I
trooper.
appreciate you. Yeah, Gorilla, I appreciate you spending time with us tonight.
Oh,
Well,
no
he
problem.
he is a gorilla, so he's hanging in there.
Hmm?
Yes, he is.
Ugh.
And hanging in was not a gorilla joke, but I made it unintentionally.
I think he has a new short that I haven't seen. I think
Hey,
Oh man.
when I booted up my phone earlier. Yeah, I know.
yeah,
I saw. Yeah, you've got a few new ones out there. So yeah, very cool. Keep those coming there, Gorilla.
yeah, that one there is snowing. It started snowing after I put the smoker on, so I was like, only Minnesota will we still sit there and grill while it's snowing.
I would, but
Bro, have you
I
been to
wouldn't sit out
Canada?
there. Yeah, I wouldn't sit out there with it and freeze to death. But I'd go out there and check on it and turn the meat, whatever. I
Yeah.
would cook
Hey,
and barbecue in the middle of the winter.
well, that's when you go put that in the comments.
You want me to? Well, okay, I'll put. God damn it.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
getting so warm here. I'm expecting to get an email from my cousin to come over to his place for a barbecue in a couple of weeks, because it's getting really toasty here, actually.
well, I'm waiting to see which forecast is right, the 3 to 5 inches or the 12 to 15 inches of snow.
Well, I hope it's 3 to 5 for your sake, Griller.
So PvP, you're saying it gets hot in Canada? I thought it was always a freezer up there.
You've been misinformed. I live in a part. I live in a part of Canada that actually is quite warm most of the year. We got a record high on, I think it was Thursday, of 19 Celsius, which is getting pretty toasty.
Hey, what's
It
that
was
in freedom units?
Well. You want to do
Who
the
cares?
calculation? Do the calculation, girl, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, I'm not.
Well, no. PvP lives on the sunny beaches of Canada. Must be nice, bro. I'm
Well,
like
hey, I gotta
knee
say,
deep in snow right now.
British Columbia is the westernmost province, and we do get that Pacific jet stream blowing through, so that keeps us generally pretty mild in the winter months.
Well, the PvP,
It's true.
then you must love the summer months when the girls come out to show off, huh?
Well, it is a tourist town, so I guess if you went down to the beach, you could see a lot of eye candy for sure.
Just make sure they're old enough to not get thrown in jail, okay? PvP.
I'm not too worried about that anymore. Anyway, it's like whatever.
Where do you go down to the beach and it's the Walmart crowd?
Well, the problem is the beach too is a lot of the drug addicts like to hang out down at the beach, unfortunately. So that
Yeah.
kind of taints the whole experience, if you know what I mean.
Here it has been, and I have a conversion here. It's been warm during the day, 57 Fahrenheit, which comes out to 13.9 Celsius. So that's not too bad for us.
So we'd probably be in the high 60s, close to 70 Fahrenheit then that day.
What is yours? The Celsius.
It
17?
was 19 Celsius a couple days ago.
Okay.
What's that? If for freedom units, that's what Pop is asking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
19
no, Pop's
Celsius,
good.
66. Yep, 0.2 degrees here is what that would be, and
Yeah,
that
it
would be
says
perfect if you get rid of the rest of the snow.
about 66 degrees. I just looked up here. So yeah, it's getting toasty.
That's
So,
nice. That is nice.
so
Well,
PvP, tell me,
that's March too.
tell me, do you get Mediterranean weather over there? Like in California, we get some summers up to 110 degrees on certain days. Does it get that
We
hot
get
up in Canada?
Yeah, we get that too. We could get up to 110 at times, and that's Celsius. So, well, maybe Fahrenheit, but yeah, we get over 100 quite often in the summer. We basically have the same climate as the vineyards in France. That produce the top wines because a lot of there used to be a lot of apples and pears and tree fruits here in the valley. Like we were famous for that. But a lot of people have converted to wineries because there's more money in that. And basically, we are compared a lot to the south of France as far as the quality of the wine that gets produced locally here, because it's basically, it's won a lot of awards, and especially world class wine we're producing locally now. So yeah, we are very
Um,
similar to south of France.
Tell me, does grapes take less water or more water than apples or pears?
I really don't know. I'm not an expert on that.
Because
And you
the
call
question is,
yourself a picker? I'm just kidding. Sorry, go ahead.
Well,
well,
yeah, not a
well,
picker of I'm not a picker of tree fruits though.
my point is that certain types of trees or fruits take more water to take care of than other types of fruits or vegetables.
Well,
Because some
we do have a very advanced irrigation system through the valley here because we are classified actually as a semi-arid zone. Like there's even some desert dunes about 2 hours south of me, which is the only desert I believe in Canada that has actual sand dunes. So we are a pretty dry area naturally, but we have a very extensive irrigation system to keep all the crops watered. So I guess it's probably automatically probably computerized now, I would guess. So I have no idea how much water they have to sprinkle on the crops, but I imagine it varies according to the type of crops that they're growing. So yeah.
I just hope the mountain ranges don't go up and protest, saying you're stealing all our water up here. We need it for our stuff up here.
Oh, we got tons of water. We got. I'm about 10 minutes away from the Okanagan Lake, which is 80 miles long. It's one of the biggest lakes out west here. So yeah, we have lots of water.
It's funny how in California we have water shortages problems, probably because
Yeah,
due to our
Yeah,
we don't have
because
water
yeah,
supply.
we don't have
I'm
that in
from
Canada.
California. I'm from California. We never had shortages until they started diverting most of the uh, water into the ocean. We never had shortages until here's what happened. They have this a river slash canal that feeds most of the water through California. It's called the Delta, and it's a canal. The concrete on both sides, and it runs pretty much from Los Angeles down way down south, all the way up north. And what happens is, as we all know in California, we get our water from the mountain snows in the winter. So we get all that runoff from the Pacific, the Sequoias, the Kings Canyon, all that melts and then comes down here, goes into a dam, and now we're talking about decades, centuries. Even when the Indians, Native Americans lived here, no problems, no droughts, nothing. But here's what happened: is some environmentalists stepped in and said, you know what? There's a little fish inside that canal called a smelt, a little fish, and you know what? Those are endangered. You guys are putting too much water through this thing. So they changed the environment. What they did is now they changed it to where they have to divert 2/3 of all that wonderful water to go straight into the ocean. And now we're having to ration water. That's how the Democrats have done it for decades, and that's what they're doing. They shut down our coal. Any of our electrical plants that were ran by coal or they even had a brand new nuclear plant. We were going to be completely self sufficient when it came to electricity. But as soon as you know who got in charge, the presidency and the governor there, they closed all the coal factories. They shut down the brand new nuclear plant. They got rid of all the traditional ways of making electricity. And guess what? They converted to solar and wind. The wind up there, the ones that are killing all the birds that are very high maintenance. You have those, and you have the solar panels. And what do we have now? Oh, we have blackouts. Funny how we never had blackouts before they were in charge and they did all this. So yeah, they
Well,
caused the
that
blackouts. Oh, that also the fires. By the way, it's because we don't have the water because they're diverting all the water in the ocean. It's why our wildfires are crazy like they are. We
yeah,
never ever. You could look at the history of California. Did it ever have all these problems with these massive fires, fire tornadoes, wiping out entire towns? We never had that until they start diverting the water into the ocean, and now we have less water up there to fight the fires with.
yeah.
Everybody knows that.
Given how our state population has almost doubled or quadrupled in size, we got a lot of mouths to feed water wise too.
We'll think about this too. The most the most of the people that are leaving California are the ones that are educated and or have money, voting power and money. The people that are coming into the state are the opposite of that. Those are the ones looking for a handout for welfare. They're probably calling over the border. But nobody who is successful that has a good job is coming to California. They're leaving. It's the opposite. So California it already has been, but it's going to be even more so of a welfare state, where the majority of people here are on welfare or some sort of public assistance.
I was just looking up countries with the most fresh water, and guess what's number one? It actually is, according to this anyway, it's Brazil, which I found a bit surprising.
I'm not
Uh,
surprised.
yeah, number two is Russia. Number three is the United States, and very close following that is Canada, because apparently the volume of renewable fresh water in the U.S. is approximately 3,069 cubic kilometers, whereas Canada is 2,902. So our countries are very close as far as renewable fresh water. So yeah, that's
You
kind of
guys are
interesting.
always you guys are always second fiddle to the United States, though it seems.
That's a
just
typical American attitude.
just a
You're
little
expect
jab at you. Just a little
you
jab at you.
are you
Uh-huh.
ex-
Hmm.
are you expecting me to
So
even respond to that? Because I won't.
that's cute. So I mean, it does make sense though for Brazil though, right? Like when you think about the Amazon River and all the water that goes through that, and that's just in like,
Yes. No.
Yeah,
right?
and
It's crazy.
Brazil's the largest country in South America too, so that probably makes a difference, right?
Oh yeah, I thought you said it's New Zealand.
No, no, not New Zealand.
And they have a lot of rainforests and a lot of mountain ranges in Brazil, so of course they gotta have high water supply.
Well, it's the Amazon, or not the Amazon. Yeah, the Amazon.
Yes, it's the Amazon. You got it, buddy.
That, right. That's where you can go. And when you go swimming and you get in the water, it's actually blue.
I
Because I
thought
mean, I
it.
don't know
I
if
thought,
anybody's. Well,
I thought
here
that
I'm in
was,
California. So what's that, gorilla?
I thought it was infested with piranhas. I don't want to pick or bitten off by a piranha.
No,
Just
not
to
the whole
want to
area.
swim.
Not the whole area. They're in certain areas, but not the entire country.
You wouldn't
But
lose more.
here,
You'd lose a lot more than just a finger, buddy.
I didn't
yes,
say a
but
finger, but okay.
I
Just
know. Here in the
don't
U.S., here in the
don't go
U.S.,
skinny.
if you go to
Don't
the
go
beach
skinny
here, the
dipping.
water's
Sorry, go on. Whoever. I wasn't trying
next.
to.
Go on, Pop.
No, I'm done with that. Next.
Ugh. I
So
got
Daniel,
nothing.
what did you think of X-Men '83? Have you watched it yet?
Oh, it was awesome. I loved it. I can't wait for the third episode.
Good, good, good.
83. I thought it's 97. Or wait, what am I?
97. It was so good.
How many episodes so far?
Two.
And how
The third one is coming in like 3 days. Yeah, 3 days.
Yeah.
and how
Which
many
streaming?
How many a
Go
season?
ahead.
Well, 10 episodes a season.
How many have they released so far?
Two.
Which streaming service? Sorry, I'm. It's not.
Disney.
You're in court.
Yeah,
Disney
Disney
Plus.
Plus.
Oh, that's right. Duh. Does it have the same theme as the '97 X-Men? The
Oh
music?
yeah, it's actually better, because it
Perfect.
has
Oh,
it has rock and
dated.
roll in it. A little bit of rock and roll in it.
I hope. See, I want to watch it. I loved X-Men '97, but I'm afraid I'm going to be disappointed. I'm going to look at it
No,
and
no,
think like
it's
another
awesome. It's really good.
bastard stepchild that they took advantage of. I'll say in the back room. But I'll try it. I'll sail the seas and I'll stop by that little island over there and I'll pick one up.
So good.
And like I said, I don't want to see a bunch of politics and woke. Yeah, I hope they don't do that.
No, it's not woke. It's not woke at all. At least not to me.
At least not to you or not yet that you know of.
No.
Sometimes it can be very subtle in your subconscious. Like
Well, yeah, it is
Ghostbusters.
2 episodes.
Yeah, like the new Ghostbusters. Who here has seen it besides Gorilla? Because I know Gorilla saw it already.
are you
Daniel,
talking
have you
about the
seen it
20?
yet?
Are you talking about the 2016 one?
No, the one that's at theaters right now.
Frozen Empire.
No.
I was going to ask Gorilla, but I guess he didn't see it at the theater. But some of the reviews I read or that I saw online, they were showing the theaters and they were practically empty during the premiere on Thursday. It would show like the whole theater, all the seats, and they were all empty. And you could see like maybe 8 people spread out.
Well,
And
it
I
is
saw that a
also
lot.
Thursday. It's also Thursday.
It's Thursday, but still, we'll see, right?
Yeah. Plus, from what I hear or seen reviews, the reactions are pretty much split down the middle. Some love it, some hate it, some say it's meh.
No, I
Yeah,
heard it
that's what I was
really
saying
successful.
earlier. That's what I was telling Gorilla earlier. I've heard both. I've heard the good things and I've heard the bad. But I don't know if you guys want to talk about that unless you guys want to go see it. Don't want to ruin it for those of you guys in the chat or on the panel.
I'll see it when it streams.
Yeah,
Same here.
I prefer minimal spoilers if possible. Unless it's been something that's been out for a while. If it's been out for 6 months or a year, it's like,
Yesterday.
well,
Let's
talk
do
about
yesterday.
spoilers. Well,
No,
that's pretty soon.
Yeah, I know some people. I got yelled at for spoilers on like DS9. I'm like, hey, the rule on spoilers what ends after 25 years. So
Yeah, really. Yeah. Exactly. I agree. That's exactly my point, girl. It's like if it's been out for decades, you can't really spoil it because if you
I
haven't
know, but
watched a
what I
show in
do,
25 years, it's like,
I know, but I mildly ask people when I cover Gilligan's Island and Lost in Space, no spoilers, please. I know this is 50 or 60 years old, but there are people out there who have not seen it yet, and I know I shouldn't do that, but call me crazy.
no, you got a point, Pop. I try not to do that. I know I've been guilty a few times, probably,
Right.
and I
Outside
do
of the right.
apologize.
Oh, no. Let me clarify. Outside of the viewing experience, like if we're watching the episode right now, if we're watching it, I'll say, okay, guys, please no spoilers in case there's somebody viewing that has not seen it. But if we're discussing it like on a panel like we are here, sure, I give away spoilers. I'd say, yeah, Dr. Smith did this or whatever in the episode. I just don't want to ruin a viewing experience if you're viewing it right there at the time. Because it reminds me of those, you guys have seen the people in the theaters that talk about the movie and they yell out what's going on, and before you even see it, it's like, I want to kill them.
No.
oh
So
yeah,
Yeah.
we had that problem on Saturday there when PvP was or Sunday there when PvP was get his first experience with Lord of the Rings there, and then people kept putting spoilers in the chat for stuff that's 3 movies away yet, or 2 movies
Of
away.
course.
Yeah,
Of course.
and I asked like 5 or 6 times. I would say, please, guys, could you like not do overly overkill on the spoilers? Because I've never seen these movies, and the reason I'm here having fun watching Gorilla's watch party is because this is a good introduction when I can have a good time talking with my buddies and watching a movie I've never seen. So, would you guys? And of course, some people ignored me and they kept giving spoilers, which was
Why
really
didn't you
kind of
guys time
annoying.
them out? Why didn't you guys time them out, Gorilla?
Well, they'd stop after we told them to.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
some
PvP.
people it took a little while though, right, Gorilla? Like I won't mention names, but anyway, it's no
Well, that,
big deal. I mean, I'm not. It's like I'm
Yeah,
not
you
gonna. It's
survived,
not gonna. I'll survive. Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
but it's
What
still,
time is
I think,
that?
impolite. Go
What
ahead,
time is that
Daniel.
stream, Gorilla?
That stream is going to be at 4 o'clock Central Standard Time.
And the
That's gonna
movie's
be a
about 2,
long stream.
and what the movie's
3
about two
hours.
and a half. The movie's
Well,
about 2.
it's probably over 3 hours, right, Gorilla?
Well, it depends. Which cut is about 2.5 hours long, or is it 3 hours long?
It's the extended version,
4.
man.
4.
Really?
God.
Yeah, we're starting at 2 o'clock Pacific time, my time. So yeah, it's a long, long road to watching the Lord of the
So,
Rings.
Gorilla, I think Gorilla, you've seen this before, is that right?
Yes, that's one of my favorite movies.
Okay, so I have
Well-
to ask this question, and it may be dumb, but I have to ask. So, you definitely did not fall asleep watching it?
Oh no, I don't fall asleep during this movie.
So it's like exciting from beginning to end.
No. It has its lull points, but it's good, Pop. It's really good. I love the Lord of the Rings series myself. The trilogy is amazing.
Oh, come join
I
us,
went
Devin.
If
I
I'm
had
not
these
working, I
friends-
definitely will, buddy.
Are you saying you want to
I
join
had
in
these
Pop
friends that
tomorrow?
drug me into.
He's not a Peter Jackson fan, I don't think, or was it?
Well, I just want
Who?
to talk from when last Sunday. I really enjoyed the first movie. I guess it was around 3 hours because we watched the regular cut, Gorilla, and I really enjoyed it. Like, of course, it's not the best movie I ever saw, but it was very entertaining for a
alright.
3 hour movie. So yeah,
Hey.
it's worth a watch.
and I'll tell you right now, PvP, that was the worst of the 3.
Well, yeah, I kind of figured because they're basically they're doing the world building and introducing the basic characters in the first one, right? At least that's what I
Yeah.
figured. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
So I
dude. You're.
yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead,
No,
PvP.
no.
No,
I was
no, no.
just
I
gonna say-
stopped myself from spoilers. Go ahead, please.
No, I just thought that, you got to start at the beginning. So you're going to start, because there's all, silly people like myself that know nothing about Lord of the Rings. I've heard about it, of course. I know about the books and all that, Tolkien and all that stuff, but I've never seen the movies. And it's like, okay, I need to know the world, build the world for me, introduce me to all the cool, interesting characters that I'm supposed to love and care about. And the first movie did that very well, I thought. So I
Yeah,
really enjoyed it. And Gandalf was awesome. I love Gandalf.
Yeah.
Like, wow.
and too bad he fell. But
Dude, what did you think of that Balrog scene? Holy
I-
shit, so
I-
good.
I want Gandalf to return. I don't care how he does it. He's a wizard. I expect he's going to return eventually. And if he doesn't, I'll be very disappointed.
Is that
if
the
he
one with
doesn't,
the, is that the one with the flashlight on a stick?
Yes,
Yes.
basically.
Okay. Sorry.
But hey, Christopher Lee's in the next one.
What
Can't
form
go
of devil?
wrong there.
Well-
but
What
Yeah.
form of what form of devilry is this?
all right.
a
Let's
line-
change subject here before we get.
It's online from the movie. What form of devil?
Oh,
yes, we know.
Is this?
Yeah.
How are we doing on the chat?
Oh. There, I'm quit this for the night. And
Go
let's
get
get
some
back to
water.
the chat.
By the way, you're 17 minutes past your curfew there, Gorilla.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry about that, sir.
Yeah.
I can do it
Oh,
if you want to.
oh yeah, we're
I do.
right here.
Okay, let me scroll up and find it.
All right, I'm gonna head out.
Not-
It's 12:47. Hey,
Have a good
that's-
night, Gorilla. Thank you for helping me out.
Tell us about your channel, buddy.
All right, tomorrow at 4 o'clock Central Standard Time, Lord of the Rings. I'm pretty sure PvP will really enjoy this next one. There.
I'm looking forward to it with bells on, Gorilla. I'll be there, buddy.
All right. Wednesdays we watch 2 episodes of Justified. We're ending season 4 and starting season 5. And then on Thursday for Chris Talk, we are watching Kirk Cameron's Left Behind. That ought to be nice and cringy. For the Waltons review, our episode we're reviewing is The Runaway. And then next Saturday we are reviewing. Oh wait, next Saturday at the next Saturday we will not be streaming, but I can't remember what we're going to be reviewing in 2 weeks. I'd have to. No, where's
Well,
my-
you got 2 weeks to remember it, Gorilla. So no. pressure,
Right.
right?
I just got to get into X.
Hey, you're tired,
Right.
man. You're tired. We get it.
Johnny. Just Johnny Midna some Johnny Mnemonic.
Oh, Johnny
Mnemonic.
Mnemonic. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
Johnny Mnemonic.
what Nemesis
Keanu
said,
Reeves.
yeah.
Yeah.
There you
Yeah,
go.
I haven't
Keanu
seen that
Reeves.
movie either. Damn, I got so many movies I need to see.
Well, if you watch it, you can join the review.
I might do that. If I have my time management, which I'm usually terrible at, but I may do.
Well,
All right,
we'll
thank
leave
you,
that to
Gorilla.
Nemesis to lip there. All right.
Yes,
Thank
Herc.
you.
Gorilla did just bark.
Good.
Have a great night, Gorilla.
Yeah,
Night,
sleep
Gorilla.
well.
That girl,
well.
take care.
Sleep
Good night,
well,
Gorilla.
man.
Oh, hey, Herc. All right, we'll see you guys.
Don't forget to
Bye-bye.
eat your bananas.
Thanks for
I
helping.
already ate all of them.
Oh man.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And don't forget to be a gorilla, I think he would say.
Mm.
Yeah, we will try to do monkey business while he's not here.
No,
Well, we
that's
do have a
cool.
few more
I-
chats since Gorilla left. Pop, do you want me to read them out, or how do you want to do this?
Sure, go for it. Thank you.
That was a long
Yeah.
time
Just
ago.
be right back.
RB.
I think yeah, Bernie Jim's already back.
That was the first run.
Have you read this
Or the
one?
Greg says, I've been recommending gummies to Pop for a while now. I'm hoping it will really help. Start low as possible, increase dose as needed. 100%. I
Well,
agree
thank
with
you.
that, Oily
Yeah.
Greg.
And you were right, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oily Greg says, I will watch the show so I can review it with my German friend on our bi-monthly stream.
Oh no, that sounds cool. Yeah, absolutely. All right, here's the next one. Cub.
And Oily Greg says, Cub will rip it apart. Smiley face, my friend.
Okie dokie.
And
Yeah,
Dennis
this
is
was a little
dropped
while
the link
back.
here.
Mm.
Boy, I am late with the
Yeah,
chat. Yeah, you're right.
It's all good, buddy. Oily Greg says, OG says, I reserve judgment until I see it.
And here we are, Basil.
Basil
Good to
Battle
see you.
Dragon says, Greg, I completely agree. Pain management is almost nowhere to be found. It's too restricted.
Yeah, unfortunately, I wish that wasn't true, but it is.
Basil Battle Dragon says, it's ridiculous. You can't even get Tylenol codeine after dental work.
Interesting. You know what? I know a lot of that is because they're afraid you're going to go home and make meth with it, and that's what really ruined it for a lot of people. Is when all these meth labs start popping up in people's houses and their garages. That's why we can't get Sudafed anymore, or Octaped, or any of that crap.
Bro, I got a crazy
And
story about Sudafed and Sudafed after. For behind the scenes, we should probably talk about it.
yeah, antihistamine, I think, is what it was, is what they use. And have we read this
Oh,
one yet?
geez. No. OG says Basil sometimes streams with us/Cub versus Basil. It's a hoot.
Oh,
Cool.
okay, very cool.
Hoot, hoot.
All right, yeah.
Sci-fi
And
Sith Dad, you want to read this one?
Hello there, pop culture curator.
Hello back to you, and I'm sorry, that's like a half hour, almost a half hour ago. Jeez.
I'm
I'm sorry I'm so behind on the. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm so behind on the chat, guys.
That was yarn.
Hour. No, it's not too late. It's never too late, as you well have discovered.
OG says, open your bottle, but keep it in a cheap safe. No more struggling. Make a safe with a padlock and a box. In reference to the bottles and whatnot.
Yeah, the medication. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is what I was talking about is the gummy bears. It's got this stupid, like, extra difficult child-proof zip lock kind of packaging. So I probably would want to put them. I think, and like I said earlier, there's no kids around here, so I can just put them inside of a sandwich Ziploc bag. Oh, yeah, it's airtight. Get rid of the parental, whatever it's called, child-proof.
Totally.
And Ola Greg says, what was it? Would you like to read this?
Sure. Ban all buses immediately. Danger, danger, arms waving wildly.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. Mandatory
helmets for all pedestrians.
Oh, yes. Boy, I'm late in the chat. And I have to agree with this. I know he's modest, so I'll read it. It's official. Nemesis is cool. That is totally true.
Aw.
And
thanks, OG. So are you, bro. And same to you, Pop. Thank you.
Very cool. Oh, anytime. Interesting trivia,
OG.
Pop says Ola Greg. Thank you. Quack. You can have it all. My empire of dirt. Yes, exactly. Yeah, make a video, Pop, and give it to Gorilla.
That's a great reference to a Johnny Cash video, which is one of my favorite videos of all time.
That's fantastic.
The Empire of Dirt.
Yeah. It's a line in the song. Well, basically, Johnny covered a Nine Inch Nails song, and I think he changed a few lines in the song that he didn't, actually enjoy. But it's a very powerful video. Actually, if you don't mind, Pop, I'll just pop it in the private chat because I'm sure I can find it.
Okay, quickly. I take it it's not this, right?
It's not what?
Quack. No, it's not quack.
No, it's a Johnny Cash video. Oh, fine.
No, it's really good. I would agree with PvP. It's very powerful.
It is. I was just kidding. I couldn't read this.
Space Duck. It's all good, buddy.
Quack.
Yeah. Oh. And then, is there more chat?
There we are. I lost my place when I did that.
It's all good, buddy.
This is pretty much the area where we're at. If I criticize too much to improve the stream, if I criticize, it's to improve the stream, and I do it very rarely. But I invite criticism from the panel and the chat. Just so I want to thank you for reminding me about that, Ola Greg. Is that suggestions are always welcome, always. Nemesis Eden says, "Hail, Daniel. Hot topics. I hope you're doing well. My God, I'm behind." Ola Greg, alien chat was awesome. We should do a whole stream. Yes, Daniel. Hot topics. We were talking about that earlier before you got here. And Nemesis Eden says, "I'm totally down for an alien stream sometime. I do enjoy that topic." Yes, and what I'll do is I'll ask everyone to bring together all your homework, anything you can find on whatever paranoia. paranormal, ghosts, UFOs, whatever. The ghosts we'll do later on, but for now, we want to start off with UFOs and the secret government programs. And I'll try to dig up everything I can, and we'll do a stream on that very soon. Hi, Daniel, says Lemon Pie, and sit Dan. Nevis Beaton says, what? Never been to Canada. We stop brewing once the beer turns to slush. Yeah, but take it aside. What food? I gotta pick up my dog.
No,
I'll be
you got to
right back.
embrace the cold, bro.
Hey man, Canada's got some of the best beer in the world. Like we got good beer up here. We got some pretty potent beer too, guys. You know, strong stuff.
Is it just
Oh,
as
beer
good?
sounds good.
Is it just as good as German beer?
Probably. We got so many types of beer. I mean, I stay away from the mainstream brands because, at least out here in BC, we've got dozens and dozens and dozens of different kinds of beers made by lot of local small breweries that are putting out all kinds of cool beers. And you can get like, pilsners and ales and, whatever your little heart desires. There's a whole range of stuff, and it's actually very affordable too. So, yeah, we got a very big craft beer industry out here. So it's definitely, I think it's some of the best beers in the world, but I could be prejudiced, I guess.
Well, when you're oversupplied in beer, the price plummets.
Oh hell, you can get like a 6-pack for like $6 or something Canadian. It's not
That's
expensive.
not too bad. Do they have it bars where you can get it on tap? I'm sure they do, right?
Oh, yeah.
Bars you can get lots of beer, but it's gonna cost more because bars are kind of pricey.
That's what I was wondering if it was more or less going through a bar.
Oh, beers are
Oh,
always
always more.
expensive. Yeah, I think what's a pitcher of beer? What Nemesis would probably cost you like $10-12 now. Like,
At least.
yeah, and that's draft. That's draft shit too, right? So like, yeah. Yeah, I'd say if you want cheap booze, go to the local liquor store and go to the government liquor store. That's always the best prices. But anyway,
government liquor store.
Enough talk about
that's
that.
funny. That's funny. I saw a video on that not too long ago. That Canada has government liquor stores. We don't have that in the U.S.
We have private ones too, Pop. We have both.
I know. I know.
My small town had 5 liquor stores.
Oh yeah, we got probably at least a dozen here. Like we have 2.
Oh, yeah. And they were all privately owned too.
We have 2 government liquor stores, which I gotta say they generally have by far the cheapest prices. So that's why I generally shop there. But there's a private one like 2 blocks away from here, and then there's private liquor stores, coming out of your wazoo, like they're everywhere around here. So yeah, we got the government and the private, so yeah, we got both basically. Yeah.
Well, it's just thought it was funny that when it says government, are they actually ran by the government, or is that just named a brand like a company label?
Yes, it's the BC liquor stores, the 2 stores locally. They're run by the British Columbia government, but they do have the most reasonable prices. Like they'll often put a sale on.
Right.
They'll put a sale on. You'll get some really good bargains like every month. If you pay attention, you do your homework, and go on the website because they have a great website, right? So yeah.
So it's not a national thing. Like my province doesn't have that, as far as I'm aware.
You don't have that in Alberta?
No, I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of. Alberta's super backwards about it. It's stupid.
You don't have government stores there, Nemesis, or
no?
Wow.
Not that I know of or have ever heard of. Dude, we also don't have an additional tax like you guys have.
Well,
we don't have a PS, and we don't have a provincial sales tax like you guys do. So I'm super thankful for that too.
Yes, there's advantages and disadvantages wherever you live, right?
Right. Trust me, I'd love to come live on the sunny beaches of British Columbia, but
Yeah, with all those hot, naked, well, not naked, but I'm just wishing they were naked, right?
Well, of course.
Okay.
Are there any more chats, Pop?
Yeah, let's get back to reality.
Well, Grace says, cool, Nemesis. 19 Celsius is 66 Fahrenheit. Thank you, Lemon. Ola Grace says, slushy beer sounds great to me in summer. Yeah, actually it does right now. I wish I could have some. Ola Greg, summer lasts 7 months in Houston. Nice and toasty. And you guys have Whataburger. Every time somebody brings up Texas, that's all I can think about. Minnesota says, thanks, Lemon, for the conversation. No, the conversion. The
Conversion.
conversion. Thank you. Ola Greg, nothing but trouble. And there's a link. And thank you, Stream Elements. Thank you, Nemesis, for thanking Stream Elements.
Hey, they dropped my link. I
Pretty good
appreciate it. Thank you,
movie.
Stream Elements.
Names of Eden,
And then yeah,
right? Winter last. There we go. That is a long
yeah, winter
movie.
lasts 7 months here.
Wow. Perfect
In,
harmony
Cal-
for us, the Nemesis, says Ola Greg.
in California, it's either winter or summer here in California most of the year.
Thank you for
I
putting
think it's.
that link, Ola Greg. I love the Cold Shock the Night Stalker. It's one of my favorite
Oh,
television shows.
that's actually on YouTube too. I think there's some episodes pop. It's actually some
I'm not
good
gonna take
stuff
a
on
chance.
here.
Oh yeah, but I'm not gonna take a chance of them cutting or editing and commercials or any interruptions. I have it. I have, I'll say, a physical copy of it,
No, that's good.
and I hope they never try to remake it again. They've made a few bastardized rip-off remakes. I hope
Yeah.
they never try that again. And rest in peace to Darren McGavin. Is what I mean, written by Richard Matheson. It's really, really, really at the top of one of my favorite television shows of all time. And it
Yeah,
was
it's
a
really
shame
good.
there was only one season. Absolute shame.
Well, like
I
so
was
many
actually
great
debating.
shows, they get one
Go
season and get
ahead.
canceled, right?
Well, yeah, this one
Like,
was canceled. You know
Yeah.
what? You know why this one went off the air, right?
No.
would you mind telling us? Because I'm not sure what why it did.
Darren McGavin didn't want to continue.
Really?
Yeah. I thought for
Oh
years it was canceled. Low ratings bounced around from time slot to time slot. Because I remember that's what
gosh.
they were doing. I remember then it was only on one season, but they were bouncing it around every night. It was on every week. It was on a different night. It was hard to
Well,
catch it.
yeah.
It wasn't
My
until like,
favorite
the reruns came around that you got to actually see all the episodes.
one of my favorites,
Sorry, go ahead.
Firefly, comes to mind because they kept bouncing that all over the map for like 3.5 months too, till they canceled it. Yeah,
And they did the episodes out of order, from what I hear.
totally out of they. Let's put it this way: they played the pilot episode the very last before they canceled it.
So what? They played it backwards.
Yes, basically they played the episode that introduced the characters and the basic premise very last before they canceled the show. Can you believe it? Because that's what they did. Good old Fox TV, right? Ugh. We brown coats are still pissed off about that.
Well, it's funny how Netflix is now usually the same. If it's a good show, they cancel it. If it's a terrible show, they renew it for a few more seasons.
Oh hell, if it's
Ola
crap,
Gre-
they'll redo it forever. Anyways, sorry, Bob.
Ola Greg says, okay, I'm shutting down for the night. Good night, everyone. Stay positive. Likewise, Ola Greg. Have a great
You
night. I
too.
hope you're still there.
Good
If you
night.
see this.
You too, Euler.
Good night.
And Lemon Pie, did gorillas just say if you go to Brazil, a piranha will bite your dinghy off? I think something along those lines, yes.
Well, it only
And
depends
Lemon says,
if you're hanging your dinghy where you shouldn't, possibly.
right, you're ding-a-ling-a-ling. Lemon Pie says Basil leads in freshwater as well as piranha dinghy incidents. That's a question. Lemon Pie says Canada has the largest eggnog reserves in the world. Wow.
And I am never going to live that down as long as I live. I'm never going to live that down. But you know what? I actually kind of enjoy it because it's a lot of fun.
Embrace it.
I am
It's all
embracing
you,
it.
bro.
Yes. I love you, Lemon.
Yeah.
You're a good man. Thank you for making endless eggnog jokes.
And now you can
Yes, of course.
now you can literally embrace it because you got a recipe from Suzanne. So you
Oh,
can make it
shit,
at home
yeah.
and embrace it all you want. Is it the
Oh,
kind
man.
you cook it or you don't cook it?
I've got to get that recipe up and going one of these days. But, I've
Have
been
you
so
glanced at
crazy
it?
busy for the last month, but I will get around to it eventually.
Have you glanced at it? Looked at it?
I have the recipe on the direct message. I have read it, but It's
Well,
going to take
yeah,
you a little while.
is it the kind you cook or you don't cook? There's two different kinds.
Oh gosh, you're putting me on the spot. I haven't looked at it in like a week,
That's
but
okay.
I
Let
can't
me
remember,
know
Bob.
when you figure it
But
out.
yeah,
No, it's okay. It's no big deal. I was just curious.
it sounds really good though. It sounds really good. I gotta say,
Oh yeah,
I'm definitely gonna try it.
And
it sounds
PvP, and if you sell too much PvP, if you make too much PvP, then you could sell it for profit.
I don't think I doubt it. I doubt it actually. I don't think. I think for one thing, you need to get a license and have your kitchen
yes.
license for
I can't
safety
help but laugh
guidelines.
at it.
I think you'd probably get shut down pretty fast if you started selling homemade anything. So yeah, it'll
Well,
just be my personal stock.
well, you do live up in Canada, so you do have more rules in place anyway.
Well, I don't know about that. There's a lot of countries that have a lot of rules, and I
No,
personally,
it's
I don't
funny.
know. I've been living for 6.5 decades, and I haven't noticed too many rules that have ever impeded my freedom and enjoyment of life. So
No, but I had
sometimes
to laugh.
don't believe everything you hear, guys. That's what I say.
I had to laugh though. If you tried selling milk, you'd be in jail so fast.
Well, I appreciate that, Pop. I'm glad you had a good laugh.
Yeah,
I
that was a
really
good
am.
one.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Well, it's all about having fun, right, guys? Having fun. Come on, guys.
Was
You
that
know.
my joke or Pop's joke, actually?
Your joke.
Jolly Jokers.
Well, a good joke is a good joke is a good joke. So
That's
let's
right.
all enjoy.
You know what? If
You
I
see-
had the recipe and the means to make it, I would not only make that eggnog, but I would experiment with like chocolate,
Do you want
and
me to?
strawberry, and
I could send
caramel.
you. I'll send you the recipe then on a DM if you like, Pop.
Well, the
Yeah,
question is,
go for it.
does he have the right equipment to make it though, or does he not have the equipment?
It's just a pot.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. It's like eggs and milk and sugar or whatever the fuck it
Right,
is.
you
It's
just
like
cook it in a saucepan.
yeah,
Right.
it's not like you're flying a rocket to Mars or something, right? So it's pretty basic shit.
Yeah, you cook it in a saucepan and let it cool down, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty low level.
But you're
It's
working
just
with dairy.
it's just time. That's
Right.
the thing. It's just time, because I just have to find those hours to actually, do it. Because if I'm going to do it, I want to do it right. I don't want to screw up and, run out of time or anything, right? So it's like, yeah.
You got to try it once or you'll never do it. And by the way, every failure is that much one step closer to a success. So I'm willing to
Okay.
take the chance.
Well, I shall try that in the next few weeks, hopefully.
I don't know if I'll drink it with booze, but I want to
I
try
was
it with like chocolate and strawberry and different flavors like that.
I was actually thinking of buying a cheap turkey today because they got the Easter turkeys on, and they were Walmart and
Well, that's
Superstore
early.
in Canada were saying, "Oh, we got $18 turkeys." Guess what? I went to both of them. Do you think there were any $18 turkeys? I was like, no. They were like
No, not.
$35 turkeys, and I was like, well, fuck that. I ain't paying $35 for a bloody turkey. So it's
No,
like,
the
yep.
problem is your 18-pound turkeys were bought by the 800-pound women that were in the store 5 minutes before you.
Yeah, they probably were in there Thursday night when it went on sale, right? So that's what I'm guessing.
It's
Yeah,
those
it's like,
right. It's those families with 5 kids that you see with a shopping cart or two, and it's packed over to the top with like Fritos and Cheetos and all that kind of stuff, ice cream,
and,
steak.
yeah, it's the
Oh
women in
boy!
it's the women in stretch pants who have an ass about half a mile wide, right? I've seen those. Oh yes, I've seen them in the stores. Oh God, what a world! What a world! But
Beware!
I still love it. I
Beware!
still love it.
Yeah, we're getting
How's it?
fatter and fatter, or skinny and skinnier, depending on your budget.
Depends on your age too.
Depends on your living condition. I found out. Basil says, "Oh, good old eggnog, definitely good stuff. Cheers."
Hey, Basil Battle Dragon.
And
There's
lemon
a
pie, all
soul I can
located
relate.
inside PvP's apartment. And there's Nemesis dropped a link for Gorilla's. That's probably when Gorilla went to
Oh
bed.
man.
And there's
Yeah,
where he
it
said, "Hello,
is.
Herc." Right. And there's where Gorilla was shouting out Herc 130. Hello, hello, good to see you. Hello, the usual suspects, he says. Did Gorilla just bark? Yeah, I believe he did. Then as if he says, please subscribe to Gorilla's Random Thoughts. I second that, and that's a great idea, Nemesis. Thank you.
Of
Basil says,
course.
hello, Herc. And Basil says, see you, Gorilla. Hey, hey, Basil says, Herc. I don't need to read those because they don't pay me to. Basil says, Cub is actually a good guy. He's a lot of fun to talk to. Hey, little Herc 130. I hope you totally. I think we'll get the second part of this. Basil says, Houston used to have a big craft beer brewery industry. We were able to go to some of these places and get some really good beer and enjoy good food. And Basil says, sadly, there we go. They're all starting to fade into the distant past because it's gotten too expensive to operate now. Of course, thanks to good old CS, exactly like everybody else, are forced them out of business. Basil Battle Dragon says, "Hi, pups," and he's laughing. Lemon Pie says, "Embrace the eggnog and fulfill your destiny."
Excellent.
And Lemon Pie says, "Howdy, Herc. Hey, Basil." Believe it or not, I'm actually caught up with the chat.
Yay!
I made it to the top.
No, that deserves you to have a drink.
I will, but all I have right now, and I know this is terrible to say, but within reach is soda.
That's fine.
Right. I usually
Yep.
switch out between that and milk or chocolate milk.
I'd love to get some chocolate milk. Oh, but it's so expensive. It's like $8 here for
It,
4 liters. It's like crazy.
God damn.
well, here's what I do. I bought the tub of Nesquik, which is like a gallon tub
Oh,
powder
yes.
for like $8 or $9, and it's lasted me for months, literally.
I have that too. It's like a powder, right? And you stir it in the milk.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yep.
Yes.
I've been using that too, and it's actually really awesome, but it's not quite as good as actual real chocolate milk I've found, even though I do
No,
like it a lot.
right. But I know here in American dollars, chocolate milk is usually for something a gallon. So it's like, yeah,
It's
it's good, but
expensive, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I paid $5.99 for the container I got of Nesquik, and that's not bad actually, because I've used it quite a bit, and I still think I got about half of it left. So it's actually pretty good value for the dollar.
I think
So
so. And
yeah.
these days it's hard to get that. Yeah, I totally agree.
Oh yeah, getting a man. Well, I'm one of those bargain hunters. Well, the thing is, I do have that card I signed up at my local supermarket, which is good for my local one and one 3 miles or 3 kilometers away, plus a drugstore. So I can kind of get discounts on all three of those. So it adds up too.
Oh,
So
You
you
have,
can.
nice.
you have a grocery outlet card too?
Yeah, it's a good it's a good points program. Well, basically, it's independent grocer, Canadian superstore, Shoppers Drug Mart, and they all have the same points, right? The same card. And actually, there's even the Esso gas station. I scan my card in, and that gives me points as well. So yeah, it's really a good program, and it doesn't take me long. You got to get like 10,000 points, which is like $10, right? It's like 1,000 points for a buck. You get 10,000 points. Actually, I just used one today because I had 10,000 points. I just used to get my groceries for almost nothing, and it adds up pretty quick because they often have specials on, right? Because they'll have like spend $50 on no name products this week, and you'll get 5,000 points. And that kind of they always have that kind of promotions right every week, so it adds up pretty quick. So it's a great points card because most of the points cards suck shit. Like I have another store which is garbage. I've had it for like 10 years and I've never cashed it in because it takes you forever to get a bloody cash in. It's like it's ridiculous, right? So, but the one I use all the time is pretty awesome, actually.
PPP, as far as you know, is milk usually a lot more expensive in your country than it is in the U.S., or is it about the same
Well,
price?
if you're gonna talk regular, white milk, I usually go for 2%, which is $5.89, but we have a 10 cent, you know, refund. We have a recycling fee on that, so it basically works out to like $6 for a 4 liter regular white milk. So I don't think that's too bad actually. That's Canadian dollars, of course. So
Actually,
Well,
I think, I
well, a
think
few
milk. Oh, sorry about that.
a few minutes ago, I heard you say that some type of milk costs $11, or was that the powder?
no. The chocolate milk is like $7.99. So yeah, that's more expensive. But
Hmm.
that's chocolate milk, right? So if you just get the regular white milk, it's like a couple bucks less. It's like $5.99. So depends what you want to get, you know.
Hmm.
Go ahead,
Because
Daniel. You were going to say something?
Yeah, thanks. Well, I'm back. Had to go somewhere, but now I'm back.
Oh, okay, that was fast.
Be quick.
Okay. So yeah, the milk is like $5.99 here. It's expensive. I like to get 3% milk though.
And that's like you're in Canada, right, Daniel?
Yeah, actually no, 3.5%.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I usually get two because I don't like to get it, you know, too much fat in it because I try to keep the calories down. But I find 2% works well for me, and it's $5.99 for that here as well. So it's probably pretty comparable to where you're at. It sounds like.
Yeah.
yeah, because I was kind of asking like, well, if milk is so much more expensive in Canada, then does that mean we ship our milk up to Canada more often for you guys to get a lower price on our milk up there? Then,
Is that
or,
lower? Yeah, if you
Uh,
converted what a Canadian dollar is to an American dollar, I don't know.
I don't think there's much trade in milk across the borders actually, because our
Yeah, it doesn't seem
our
likely.
well, our regulations are very tight in Canada. Like in the U.S., there's a lot of growth hormones and all kinds of stuff that gets pumped into your milk down there, guys, which the government does not allow any of that shit to go into our milk supply here. It's pretty much pure milk, you know, out of the cow, and then they pasteurize it or whatever. But it's like as far as growth hormones and all that kind of stuff, it's like it's a no-no up here. So I don't think there's a
So,
big trade. I don't think there's any trade.
Jill's in the chat, just letting you guys know.
Hey,
Hey,
Jill, what's
Jill,
up?
hello.
Hey,
Good to see you. Hope you're doing
Jill.
well, Jill. Oops. I'm looking it up now. I'm seeing what the currency converter is. So I'm looking up what currency do you guys use
Uh,
in Canada? All I see here, I don't know why, but all it has is oh no,
we
there it is.
currency we use dollars.
Not the
It'd be
American
CAD.
dollars though, right?
Yeah,
No, it'd be CAD.
We have Canadian dollars, just like a
I
lot of
see it.
countries have dollars.
tell
Okay,
me,
so $1 Canadian dollar is equal to 73 cents of US money.
It fluctuates every day because the
Yes, it
exchange
does.
rate changes every day, Pop. So
It does. So
that
that's what
sounds
it is right now.
that sounds about right. I wouldn't be surprised that our dollar's generally lower than your dollar most of the time.
I'm not surprised.
PvP, tell me, is your dollar called the loonie?
We have our dollar. We used to have paper dollars, which they phased out a long, long time ago. So now our dollars are a coin, and it is called a loonie because the face of it has a bird called the loon, and on the reverse side, of course, used to be the queen before she passed away. It's probably going to be Prince Chuck one of these days, I'm guessing. But yep, it's a bird in Canada, the loon. You could probably look it up on YouTube and get the song of the loon. It's an interesting sound that it makes. But yeah, it's the loon. We call it the loony, by the way. We don't call it the
Yeah, I
loon.
know.
We
Well,
call it the loony because I think you know there's probably half of the comedians you have in the U.S. are Canadian, and we have a great sense of humor here, and we like to poke fun at ourselves and kind of make mock ourselves, and it's like, oh yeah, we have the loony as our basic currency because we're all kind of crazy, right? And get this, we have the $2 coin is called. Guess what the $2 coin's called?
what?
It's called the toonie. Like, go figure, right? It's like, yeah, that's pretty obvious, right? But yeah, yep. Anyway, I don't know where I'm going here, so I'm just gonna mute myself for a minute now.
well, PvP. I asked the questions. I was thinking about a joke that Rob Williams did on one of his sketches a few years ago. Like he did a joke about the Canadian towns. Like, well, like, hey, the Canadian loonies sounds like, and then he says, "Oh, how sad for you."
I must have missed that. I don't remember. I don't know about that one, but it's like, yeah, it's the loony, the toonie, and I think I kind of happy to be in a country where we can basically have fun. Almost making fun of ourselves over our basic currencies. Like, I think that's the country that's kind of self assured and not too afraid of itself. So I think that's to me that's a positive. Anyway, I got to mute and I'm just got to step away for a minute, guys. So you guys chat it up.
He's got to go catch his breath. Tough room.
Yay. So we do have a few more chats.
Yes, Basil Battle Dragon says, hi there, Lemon Pie. There it is, she is. And Adriana Jill says, hello. Hello, Jill. Lemon Pie says, hey, Jill. And Nemsavine says, hey, Jill. And Jill says, welcome to the Price is Right Milk Edition. Who will win this brand new car? All you have to do is guess the price of milk. And
Yeah.
I have an answer. I converted the Canadian dollar to the American dollar, which came out to about 74 cents, 73 cents. He said 4 liters, which is a gallon for us pretty much. And that comes out to $2.92 in American. And where I currently live, when I find milk, I buy whole milk, by the way. I'm like a 2% crap is for pussies. No offense. But anyway, I get the whole milk and it's 2.92 if that's what converts to. I'm lucky if I can find it on sale for that price. I pay when it's on sale 2.49 of American dollar. Otherwise, if it's on sale, it's upwards of $3 or $4. But I'm in an area where it's very expensive, so there. But there's the actual conversion that nobody was wanting or asking for. Sorry about that.
Hey, Pop, I haven't stepped away yet. Did you just call me a pussy for buying 2% milk?
No.
Okay.
I need to gain weight.
I won't take it personal. I think you should drink whole milk every day that you can. Yes.
I need to gain weight, and the more fat that's in it, the longer the shelf life.
Oh, that's good. The thing
Then
is,
you
they
need
charge.
eggnog.
Yeah, and they charge like an extra 20 or
Not
30
your
cents
egg.
for whole milk here, so I just don't buy it, right? Because it's more expensive. Anyway, I will step away. I'll be back in like 2 shakes of a lamb's tail or whatever the hell shakes.
Okay. And
Don't
Jill says, "Hello, bye, Nim Sweden." And Nim Sweden drops that link there to
Hi.
Anna Drew Jill's channel. Thank you for doing that.
Hell
And
yeah,
there's
she's
Stevie
15
saying,
away
hey,
from
Jill.
800.
Well, she topped me. Very good. Excellent.
700.
Well, yeah, I'm out of
700. My
time.
apologies. I'm
Lemon,
sorry. Hyped her up a little bit too much,
lemon
but
pie. Oh, no, it's okay. She'll be there soon. Lemon
hell
pie,
yeah.
white milk specifically. Yes, and I'd River Joe says, hi, Pleasant Valley Picker. Right, that's what I buy is the whole milk by the gallon, and I have my Nesquik powder, and it makes a really good chocolate milk. And it's economical compared to buying gallons of chocolate milk, which are $4 each for something. No, I heard you guys use loonies. Just kidding, says Jill. And Nimsabine says loonies and toonies. And Basil says milk is a little over $2 a gallon here in Houston in some places, depending on the brand. It can go to around $5 a gallon in some stores if you buy the organic stuff, which I will not do, right? In fact, the labels are interchangeable with the other stuff. Lemon Pie says, what is the street value of a gallon of white milk in loonies? For $5.99? Is that what he said? $5? It's ridiculous to have to pay that much, especially when you're paying more than the price of a gallon of gas. Yes, yes. Yeah, there's no reason for it. Nemesis is apparently in some dark parts of Canada, they have milk in bags, and that's
Mm.
not good. Yes, they do, and that's not good because the more the light is exposed, or the milk is exposed to the light from the refrigerator every time you open the door, it makes it spoil up faster and takes a lot of the
Uh,
nutrients. Milk is
uh,
ultimately
uh,
what.
I have to interject here. It depends
Oh,
what part of Canada. Ontario, Eastern Canada does have milk in bags, which I think is stupid. And we did have it in BC in the 70s for a decade. We had it in bags because my parents used to have a plastic jug. They'd put the milk bag in. I thought it was stupid then. I still think it's stupid. But we have not had bags of milk here in like 40 years or something. It's all in plastic jugs, or if it's like 2 liters or 1 liters, it'll be in like a wax carton kind of deal, right? So
I
yeah,
haven't
we
even
do
seen
not have
cartons in a
bags out
while.
here. I get upset when people say that we have bags in BC. No, we do not have bags of milk.
I mean,
Just
the
want
udders
just
count technically count as a bag, but I mean, it's a bit fleshy.
what was that, Nemesis?
Don't worry about it, buddy.
And Lemon Pie says, Nemesis, I haven't been bagged. I haven't seen bagged milk, but I hear it exists in Wisconsin.
Oh no.
And Nemesis says, madness, lemon, madness. And PBB says, Jill milk, humor. And Jill says, I buy whole milk too because I had children and they need a good. Yes, yes, thank you. That's a good mother right there. She's not, notice how she's not buying soy. Basil Battle Dragon says, yes, you're right about that. Milk is close to that price here in Houston as well. Whole milk, that is. And like I said, longer shelf life, guys. There's at least a few more extra days on it. The more they remove the fat, the faster it expires. I'll put it that way. And I'd really, Jill, thanks for adding 100 subs. In your excitement, Eden, I am 15 away from 700. And then,
Oh, Jill, you're gonna be at 800 soon enough, and like 1,000. You're
yes.
outgrowing us all. This is incredible. It's awesome.
Well, I mean,
Congratulations.
yeah. And she needs to have a celebration too, so we can all stop by and say hello.
Hell yeah.
I, for one, applaud Jill engaging in milk humor PvP, says Lemon Pie. And Jill is leaving I believe, a smiley face. And I derivative Jill says, LOL Nemesis. And PvP says, Jill, are you milking the milk joke for all it's worth? I will celebrate for sure, she says.
Pop, I'd like to show you something. That's a Robert Williams skit. If I'm able to set up for you on your live stream, if you will allow it.
Oh, well, I can't get a copyright strike, so probably not here.
I mean, even if it's a Robert Williams clip.
Yeah, I'll get a copyright warning or a strike if we play something like that. I can't. I'm sorry. Try it on your channel. You'll find out. No offense, but I wouldn't.
It's not worth the risk.
Now if they pull down the whole video, that's Jedi Bill. That's Jedi Bill. It happens to him all the time.
Well, the reason why I'm going to show is because I want to show PvP what I was talking about Robert Williams doing Canadian jokes on.
No, I don't want to get anybody in trouble though with copyright. So.
Just drop it in the private chat.
Yeah, put it in private. That's good.
Yeah,
good,
a link to it. Good idea, guys. Yeah, this stream would end very quick if I used to show that. And PvP says, I'll give you pass on the milk joke, Jill. And Jill says, no, I wouldn't want to make everyone sour at PvP.
Heyo.
And then Fire says, bagged milk, utter madness. The only time I saw the pints when I was in school. And when you go to the cafeteria and you had lunch, they give you the plastic bags of milk. But yeah, they say that if milk is exposed to light, it kills a lot of the nutrients in it. So the darker environment for milk, the better it is and healthier it is. I want a question for you guys in Canada. Do they scrub and wash your eggs? I'm talking about the ones you buy at the store.
I have no
Yes.
idea. I just
Yes, they do.
I go to the store. I get a carton of eggs in the little cardboard cartons, and I have no idea what they do
Are they
with the damn eggs.
are
Actually,
they
PvP. Is
are
there
they
bird poop all
refrigerated?
over it? I'm sorry, Pop.
No, no, no,
no,
no, no, no.
actually,
That's not
actually,
what I'm
Nemesis.
talking about.
I
Is are they refrigerated?
Oh
Oh
hell
yeah, of
yeah!
course.
Oh hell yeah! They're refrigerated. Yeah, hell yeah, yeah.
No. And here's the reason why I ask: is in Europe and for many centuries we would yeah, the chicken would have the egg, and of course you wash it off with a little bit of soap and water, and then it's edible. Of course, we all know that. In Europe, that's how they do their eggs, so they don't have to be refrigerated. They can sit up on a shelf for like a month or two because they don't. There's a
Well, and not only
protected
that,
membrane kind of thing built into the shell that protects the bird inside. And in the U.S. and Canada, they scrub and clean that outer layer off, and then that's why we have to refrigerate our eggs.
I've heard
So
exactly that, Pop. I know exactly what you're saying. I've heard other countries don't do that, and you can leave your eggs out like out on the counter with no problem, right? So yeah,
yeah,
it does seem to depend on different countries' traditions, right, so to speak.
yes,
like we can get those eggs here. We get them from the Hutterites and the Mennonites. So you just got to go out to their farm. It's not government sanctioned, but like, yeah, no, it's like they're all covered in poop just to so they have that protective membrane, and yeah, they last forever. You
Well,
just got to make sure you
sometimes
crack it in a bowl
I
before you put it in whatever you're going to use, because you don't want to have like blood or beaks or whatever, just in case something might have slipped in there.
I don't want beaks in my scrambled eggs. Yeah,
No, you don't.
but hey,
Some balut.
I get what you're saying, Nemesis, because I am one of these people that goes to the food bank once a month to help out my, food sustenance, and I often get a carton of eggs. Not always. I'm saying maybe 50% of the time, where there will be like a mix of brown eggs, white eggs, whatever eggs, and sometimes there'll be like feathers and stuff attached to some of them. So I'm guessing they probably didn't scrub those eggs too carefully. So yeah, it's kind of a mixed thing, right?
That's
yes,
fair.
right. But I would be willing to be able, if I had the choice, if they would just give us the choice, I would buy the ones that have not had that outer surface cleaned because it sounds like it works for centuries and it works for millions of people. I would rather have that option than to put them in the refrigerator if they don't necessarily have to be in there. There's a
It
lot of
seems
things
to,
that we,
yeah.
yeah, there's a lot of food that we stick in the refrigerator that doesn't really need to be in there. It takes up a lot of space. I don't have a big fridge, by the way. It probably sounds like that. And I have to say hello to anti-derivative Jill. How are you doing?
Yeah, you do have to say hello to me. Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing?
Hey,
Howdy,
Jill.
howdy. What's
Jackie,
up?
Top, PvP,
Hello,
Cypress,
Jill.
Dan,
Hello.
Captain
Hey,
James,
Joe.
Shepherd,
Hey.
Nemesis, Daniel, and hey, LDG is here. What are you up to, LDG?
Question is he near the mic or is he quiet?
He's
I think
probably
he might have
sleeping.
been.
Yeah, he
Yeah, I
was
think he's
in
been
here
asleep for a
hours
while.
ago, and he just popped in about 5 minutes ago again, Jill. So he could be sleeping for all we know.
Yeah, I think he's kind of in and out of it, but I'm not going to play a snoring sound or make fun of him like Gorilla does. I promised him already.
And wasn't that the one where Gorilla started playing like some kind of rap music or something?
Hey,
I
I'd
think
be
so,
so happy
right.
if LDG fell asleep on my stream. Last time he was on my stream, he was on there for like 2 minutes and then he ran away.
Oh, no, he's done this before, but it's okay. The only
He's a
way I would
busy
remove him
man.
is, yeah, the only way I would remove him is if I ran out of spots here. I can't remember how many I'm allowed on StreamYards, but I haven't ran
Probably
into my
10.
limit yet that I know of. 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-oh, Lemon Pie's calling me out. You know, he can tell.
Oh.
He
What?
listened to me for so long. He knows I'm drinking.
Oh,
And yeah, not
was he?
amaretto. It's wine.
Pleasant Valley Picker says, and Andrew Joe, you are always sweet, never sour. And I think that's a smiley face. Then if I said, Jill, how much, oh, Amarita have you had, my friend? And lemon pies is not that there's anything wrong with that. Um,
I know,
Yeah,
I know. You don't mean that.
Is
I
it
did
red
buy
wine or
some
white wine?
a little. I liked it.
This is
I
red.
think that's in Brazil. Red
It's a red wine. Yes.
is that? Well,
Kind of a
I'm
dry,
very
kind of a dry wine.
okay. That's what I was
It's
going to
good.
wonder.
What
I
year
like
is
the
it?
sweet kind.
2017.
Was
It's
that a
not
good
a. It's
year?
not an expensive. It's not expensive or anything. It's just a nice.
1999.
If it was
Oh, 89 is the
1999,
best
then I'd have
year.
something. Then I'd have something to brag about.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like
I'd
wine
have
as long as it's
something.
sweet.
Yeah, this is a little bit sweet, a little bit dry. That's what I like,
Cool.
and it's perfect.
And I think they say a glass a day is good for you.
Supposed to
sure.
help with
On my
antioxidants
second.
and whatnot.
Oh yeah, and
Yeah,
but
it's
you know what?
definitely
I could
healthier
just
than a lot
have
of
the
things you can be
grapes.
drinking.
Yeah, something like that, Joe. I'm not. I will be honest. I'm not a big wine expert. More of a mead guy.
I have a friend who used
Do
to work at
you do you do
winery.
a lot of LARPing, Nemesis?
No,
Okay.
no. But I was introduced to mead, and it's actually like. Well, I mean, if you don't mind a killer hangover the next day, like if you think wine's bad, oh my god, try some mead.
What is mead? I hadn't heard of that. Sorry.
Honeyed wine.
Yeah, it's very sweet, isn't it?
Oh
So
boy, is it ever.
Yeah.
so it's wine with honey in it.
Yes,
That sounds
So
and
it's
good.
it's
wine.
made a special way.
So it's
So
wine
it's
you.
different.
It's
Go
wine
ahead.
you give. It's wine you give to your sweetie if you wanted to give her a hangover. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm
Must be
terrible.
moonshine.
I have to make jokes. I'm sorry.
Oh
Moonshine,
man,
that's southern stuff there. That's good.
Oh, Southern
right?
Comfort. Oh, that's horrible stuff. Southern Comfort.
Well, but
We call it hooch up
it
here.
gets where you want to go.
That's
It
sugary
makes
too, and it's god awful.
it makes good jungle juice. It's good with other things mixed with it.
By the way, I just put a video for Jill in the private chat with a song about red wine. She might enjoy.
Oh,
Wow. Well, PvP, I can't wait until you start your music channel. That'll be hilarious.
You know, I really need to get streaming. I really do, but I just don't know where the
You
hell
know,
to
you don't
start.
even have to stream. I think it would be amazing if you just turned on your microphone, like if you just recorded yourself for 5 minutes talking about just one song and everything you like about that one song,
As
and
an
then uploading
introduction.
an individual video of
Yeah,
about.
Okay. How would I do that? Like, I'm just such a techno boob.
pretty easy, dude. Like you could literally just like put your camera face down on the thing on the table wherever you're
He has
recording, as long as
no
you
camera.
don't want to show
He
your
has no.
face.
I
He
don't
has no
have a
camera.
camera though. I don't
Okay.
have a camera.
Ah,
So that eliminates that issue.
perfect. All right, easy,
Yeah,
easy
but
peasy.
yeah, she said voiceover.
Right, like,
Yeah.
or
No,
maybe you could
well,
even try doing
well,
shorts.
what I do when I record myself, I just use the StreamYard. But instead of clicking live, I click recording, and then you can say whatever you want in the recording. Then you can download the recording, then bring it into your editor,
Editor.
and then when you put it in your editor, you separate the audio from the video, and then you just have the audio, and then you put whatever pictures you want.
Do you
Since you don't want
realize
to be
how
on camera.
complicated that sounds to me, Jill, as a noob?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it sounds pretty
I
complicated.
know you're being helpful, but I'm already lost and confused.
Don't forget to use AI art, and maybe make sure you stream and make a custom video for it, and make sure you get all those super awesome images as well, too, dude.
Okay,
Well, but
guys.
the problem is when you use AI art, it's a good way to get your mind going, but it doesn't look quite right. So you always have to bring it into Photoshop to fix it.
I need
Yeah.
a basic guide to. You're an idiot.
When
It's
you
your
guys,
first time ever doing a video on YouTube. Here's the 1, 2, 3, 4 steps that you need to know. That's what I need.
When you guys
I
talk
was
Well, there
about
you go.
AI art, when you guys bring that up, are you talking about like for the thumbnails or what?
No, I
um
was talking about like for when it's actually going through the video. Like you could be like, well, I think about this, and you could generate different images, or you could just use stock photos. That's also just as easy, probably
So,
easier.
so
But
okay, so AR software, is it a website? What is it?
oh, there's all different websites that you can use.
yeah, there are different types of websites that you can generate different artwork. Usually, the AI artwork has a description. You gotta type into what you want to have an image of. Like the way I usually do my
Uh,
3D artwork when I do my videos, I usually well, it's all. I showed you a AI generated artwork on the website I use. I usually type
right.
in like if I want to do a crossover image, I do Star Trek / Star Wars crossover idea. I type in the character name, then maybe the actor name. If I want a close image to that actor name, then I generate what I want the image to say. Like put Captain Kirk in a Starfleet blue uniform tunic with the black pants and boots.
No,
Then it
that's
go
AI art.
yeah, like that. And then you press enter. Then it usually takes either a minute or two. Then it usually generates an
Right.
image, or depending on the program, 4 images, and you get to select from those four. And if you don't like those images, you can uh, do another
Yeah,
sample,
I've
delete
seen
the
all that
previous one,
before.
and all that.
Right, I've seen all that, but what I was asking that Nemesis was talking about was on-screen graphics where it can prompt you to go to the next thing, or with words and text and stuff. Am I right or wrong?
Yep, you're right.
So you guys are talking about two different things, right? I know what AI art is, where you go in and you put in suggestions, and it draws based on what you put in there to interpret. I understand what that is. My question is for Nemesis: is this for people that don't have a video editor? Because all the things that you mentioned, I could do in my video editor. So is that for like in case you don't have a video editor, you could do it online, or you use a video editor as well, or I don't know what's your
Yeah, so basically, one of the websites that I like to use is Night Cafe, and you can download your own stuff from it. So, yeah, you could just do everything there, download it, and then put it in.
and it was like a monthly license, or how does that work?
That's a fantastic question. I would have to look more into it.
Well,
What'd you
sort
say it was called?
Night Cafe,
Thank
like
you.
NIGHT Cafe.
Yeah, plus it sort of depends on how you want to pay. If you have a free prescription at certain video maker, they should keep the watermark on the video until you pay for a plan. That's
Yep.
how my
Okay.
that's how my that's how my video maker was till I paid for a yearly subscription on my video maker to turn off the watermark on my videos when I make videos for YouTube.
I still have
Oh,
no
sweet.
idea.
Pop, you got a new sub.
I got no idea
Oh,
Yeah,
how
that's
very
what I was
cool.
gonna
video.
say.
Thank you.
Sorry. Oh, Jill, I didn't.
How can
God
you?
damn it.
Oh, that's okay.
Hello,
That's
Reese
exciting.
McCracken. Good to see you,
So
Reese and McCracken. Welcome, and hope you have a good time. Have a seat, settle down, enjoy yourself.
So PvP, should we give you a book on how to do this stuff, or should we give you some instructions for you to write down?
No,
well,
I think PvP would be more required. Like, I'm sure if like he'd be very thrilled if like someone like Jill or someone would help him out. Just a little guiding hand.
exactly. Yeah, if somebody would take a few hours, well, not even a few hours, like a few minutes to walk me through some steps, because I do have a camera here with I have an SD card that I can plug in, and I could do like a short 3-minute video on that thing if that might work. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, however you know how to make a video, you should do it and upload it. I think if you tried to talk about just one song for a few minutes, that would be pretty fun.
Hmm.
And you may want to test it out to see if it works first, too, though.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. But I think, well, I have different settings on my. I have an old camera from like 20 years ago, but it's a pretty good camera, and I do have a pretty good SD card, so I could probably do 3, 4, or 5 minutes on the SD card I have, as far as like decent quality video. Of course, it depends on what kind of quality you're going for, but I think I could do a decent short video on it. So maybe I'll actually go that route. But one thing I thought would actually work for like music, talking about my music, that I love, and bands and artists that I love. I wouldn't even need to do a video necessarily. If I could do like a like a, what is it, like a slideshow, you know,
Yeah.
to different, segments of their career, where I could just talk over that. Like, is that possible, guys? Like,
Yeah, it's very
Yes.
simple.
Well, does your computer offer you that option to make slideshows in your photos section of your computer?
I
Like,
have no idea. I have
does
no
it have
idea.
does it have an option to say make slideshow video or make slideshow with a certain amount of photos in your computer
Well,
photo
I got
area?
Windows 10, so I'm not sure if it has that. I've never thought about it.
Well, on my computer, I got Windows 10 as well. If I want to make a video, I usually, like a very old-fashioned video, what I used to do before I got I paid for a video editor. I usually go to my computer, type in photos, and if there's an option to, like, collect photos to make a slideshow or video, I usually do that. Then I had to organize the pictures in a certain order I want to give my audience an image of what I'm talking about and all that, and that took
All
me
right.
hours to do.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. That might be the one of the options to start out with, because the thing is, I got my camera and I can do like a 3 or 4 minute video, but it's like, unless I got actual, you know, something, on my table about these artists, it's going to be kind of pointless, right? Because there's no point in doing a video, of the wall or something, right? So I'd rather do
Yeah,
a
so find
slideshow.
something that you want to record. If you want to record a slideshow, then you can put the audio with the slideshow after you've recorded the video.
Yeah, I was
Like I
thinking
said,
like,
you can separate the video from the
well,
audio and
yeah,
put the
I was thinking
slideshow
like maybe do a
next to
10-minute
slideshow.
slideshow of
Pretty
like
simple.
somebody like David Bowie, who's my favorite all-time, male solo artist, because I think he's fabulous. So I could do like a 10-minute overview of his career, with just a lot of slides and just my narration over the top of that, if that might work. I'm thinking like that's just a start, right? Because I want to do far more than
All
that,
you
of course.
gotta do is give it a try. Like your first videos are not gonna be the best, and all you gotta do is do it. Give it a
Yeah,
go.
I'm just,
And
yeah,
and
I'm nervous about sticking my foot in the cold water, right?
well, PvP, like I can contest that some of my earlier videos I deleted and I had to redo them, and they were I was very much off script on my earlier videos till I found a way to develop a script to read off of when I do my videos, and
Yeah,
after that, my
right.
videos turned out to be a lot better. And and the new videos I did to re-upload were my Star Wars videos. Those were going on 5 years old, and they were passable, but not. I would say in my version, professional on my channel. It took me, once I had the right equipment or the right program, I can do a recording in about 2 hours or less, and then do a slideshow, and then have the video up in like 4 hours.
Yeah,
And
that's what I've heard. It does take some time to edit and upload stuff, but that's cool. I could just push upload and do other stuff while I'm waiting for that. So that's not
Well,
really a
yeah,
problem.
editing is a lot of fun. You should give it a go. Just try
Oh
it.
yeah, editing's
Do
a
it.
lot of
Yeah.
fun. Sure is.
Okay, hey guys,
Uh-huh.
can we do a live stream on the joy of editing someday? I'd be soaking up like a sponge if you guys want to share some of your editing secrets. I
Editing's
wouldn't
a
mind.
freaking bear, man.
Like editing 101 for dumb guys that don't know how to edit. Like that would be
well,
great.
PvP, I will tell you, if you don't have the right pictures or slideshows, it becomes a pain in the butt if you don't know how to cut it the right area in the right word area you want to put the picture or slideshow you want. After that, it gets all miscalculated, and you have to start all, well, cut out the part you don't want, then try to put the part you want back in, and then all that, it gets more complicated. But I don't want to scare you, but it can be fun sometimes. But overall, it's a huge pain if you don't know how to do the editing video the right way. It can be fun, but also terrible too.
He's just
So
talking about
basically,
lining up what you're
like,
saying with what you're seeing.
There's only
Mhm.
there's only one way to learn, right? And I remember when I was learning how to ride a bicycle in the '60s,
Oh, here
I'd
we go.
fall on my ass and fall on my head and scrape my knees, and I'd run crying home to mama. And it's like, well, after a month, I did learn how to ride a bike, and then my friends and I would ride our bicycles all over hell every weekend for miles and miles and hours and hours. So sometimes learning is a painful experience, but in the long run, it certainly pays off, right? So, yeah.
He fell on his head again.
Well, that explains a lot. I fell on my head. Yeah. Yeah. So,
I didn't say that.
Well, PvP. Look, you could have like one of your social group do the slideshow for you, and then you could just do the recording and have one of your panelists or one of the community to actually fill out where you want the slideshow, which words you want to be emphasized with a certain picture. You could, but then you gotta go back and forth with your editor, like you send emails back and forth to make sure they did the editing just right and your recording just right on how the slideshow and your recording mash up together to make the right video you want.
yeah, it makes
You,
sense.
you
Thanks, Dan. I appreciate your advice there. Uh, yeah, I'm thinking, because I don't want to bore you guys on a live stream here, but I'm thinking there's a few people that I might chat after the stream's over, and I'm sure they would offer a bit of advice. So I'll figure it out. But yeah, thank you for the advice there, Dan.
Yeah, well, maybe like if you just want to do the recording and then have a slideshow to go with it, you could have the person that you're asking either do a slideshow for you and do the editing on their end, and that way they could send you a rough video patch on how you want it. They send you an email, then you can press the email, download the rough draft from your email to your computer. Then you can
Okay.
you can watch the video that way. Then
Yeah.
then you can listen to your dialogue script you sent to them. Then you can see if the photos they set up for you, if the photos match the word or the name you want to make sure where it's the photos just right and time just right, where you're able to show a picture just at the right time you want to entertain your audience with. That's how I usually do it on my
Yeah, that
video editor.
makes a lot of sense. It's like you're going. He started his career in dot 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 19 whenever, and then you show a picture of him at that time, right? So
If
yeah,
you have any available, yes. If you have
yeah,
if you have
yeah,
any available.
yeah. I totally get. Well, there's lots available. What I'm thinking, but yeah, that makes total sense. Syncing up the visuals to the audio, like yeah, that makes total sense. And I think I could probably get some advice from a couple of people here. I don't want to burden them with too much time, but I think there's a few people that wouldn't mind giving me 5 or 10 minutes of advice. So, yeah, yeah, that's something I got to work on, though. It's going to be a while before I get it together because I've just been so damn busy the last month, guys. It's kind of great. I've done so much, but it's like, wow, I've done almost too much, right?
Well, I'll tell you this. It took me a few weeks to figure my video working program on my own, and I messed up a lot of times on the editing on my first video. So I had to. It was a steep learning curve for me anyway to learn how to do it by myself.
Yeah, it's the same for me. Like, thing is, I bought my first computer. I think it was 1998 or 1999. So, I've had computers on my desktop here for like a quarter century now. So, I'm not a total newbie or anything. I mean, I know, like, when it comes to desktops in general, programs and shit, I'm pretty good at it. And you know, I I am quite capable of picking up downloading a piece of software that I know is going to work well for me, and it's always a learning curve. It might take me a day, 2 days, a week to figure out all the ins and outs, and the bells and whistles on a program, but generally I'm pretty good at figuring that shit out. So yeah, it's just basically that damn learning curve, right, guys? If you know what I mean.
Yes.
Editing a video is a lot of fun when you cut yourself out of a background and insert another background behind you like I do. It's lots of fun, man.
Captain, first, let's let PvP walk before he can run. Okay, let him start with the basics first.
Yeah.
I'll begin to. I'll crawl before I even try to walk.
Yeah, exactly.
You be crawling all right.
Oh yeah. Well, wouldn't be the first time. Oh God, I am self
You bad.
appreciating. I'm bad. I'm nationwide.
And,
I love
and,
ZZ Top.
and Captain Shepard, look, once PvP figures out the kinks and highs and knows how to do that, and if he has enough money, he probably can start doing backgrounds like you do. But right now, he's still a bare bones computer programmer. So let him learn the basics first on editing and all that. And once he learns that, you can go into more complex things with him to help him out with those. Right now, let him start with the basics.
Yeah.
Yeah, PvP, just learn your tools. Like, learn what they do, learn everything that they can, because once you know exactly what they all do, it's going to be so much easier for you because you're going to know, and it's just going to come naturally. Like, it's not as big of a deal as everyone's making it. You got this, dude. You got this by the ass.
Yeah. I know. Nothing's.
I'm glad you think so.
It's like tying your shoelaces for the first time, right, Nemesis? It's like, oh, that's like, how can I ever do that? And then you do it, and it's like, fuck, tying my shoelaces is really easy. It's like I get totally what you're saying. By the way, if any of you guys have a program that you think might be worth checking out, if you want to post it in the private chat here, that would be much appreciated, guys. If you wouldn't mind.
Do you have your own video maker software or not yet?
Well, I got Windows 10. I don't know what the hell is on it as far as video maker, so
Nothing.
probably not, because Windows 10 probably sucks donkey balls. But as far as doodads like video makers, I have no idea.
Well,
Windows 10 does not come with a built-in video editor.
Okay.
But there's websites where you
Not
can do that.
surprised. Okay, I need to get something to download then.
I could send you a link to what I use on my computer in the private chat if you want.
Yeah, if you want to put it in the private chat, please do, Dan. That would be great, man.
If I'm able to look up the program I use first, I gotta look at the name.
I bought Camtasia, but it's a little pricey.
Yeah, free is better. If you can give me free, that would be much appreciated. Because
how much RAM do you have, PvP?
Probably a lot, because I've got a gaming computer that's only 3 years old. So
then that should be fine.
It's a pretty powerful computer that I've got, I think, actually, Pop.
PvP, how should I put this? Every video maker is free until you do a monthly service charge or yearly charge, because whenever you do a video maker, there's always going to be a free charge, and then when it's free, you got the watermark on the program that you have to deal with, unless you buy a plan to go with it.
Right. Well, I don't mind a water. I don't.
You can buy them outright.
I can live with a watermark for the first couple of trial videos, because it's like I might even delete those, after a month or two. I just want to
exactly.
I want to get my feet wet. Yeah, that's basically it, right?
Well,
right, like do the free version as best you can for now. You don't, like you said, you're cutting your teeth. You're gonna probably have to delete a bunch of videos, just like everyone else has said, because this is screwed up, or that's screwed up, or that didn't upload right, or that didn't render properly. What's going on with that? So who cares if you have a little dinky thing in the bottom right corner? People don't care. I mean, like once we get you to like 1,000 subs, we might talk about getting you something better, but I mean, for now, free is good, dude.
I'm sure I'm gonna fuck it up so amazingly. Like, I know myself well enough, guys, that I'm gonna fuck it up. So it's like, yeah.
And PvP, there is YouTube videos that can show you how to do the video programs to help you make it easier if you're a visual learner that way too. I mean, I sent you a link to a video maker I use on my own computer. You can check it out later tonight if you want.
You want to post those, because the trouble with YouTube is it can go how to make a YouTube video, or how to organize your files, or how to organize your playlist, and then I watch like half a dozen of them. It's like, fuck, none of these people are talking about what I want to find out about, right? So YouTube is great, but it can be very daunting. So if you have a great one or two that actually might, be worth watching, I would totally be awesomely appreciative of that. But I remember I was trying to, I got like probably 100 playlists up on my music channel now, and like I'm getting pissed off because I'm like, it's a mess, right? I want to organize it, and I haven't found any videos that it's like, how do you organize these into like, you know, groupings or whatever, right? It's like topics or different genres or something at least, and I'm like, oh shit, I can't figure this out, man.
Well, I sent you a YouTube link to a trial run on the program I use. It's about 5 months old. Hopefully, it's up to date enough for you to figure out
No, the program changed. You should have given him 13. It has changed.
So the Primal video link is no good?
Well, it gives you a basic idea, but there, instead of 12, there is a number 13 program in that there because I use the same thing.
Well,
and it's only $50 a year.
Well, as Miss Captain, how different is it? Is it similar enough for him to use the old version, or is it too different for him to use to get the new version?
Version 13 is a hell of a lot better. It's got AI in there and all that stuff. You need to update your program.
But guys, guess what just happened? Jedi Bill is here.
Hey, Bill, what's up?
Hey,
Bill. Hello.
Hey, Jedi Bill, how's the karaoke going?
Well, Captain, look, for the trial run video I sent in the chat, it was, unless you know a newer version of the trial edited video, then that's the only one I could use that up to date. That's about 5 months old. Unless you know another one that's further up to date.
Right. Yeah, if he does download that, he'll probably have the newer version.
Well, if you want to correct me, I can delete the one I have in the chat. Or
no, it's okay. It's
What's the name of the software?
Wondershare.
Start. And how much did you say it was per year?
$50 a year.
Depending on which plan you buy.
$50 a year is all I pay, and that's what I use it on my fan film.
They still have some that bet I'm going to be doing this any day now. I'm just going to buy the program outright. It's like 80-something bucks, and I own it. No monthly payments for me.
Yeah, if you don't have
there is no monthly payments, it's $50 a year.
Yeah, if you don't have to sub, that's a good thing. But I'm just gonna
because as soon as you don't make a payment, it's restricted again. I want something that as soon as I give them $1, it's mine, and they can't restrict it from me in the future. But that's just my opinion.
That's why I don't believe in streaming media.
Well, anyway, PvP, the link may be a little out of date, but at least it's a start for you to figure out how to do a video program editor to try to upload some of your videos.
Right. It'll have some tutorials you can look at.
I appreciate all you guys giving me a help tonight. Like, you guys are awesome, and I'm gonna like everybody does when they're learning some new shit. I'll stumble around like an idiot. I'll stumble around like an idiot for a while, but hopefully in a month or two I'll start figuring things out and get something uploaded. Yeah.
Yeah, and you could ask me and Captain Shepard about that program since me and him both use the same program.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Nemesis. Nemesis stepped out.
Gotcha.
It's easy to operate. I mean, I didn't know crap.
That's it.
Yeah. But just playing with it will get you familiarized with it. And a lot of times, a lot of these programs, I don't know this particular program that you're talking about, but usually they come with tutorials that walk you through it.
That's always the way,
they're very
Joe.
intuitive.
I've downloaded some extremely complicated software in the last 25 years, and I would always go to the tutorial because usually it has one, when you open it, and I would read pages and pages and pages of instructions sometimes. But once I did that, I started to figure it out. It's like, hey, this program is actually pretty simple. if you
Yep.
actually walk yourself through it, right? So I know there can be a huge learning curve, but I'm not intimidated by learning curves at all because I have been there many times in the last quarter century, guys. So, but I want to say I love all your help. I love all your courage. Your encouragement means a lot, guys. It means a hell of a lot. And I'm going to try and check out some of this stuff that I've made note of, and you know, hopefully sometime this early in the summer, I'll actually start posting some stuff because I know I've talked about this far too long, and I'm very frustrated myself that I haven't done videos yet, and I want to.
Um,
I want to do live streams too. So anyway, I'll shut the hell up now.
PvP.
Well, and that
Before you finish, do you know how to make slideshows at least on your computer to figure out which pictures you want to use to say what when you want to in your script? Do you have
Oh
pictures to
gosh,
use?
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure.
Because if you try to make a slideshow, you gotta make sure you have you have the photos downloaded on your computer, or you have pictures already on your computer to do a slideshow. Usually,
Well, I can do a slideshow if I have pictures on my computer for sure. Yeah, that's easy. Yeah.
I just want to make
yeah,
sure.
PvP, you got this, dude. Like you've got a good enough personality that once you start doing live streams, you're gonna have enough people flocking to you. Like you're gonna take off. And I know it's like you said, it's a big first step, but once you do it, you're gonna be like, it's gonna be pretty. You've got this. You've got this by the ass,
Uh,
dude.
Nemesis, you're so encouraging. Like I love you, man. That's so nice of you to say. Like seriously, dude. Like oh, that's heartwarming, Nemesis. I'm overjoyed that you're saying that, man.
Yeah, dude, straight up. It's
Yeah.
it's the truth.
Well, I might stumble. I wouldn't be surprised if the first couple of live streams I get like one or two or maybe no people at all watching because it's like I'm a complete newbie. And let's face it, guys, there's like dozens and dozens of folks doing very cool, interesting live streams every week.
Well,
So
it's one step at a time, and I'm not meaning this in a bad way, but either put up or shut up. Go ahead and get it going,
is that
and
Hell yeah.
just
are you trying to encourage me, Jill?
yes, I am.
You're giving me
Because
the hard
you're
love, hard
exactly
love.
exactly what you're saying is a lot of the times your first live streams will have 0 subscribers. One of the earliest moments of my live stream experience did have 0 subscribers, and I was on live with Clobberin Times. I had a great YouTuber with me, and we were talking about great stuff, and I didn't have any viewers. And he said, "Don't worry about that number. Forget about it. All you got to do is talk about what you like and what you have to share." And eventually, people come, and they did.
Yeah,
That's a good point, Jill.
yeah, and plus you have friends that know your broadcasting time. That way they could show up in your chat to encourage you to interact with the chat. Or if you have StreamYards, you're able to figure that out. You can have other streamers on once you get StreamYard set up too to be on
Yeah,
your channel.
I get what Jill's saying though. It's like if I want to start doing live streams just for the fun of doing live streams because there's a lot of topics that aren't covered currently in the community, and the unfortunate thing is perhaps they might not be popular in the community, which scares me because
But that's the most annoying thing to me is when someone goes live and they say, "Oh, nobody's here. I better shut up because nobody cares about me."
oh no,
Just talk about
Oh
what
my
you
god,
like.
I only
Keep
have
going.
sorry, Joe, 9 subscribers watching. Oh, this is terrible. I need at least 10. At least 10.
I've seen people. I've seen people that do that to get on there and start crying and whining because they have nothing to talk about.
I wasn't going to say that, but I was just going to say all of the streams you guys do are like sci-fi, fantasy, horror. You guys have your topics pretty much nailed down, right? Like you guys have got your what you do very much. And I'm thinking like I'm a big fan of like of westerns. Like I love 1950s westerns. Like Have Gun Will Travel and the Rifleman and all
Oh,
those kind of cool shows.
didn't Gene
I'm thinking
Roddenberry write or something?
nobody in the
Yep.
fucking community is gonna want to watch that with me, right? None of you guys are gonna.
Cares?
Come
You'll
on, are
find
you?
your. That's the key. PvP. You talk about what you're passionate about, and it may not be the same community that everyone else has, but you're going to build your own niche, and you're going to
Well,
have your own people
Yeah,
who are going to be interested in the same thing you are.
I
And
have
so what
thought
you're
of
going to
that.
do is that we have different circles, and our circles, they sometimes coincide, but you're going to have interesting people on your channel that don't show up on our channels, and then they're going to show up on ours too because they've learned about us through
Yeah.
you.
Exactly.
I get
Totally.
exactly what you're saying, Jill, but I miss you guys so much. I just miss you guys. If you're not
No, we're still
Well, and
be
that's what
here, but you're going to find your own audience. is what I'm saying.
Exactly. And that's what I love about it, right? Like, I do gaming. That's a completely different genre from everything that you guys do, except for Jill. Jill's been doing lots of your old school gaming, which, once again, unique. People show up for that. People show up. And what, like Jill was saying, it's about your personality. As like, no one's going to show up if you're not talking or whatever and just sitting with dead silence for like hours on end, right? Like, you need to. And I'll put it to you this way, PvP, in a way that I think you'd probably appreciate. Like, all of your favorite bands played to venues with no one. They played to empty houses a lot of the times, especially starting out. But they didn't give up, and they put in their dues, and they've made it to where they are, and you're going to be talking about them, just like you will.
And PvP, and for another piece of advice, the way I usually did my first live streams, which were, I was still learning the ropes on live streams, but sometimes it's nice to have a video script that you type up yourself, and you have something to organize your thoughts off, to bounce off of. That way you don't just stare blankly or do a live stream with dead silence. Sometimes it's nice to have a little script to that way you read off a sort of to see what the hell you're talking about and all that.
I will definitely plan on a script because since my channel is about music, hence rock and roll, I will probably pick a solo artist or a band that I am a big fan of and talk about their career, their legacy, their albums, the various members of the band, or if they're a solo guy, I'll just talk about the solo people. And I'll just, put a little interjections in if like, oh, I saw this guy live 3 times and he was incredibly amazing and he sounded just great as he did on his albums because he was a master vocalist and a great showman. He had a great band and blah, 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 right? I'll put all that shit, of course.
Was that somebody who's not David Bowie? I want to hear about that.
No, well, I was
definitely.
I was thinking about David Bowie, but I have lots of a lot. You know me too well, Jill.
But you got to think about it like this, PvP, cool. Right? Like
That's cool, Jill.
There are thousands of videos out there being like, oh, here's the story of David Bowie. It's going to be like you said, oh, I saw him at this time doing this. I saw him doing that. Or it's going to be your thoughts, like how Pop does it with all of his little tidbits and trivia bits when it comes to Gilligan's Island, Lost in Space, any of the movies that we've done. He's the one with all this cool little tidbits that most people don't know. And you can kind of try and go through with that.
Yeah, in an alternate timeline, I have time for Gilligan's Island because that's a fun show.
Yeah, plus PvP, the script is usually so that you don't remain dead silent in your videos usually, because when you're dead silent, your audience either gets bored real fast or they don't want, or they tune out your live stream, and then you lose an potential subscriber and audience member. If you
a full script is usually essential for a short form video, but for a live stream, sometimes you don't need a full script. You just need bullet points of certain topics that you want to cover, certain links that you want to explore.
Yeah, that's sort of how I am. I have a beginner script I use. Then I sort of figured it out that I can just talk about my fan fictions, my certain scenarios on Star Wars, Star Trek, Stargate. Like, what if a certain Star Trek character was in Star Wars or Stargate character was in Star Trek and all that. I do that on my live streams, and I have chatters usually to chat with, and sometimes I have panelists on if they have the time to come on.
Well, you like
Oh, speaking of
Stargate.
chat,
You
do we
should-
have any? Not to
Fine.
interrupt you. Sorry, Joe.
Well,
That's a
I just
good
wanted to say.
question.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Sorry, Joe. No, just make your point, and then we'll go to chat.
Go ahead, Jill.
No, I just wanted to give Sci-Fi Sith Dan an idea because you love Stargate. You should talk about the Stargate episode that has Renee Auberjonois in it, who plays Odo in Deep
Ooh.
Space Nine. I really
Hell yeah.
love that episode. Anyway,
Hey, Jill, that's a
you can
great
read the chat
idea.
now.
Because everybody talks about Stargate SG-1, like that's the focus of all the fans, right? But
Well, there's
to
also
me,
there's also the Atlantis fans and Stargate Universe fans too. There's different sections of the fan base, but mainly it's SG1 and Atlantis usually.
well, for me, I'm a total Atlantis guy. Like I love this, like 100 episodes, I believe, in 5 seasons, and I love that series so much. It's got so much good stuff in it, and I just love the way they develop the Wraith as adversaries. And they're not really total villains, like they're very scary, but we do get to meet some of them, and one of them actually becomes an ally. I think in season 4 and 5, which is
Somewhat,
cool.
yeah.
Cool. Oh,
Cool
and
as
speaking
hell.
of Star Trek and Stargate mashups, that's
Uh-oh.
Connor Trenier from Enterprise, who plays Michael, the Wraith.
Yeah, he
Michael
does.
is
in,
cool. I love
SG1
Michael.
Atlantis.
Yeah. Well, do you mind spoilers about Atlantis? Because I could go into spoilers about Atlantis if you don't mind. Or do you not want spoilers, PvP?
It's a show from. Oh, okay. You're asking people.
Do you,
Yeah, I
you
don't
want
mind
spoilers or not?
I watched the show like 3 times at least, so no.
Well,
worries.
you probably know that Michael is a very understandable villain because it was the last exhibition that turned him into a human as an experiment. Then he reverted back to a wraith, and the wraith did not want him. Then the Atlantis betrayed him, turned him into another human. Then he became wraith again. Then after a few episodes, it's hinted at. There's a fan theory out there that Michael. He wasn't originally a race scientist. He studied somewhat, I think, probably genetics or something. He was able to use his science knowledge to turn himself into a wraith-human hybrid, where he did not need the need to feed with the wraith weakness to feed on humans. So he found a way to have the wraith or wraith-human hybrid feed on normal human food.
That would be revolutionary if that happened during the course of the show, but I don't think that actually happened. Where
it did. Well, the Michael character did that, but I'm not sure if the Wraith did that. But again,
it wasn't a thing that could be replicated. Is what I mean.
Yeah, well, I hate to be a bigger sci-fi nerd on this, but yes, there are books on the art because they're non-canon in the Stargate universe. But the books and the fan authors, they go further in depth in the Wraith, and the Atlantis expedition and the Wraith eventually sign a treaty to end their civil war or the war, and they give them something called the retrovirus that allows them to eliminate the Wraith's ability to feed on humans for substance, and they were able to. I'm not exactly sure. I haven't read too much into it, but I think they turned them into the ability to eat human food only in those books.
Well, yeah, that is. Well, I haven't gotten into the non-canon stuff. Mostly, I just watched the TV show, so I don't know the non-canon things, and so the things you're mentioning about don't register with me. But that's pretty cool that all of that stuff exists because we're so starved for good content. I'm glad you found something fun.
And that stuff is actually from the Stargate wiki, fandom wiki that I used too. I looked up. I used the Stargate wiki to look up.
Oh, you didn't read the books, but that's still cool. That's still cool that you know about it, though.
Is PvP still here?
We do have the chat. We do have some chat, and so it wouldn't be too much time to catch
So should we shut up then?
Yeah.
No, we don't have to. I still want to talk about Stargate, but more canon stuff that I know. But let's read the chat first.
Okay, so we were talking about Jill's wine, lemon pie. What kind of red? Beaujolais, I think.
I don't understand how he knew exactly
lemon
the kind
pie.
of wine I was drinking. I don't know how to pronounce it either.
Yeah, I have a friend that likes mead. I'm not a fan, and I myself have never heard it or tried it. And Joe says, yes, Lemon Pie. Scotty R37 recommended. Once I told him what I wanted, and it is perfect. And Lemon Pie says, I haven't had any Beaujolais in a while, but maybe it's time to revisit it. And Lemon Pie says, especially since Scotty recommends Grow Fatigued with his last recommendation, PBR and Twinkies. That sounds
Yeah,
like
he
it's
gets
out there.
Twinkies for Christmas, and so he appreciates it for that.
Oh, see, yeah.
Very cool. Lemon Pie says, but seriously, I do like Beaujolais. And Jill says, me too, Lemon Pie. So good. Lemon Pie says, are you still going to help PvP stream? That will be cool. And Lemon Pie says, I had rose earlier. And
Nice.
Jedi Jill says, hello,
Rosé's
everyone.
great
Hello,
too.
Jill.
I love
Jedi.
rosé with some seafood. Good pairing.
Lemon Pie says,
Fair
howdy,
enough.
Jedi Bill. Jedi Bill says, hello, Lemon Pie. Jedi Bill says, hello. Oops, let me highlight these. Job, aka LDG.
Hello, LDG. Are you awake?
And that's roughly it.
Jedi Bill says, hail, pop culture creator. And I do Jill, hello, sir. And don't need to read Stream Elements, but I am caught up with the chat currently.
All right.
So where were we?
You guys were talking about SG Stargate or some show I don't watch. I'm not really sure.
Yeah. Oh, you don't watch Star? You should watch Stargate SG-1 if you're tired of new stuff and you want to watch something cool. SG-1, a lot of fun.
I saw the movie. I didn't watch the series, but I did watch the first
fine,
series.
but the series is more fun. Honestly,
I know
it's one of the cases
it,
where the TV series is better.
Yeah,
well, I'm sure it was very successful. It was on the air for a while.
yeah, but like all
Oh,
TV
yeah.
shows, the first few seasons are a little rough. It's about build up and set up later on, but then towards season 3 or 4, it gets a lot better. But then
Really?
that's my opinion.
I think it picks up right in the middle of season 1. I love all of Stargate so much, and even the first few episodes that are setting everything up are still a good time for me.
You know, I hate to say it, but I never watched SG1.
What? Damn.
What is an Oprah?
Do you guys have
Is one of the
tar?
lines.
Do you have the tar and feathers ready? I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that. It's okay. It's something that not
I
everybody
keep
sees.
hearing it's one of the fundamental great sci-fi shows, and I have seen a few early ones.
It is.
And
It's not exactly as
good.
a pinnacle as Star Trek, but it has that kind of a spirit of adventure and caring about life, and so it kind of has that idea of optimism.
And that's why I liked
Even
Atlantis, I guess, because I came in late, and Atlantis was the show I discovered because it was on the TV at the time I was watching a lot of TV, and it was like, wow, this is really, really great. And I knew it was like the the follow up show to SG1. Of course, I was aware of that, but I really liked the show, and I really thought it was great. And well, okay, I'm going to show my Canadianness now. I thought Rodney was a great character because, for once, a damn TV show had a Canadian as a major character. It's like, what the fuck, you know?
and from the beginning, Stargate rather was filmed in Canada for that whole time, and
Around Vancouver, a lot around.
eventually Rodney McKay was not always a good character. At first, he was presented
Oh,
as an
he's annoying
asshole,
as
and then
hell.
shit. And then there's an episode. I'm sorry, Pop. I don't know if I'm allowed to curse in the stream, but
Yeah,
Hey,
there
Aquila
was.
needs to buy another lottery ticket.
She's
I was just
okay.
gonna say,
I'll tell you the episode
Sorry,
where
Joe.
I went from not liking McKay to loving him, and it's that episode where he gets stuck in the puddle jumper, and he gets stuck at the bottom of Atlantis.
The ocean.
Yeah, the ocean of Atlantis. Yes.
And basically, where Will rescues him, or Will sends the rescue Paul Trooper in the right area to search for Rodney McKay, and where he has a little fantasy about Samantha Carter.
my god!
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
well,
right.
it shows how he could be how he's vulnerable and that he can make mistakes, and then he pretty much
Well,
messed up, and
I
it's
always,
great. It's a really great episode.
I
That
always,
is the best one.
I always liked Rodney because I knew he was portrayed early on as a dick, and I
Or
got that. But
or
I knew in his heart that he was actually a pretty good guy, and that was the episode I think, Jill, you're talking about when it's like, hey, this guy he's got a heart, right? He's got a soul. He's
Yeah,
not just a dick, right?
if anybody wants to see that episode, it's called Grace Under Pressure. I want to go watch it now, actually.
yeah, and
Ooh,
But
cool.
PvP. This is kind of a ironic twist. Since you're a TOS Star Trek fan, me and Jill are both SG-1 and Atlantis fans, so you actually haven't seen the original Stargate TV show, have you?
I have not. I fully admit that that's one of well, I have millions of TV shows and movies on my watch list, just like my friend Jill does. We've
I
discussed
have
that many
over
times.
500 things on my watch list,
That's
TV shows and
probably for
movies.
me too, Jill. And the thing is, you're a lot younger, so you got like a decade or two more than I do to do that. I'm
Yeah,
like,
and
oh crap, I got 20 years left. How am I ever gonna fit all this shit in, you know?
just
That
binge
might
watch
be
it all
less.
day. Just binge watch it.
Yeah, but I gotta do a job for a living, and then I have
Yep.
like real life, like buying
Yep.
groceries and putting gas in the car. So I wish I could binge watch constantly, but
Well,
it's just not
PvP,
reality.
what's at the top of your list? You have a watch list too? And what's at the
Oh
top of it?
God, Jill, thank you for putting me on the spot again.
Oh my god.
That's a hard question.
Number
You
one,
know,
start a YouTube channel and make videos, then do
you
live
know,
streams.
Jill, you realize we're on the final episode of Man from Uncle tomorrow?
What's the
Like for
last one for real? That's awesome.
well, for
Wow. That's
season
great.
two. Season two, I mean. It's number
That
30, right?
well, that's good news because after that we're gonna watch 2 Avengers
And
per
we can do
week.
2 Avengers and probably finish those in like about 10 or 15 weeks. Easy, right? And then we do Bond, right? We'll do the
Yeah,
25
we're gonna
Bond.
watch all the episodes, all the movies, all the
Well,
Bond
we don't
movies.
need Doctor No though, so it's like 24
Right,
Bond,
right.
right?
Yeah, that's the only one I've seen, so I don't have to watch that one. I have to watch the rest. Yes.
But since I was asked what's at the top of my watch list, I was looking at shows that what would Jill really like after Bond is over, like in maybe 8 months or whatever the hell it is, and we gotta pick another show to watch. Well, hopefully we might get back to season 3 of Uncle at that point. Maybe not. I don't know. But I thought, okay, Jill's a sci-fi fan. She likes Star Trek. She likes Lost in Space. What's another great 1960s sci-fi show? And the only one that I love that came to mind was a little show called The Invaders, which ran from 1967 to 1968 because it was a mid-season January replacement show that only went for like a year and a half. But the first season was absolutely fantastic, and it got incredibly awesome guest stars. Had some good special effects. The flying saucers were like the classic 1950s saucers, and they were really cool.
I'm
And
in. This is perfect. We're gonna watch that next.
awesome, awesome.
You got it. You got it. You got it down. You know what I'm into here.
Okay.
And PvP,
See, I guess I know my Joes well.
and PvP, look, you could binge watch TV shows on your days off. If you have time, like a few hours to kill, you can binge watch a few episodes of a TV show too.
Yeah, but I don't have like today was crazy. I was just busy all day. So yeah.
Yeah, well, if you do binge watch a few episodes of each or of a certain TV show, that'll be your homework to do your live stream on, or your fellow sci-fi panelists that want to join your live streams if you want to talk about certain
Well,
stuff.
I will think about it, Dan. I appreciate the advice, but it's just like I don't know about you guys, but I find I guess if I was completely retired and I didn't have to work That's all at my day job. I could probably fit in a lot of stuff that I do that I can't now, but it's just like, man, I work 4 days a week, and by the time Thursday night rolls around and I'm done, it's like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I know it's a 3 day weekend, which seems like a long time for some people, but it still flies by because I got stuff to do. And yeah, it's just like, but I will get it balanced out eventually. It's just, you gotta, it's like, getting a car to run really well. You gotta get under the hood and you gotta fine tune it and you gotta find all the sweet spots and you make that motor run really good, right? So, yeah.
And one
Yeah.
of one of the things you got to do if you want to be really good in live streams is to make sure you say hello to the wonderful people in your chat, including Canadian Spider-Man.
Is he here?
Yes, he
Oh
is.
yeah, he's in chat.
Hello, Canadian Spider-Man.
And
Hey, Spidey.
Hello, Lemon Pie. Hello, Lemon Pie.
Spidey.
Lemon Pie says you don't know how much. I'm sorry, you don't know which kind of wine you were drinking. Well, you mentioned it in another stream, but you had an open bottle.
Yeah, that's true. I
Sorry,
was
guys,
gonna
I'm
drink it
so
that
far
night,
behind.
but I didn't open it until tonight. Now you know the whole entire story arc of this bottle of wine, Lemon Pie.
Speaking of wine, hello, friends.
hey, Canadian Spider-Man.
Nice
Hi.
Spidey.
Hello,
Hey, dude.
Evening.
Spidey.
Happy Saturday night.
Hey, Canadian Spider-Man, we're trying to encourage PvP to start his own YouTube channel officially. Do you have any
Oh,
tips
hell,
for him?
I started a long time ago, but
What a well, you do know
Absolutely.
how to turn on your microphone. That is always the first step. And yeah, it's really great to see you,
Matt,
Spidey.
if I have to drive over there and it's only an hour away, I will help you turn on your microphone, buddy. Yes, I encourage you.
is my microphone not on?
It is.
It
And,
is.
Your camera, your streaming
and,
service.
I
and
do
PvP
not have a camera. Believe me, you don't want to see my face because I don't want to damage the internet with my visage. So,
I do it on occasion. It doesn't hurt.
well,
and
Yeah, I've survived.
you
I encourage you.
yeah, but you're attractive, Jill, so it doesn't hurt the internet. But I would probably break it with my face. Just saying.
It's a
and
good thing your voice is golden.
and PvP to
I've been
not
told I have a voice for radio. Trouble is, nobody wants to hire anybody to do radio anymore because it's all computerized now, right? So, well, fuck me. I guess I was born like 30 years too late or whatever, but whatever.
and PvP, to not discourage you on going on to YouTube, but if you decide to retire and make YouTube your full-time job or living, then it will either get worse or better for you. Because all of us, we do YouTube right here currently for just a hobby. But if any of us get big enough to earn money off YouTube, then you gotta keep up the hours you do, produce videos on the regular basis that your subscribers are able to keep up the watch hours for you to earn more money and all that.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to fully retire anytime soon because I should have some pension coming in soon, but it's not going to be near enough to pay the rent and all the other bills and gas and food and all that fun stuff. So, yeah, I probably will keep working for the next few years at least. So, yeah.
Well, PvP. Well, what I'm trying to say is, all of us are still newbies, and we're still maybe some of us are demonetized already. But if you are able to get enough hours and enough subscribers to start earning some money on YouTube, you can do that, but it probably won't be much till you develop your footprint bigger on YouTube, like some of the YouTubers do it for professionally to make money off YouTube. And then,
oh yeah.
And my point is, for some of the professional YouTubers that actually make YouTube as a living, they work a lot of hours to try and make a lot of videos for their subscribers to keep them entertained and to keep their watch hours up and to earn more money. My point is that
I'm very familiar with some YouTubers that I won't mention on here because they have hundreds of thousands of subs and they generally do like at least a once a week, if not twice a week, show where they're getting tons of super chats. They're probably making at least $1,000 a week, just on super chats alone. So it's like, yeah, I am fully aware of that. But I mean, let's put it this way: if people as good as pop culture Anti-derivative Jill, Gorillas Random Thoughts, all the some of my friends I hang out with every week, and I think have awesome content and great channels. If they're not getting big bucks, it's like it's gonna take me a long time to make big bucks. Yeah,
What do
but
your feet look like?
I don't care about that. That's not what it's about for me. It's about having a good time with my friends. That's what I care about, right? So yeah.
Hmm.
No, I mean I wouldn't mind getting rich if I could, but I don't think that's gonna happen
Yeah, but
anytime
Good
soon.
luck.
but what I was trying to say is that some of these big YouTubers they work with 70 hours a week sometimes to make content for their
Oh,
audience
they
to
must.
consume and all that.
It's a full-time job to make what
Yeah, in
they're
other words,
making.
like if you retire from your old job, if you make a huge success on YouTube, then you actually have another job to work with. Then you got to keep it up just like your old job. In other words, so even more hard work to put in though.
Well, the thing
But
is,
like PvP is saying, you got to be realistic, and it is good to keep your day job so that you can eat. But also, something we want to do is say hello to Lisa. Hey, Lisa.
Hey, Lisa.
hey, Lisa.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm trying to get caught up in the chat. I apologize, everyone. You don't know how I knew which kind of wine you're drinking. Well, you mentioned in another stream. That's right, an open bottle. Okay, gotcha.
Oh
Mims
yeah,
means
I'm
the
working through
detective
it
lemon
too.
pie in action. And Joe says, "Oh
Nice.
yes, that makes sense." Well, it is open now. And
Mhm.
lemon pie says, "I usually have the ability to see all booze everywhere." And Canadian Spider-Man,
Oh,
hail there, brother! Holy crap, this is where everyone is pop culture curator. Well, I'm glad you could stop by, sir. Canadian Spider-Man says, just finished with Culture Casino and Jediville. Hail, friends. Very cool.
oh,
Canada
was Culture
Spider-Man, welcome.
Casino singing?
No, he was giving just he was helping people that had any issues and needed advice, and he was spot on with all of his advice. And I encourage. He thought about making a second channel just to do advice and just talking with people, and I encourage him to do it. Like
What kind of advice?
well, anything. He's just got a good ear, and he's a kind soul. So if
Yeah,
he
he seems like a nice guy.
if he
A
thinks
lot
he
of good
wants to
nights,
do it,
Agent.
I came close to being on a live stream with him, but he didn't. He wasn't able to make the live stream I was on that he was invited to. But yeah, he's really cool. He's a great guy.
I think once with our friend Cardinal Sin with Gil. I think which I'm drinking red wine out of his mug right now, Jill. I think
Oh,
he
we
was on
both
the
have
stream
to have some
early.
red wine.
Oh yeah, Beaujolais. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, that's what I got.
Hey, West Kegel.
I don't know what it is either.
Nemesis and Jill, hello to you too, says Canadian Spider-Man. And PvP Sci-Fi, hello, eh? Canadian Spider-Man, LDG, hail, buddy. I think LDG's a little out of it right now.
So good to have LDG
Canadian
back.
Spider-Man says, right.
It's just good to
Canadian
see he's
Spider-Man
still
says, lemon
playing.
pie, wine, buddy. Finish the beer, and wine is a ticket. And Canadian Spider-Man says, it depends. What do your feet look like, PvP? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that was
Heyo.
OnlyFans. Yeah.
Lemon
Only
pie
feet.
says, yes, and yeah, I love a good red wine, but Jill is currently imbibing a Beaujolais. And hello, Lisa. Welcome, welcome. So glad to see you. I hope you enjoy yourself.
I think you get better at
And Lemon
pronouncing
pie
it every
says,
time you say it.
Lisa, Canadian Spider-Man, well said, PvP. We are here for the great people and the company.
You got
And
it,
Lisa
buddy.
says, hello, Jill and gang. And Canadian Spider-Man says, what? Lisa's here? She is following me. What do I do, Lemon Pie? And PvP says, thanks, Spidey. Lisa says, LOL, hello, CSM. And hello, Wes Cagle. Wes Cagle says, hello, all. And Lemon
Oh,
Pie says, CSM, embrace it. And Lisa, hail, Wes Cagle. And Lemon Pie says, Wes Cagle. Cheers. I imagine that's what that means.
hey, hello,
Wes
West Kegel.
Cagle says, hello, Lisa. With, I believe, another cheers symbol.
I just
And
looked
Wes
up
Cagle says,
Beaujolais.
hail. Hail Lemon Pie, cheers. Nims of Eden says, I hope you're doing well, West Chicken. Just a second there, Pete.
No
Lisa
worries.
says, CS. And Nims of Eden says, well, Hail, I hope you are doing well, Lisa. And West Chicken says, Hail, Nims of Eden, doing okay. Hope you are as well, I believe it says. Sorry, guys. Lemon Pie says, I see all wine. Lisa says, I am thinking, Nims of Eden, hope you are well too. Okay, go ahead, PvP.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Thanks, Wes Kegel.
So lemon pie's like Sauron, but instead of seeing the ring, he sees the wine.
Yeah, but there's like so much wine around. He's got like a full 360 vision. Like that's crazy.
So are you telling us, Joe, Gorilla's going to be showing the Lord of the Wine tomorrow?
Oh, that's tomorrow. You're watching. Oh no, this is my favorite out of the 3 movies. I
We're
love
watching the second one.
Two Towers is my favorite.
2 o'clock Pacific, 12 Central. If you want to join, Joe, we'd be happy to have
Oh
you there.
man, there's just I don't know.
We'll be loving it, me and Gorilla, and whoever else wants to join in.
So
I'm
what I
surprised
missed?
Gorilla didn't let you know. By the way, Beaujolais is a wine typically in France from Burgundy, so that's all I know.
Ooh,
You know,
it's a wonderful color.
From Burgundy, what does that mean?
it's
In
a,
France?
I think
it's a region,
it's a
it's a region
location.
of France.
It's a
Yeah,
province.
it's a location.
Provence.
Yeah. I imagine
It's like
your
vanilla
Beaujolais-
in France
your
or champagne
Beaujolais-
in France.
I'm thinking your Beaujolais probably originated in the USA, though. I'm guessing, Jill. So yeah.
All I know is it tastes good.
Like
But
California.
As
if you
long
want
as
to tell
it
me
tastes
about the
good.
history of the wine, I'm ready to hear it.
I was just trying to add a little bit of flavor to the wine, but if it tastes good, that's all that matters, right?
Mm.
Yeah, we're having a
It's
lovely
like
night.
Champagne, right? Like Champagne is a region in France, like Lyon or Calais. So
Yeah.
the
Yes.
wine comes from the Champagne region. The wine comes from the Beaujolais region, maybe. Just throwing that.
And the thing is, we have
It sounds
champagne
possible.
probably produced over here in North America too. So it's like it doesn't, it has a name. It doesn't necessarily mean it's
Right.
authentic. If you know
How
what
many
I mean.
toes have
Spidey.
been in my wine?
Ooh. They're growing Atlantic salmon on the Pacific
Just
Coast
kidding.
now. That's weird.
Now, how many toes do you want in your wine, Joe?
Pacific Coast.
0. I don't want any, but I
Yeah.
think about that sometimes where some people are smashing their feet and
Oh yeah, I've seen
As long as
those
it's-
videos. Yeah.
I'd rather feet than fingers. Do you know where people stick their fingers, Jill?
I could guess.
Yeah, you have
I
kids.
don't think
yeah.
Joe wants to answer that question, Spidey.
Yeah, I do have kids and they finger paint and I had to replace some curtains.
Oh. Unauthorized finger painting.
Oh my goodness. Fingers and
Oh.
toes, fingers and toes.
I'll take toes over
That's
fingers.
the way humanity goes. Okay, I just made that up myself. I'm silly.
It's a good thing octopi don't have thumbs or we'd all be screwed. They're really smart.
They are the octopus the octopi are the smartest non-vertebrate animal.
Well, they do have
And-
the arms to do things.
Yeah, and they can also get through tight spots.
Imagine what they could do.
And
with, like,
camouflage and
thumbs.
change shape and color. They're
Mhm.
fascinating creatures.
They are very cool. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
If there was an alien, I'm pretty sure it's an octopus.
Mhm.
Ooh, you're talking
Getting
advanced
back to our
octopi.
topic there. Oh my god.
Advanced octopi flying starships. Wow, that's kind of cool, actually.
My brother saw one. We went on the same dive, but I was in a different group in Australia and a night dive. And my little brother got to see, my 6 foot tall little brother got to see an octopus. And he said, like, the octopus was intelligent. He was doing a display dance and changing colors, and he was at first, he was not very active, but then he realized human interaction and he was interacting with the humans. He was definitely intelligent. I'm upset I didn't see that, but
That's cool.
That sounds cool, dude.
Can I
I've heard
experiment
stories
on-
of like divers being in like the water and like he'll feel like a tap on his shoulder and there's an octopus there and it's like handing him his tools and like they make friends with people. They're super intelligent. It like breaks my heart to see like the thousands upon thousands getting harvested to be, food in calamari. It's just like, no.
No,
Delicious.
calamari should only be squid.
True. Sorry. It's
Taki.
a different, I don't know the name. Thank
Taco.
you.
Taco in Japan. The taco.
So
Delicious.
Jill, are you saying squid aren't worthy as much as octopi of survival?
I'll put it to you this way, PvP. Do you know what a Humboldt squid is?
I'm being kind of sarcastic there. I was, half-hearted.
That's true. Am I putting too much emphasis on the intelligence of
Is
a
one
being in order
species
to
more
determine
important
whether
than
it's
another
consumer?
species? What would Captain Kirk
question.
say? Sorry, guys.
Can
I
you
just get
experiment?
hungry. I
an
gotta
idiot.
eat something.
I'm an idiot. Okay.
Can I experiment? Are you sure that the octopus your brother saw was not flirting with him, with it changing colors on him?
He was in a group of 4 divers, so it's possible that he was attracted to one of them. And happy birthday to William Shatner, by the way.
Yeah, happy
Happy
93rd.
Yes, happy belated birthday to William Shatner. And pretty soon on Tuesday, we're going to be celebrating Leonard Nimoy's birthday. Of course, he's not with us anymore, but we still celebrate his birthday.
Very
I'm
cool.
surprised. I'm surprised you didn't put Shatner's 93rd on your Friday stream, Jill. I actually thought, wow, Jill would mention that, but
I mentioned it like 3 times during the live stream. You were there.
maybe
We lost Jim.
I missed the first
Well,
45 minutes, though, so maybe I missed that.
Maybe
Started
Jim
the stream with
had to
it.
go home, or Jim.
Yeah, I
I
missed the first
Possibly.
45 minutes because I slept in, Jill.
Well, Jim explains in the chat, night everybody. I didn't want to interrupt anybody. He's going to bed because it's
Good night,
almost
Jim.
4 a.m. for him.
Good night, Jim.
Wow.
Good night, Jim.
Well, you might as well
Night,
stay up
Jim.
at 420.
Good night.
Not
That's right.
everybody take care. Bye-bye.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
Yeah,
glad-
thanks for stopping by.
Oh
See
no,
you,
not me. I was just reading Jim's chat. I'm not leaving
Oh,
yet.
Right.
Do you want
I'm
me to?
glad you did acknowledge it, Jill, so that's good. I missed that first part, so that's all cool.
Yeah, no. We even went on a William Shatner tangent at some point.
Oh, I missed all of that. I was there like 45 minutes in, I think, at the most.
Mm.
and lemon pie. Just a little trivia note in Star Wars too. There's an alien race called the Mon Calamari in Star Wars, just like the food you're talking about. But they're a fish species, and you see them in Episode 6 of Star Wars. They're Amel Akbar species.
That's unusual. I hadn't heard of that before.
And it's funny because Jill was talking about Lemon's like, oh, what's a good red wine? And Jill's like, oh, pink rosé goes really well with seafood. So maybe you should have a rosé, Lemon.
Yeah, I
He
wouldn't
did.
know.
He'd have a rosé. That's where it came from.
Oh, well, my goodness. I stand corrected.
Well, it just came full circle, so it works.
Well, there you go.
Hey, I wonder if Daniel's still here. Hey, Daniel. Hello.
Well, his mic's muted.
Oh, I'm here.
He is the strong silent type.
I wonder if the ladies like him that way.
I always thought Rose
Jill,
was a good choice.
Jill, are you going to go see Ghostbusters? Frozen
Tomorrow, I'm gonna take my children.
Oh, even the youngins, huh?
What's it
Yeah,
rated?
well, yes.
Well, the movie reviews are pretty divided. You will either love it, hate it, or say, meh, it wasn't that bad.
I'll see if I can get a babysitter for my 5-year-old, but I want to take my 10-year-old.
That sounds like a good idea.
Has your 10-year-old seen the original Ghostbusters with Sigourney Weaver? Because that's scary as shit.
He had seen the original Ghostbusters when he was 4 years old, and he loved it. He became obsessed with it, and he wanted to watch it over and over. And
Oh,
The chair
but
scene in the
but he
refrigerator. Oh my
but the
god!
thing is, as a 10-year-old, he seems to have forgotten his previous love for Ghostbusters. So I need to show it to him again. Well, I guess I don't have time tomorrow, but he loved it. I don't know if he remembers loving it.
You think he'll
Wake
be
up early.
disappointed then, Jill? Like,
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't
I
know. I
hope
haven't
not.
seen it.
I hope not. I've heard mixed things. Some people
Yeah.
love it.
Mhm.
Some people are like, yeah, not so much.
Others hate
Yeah,
it.
I did hear it didn't live up, but I still want to see it just because
Well,
even if it's mediocre is still way better than somebody who's gonna literally try to trash the very thing that you love and throw it into a dumpster fire and turn it into something it's not. So
well, yeah.
even if it's only just kind of okay, that's still better than
They
what we
they
get from
they
a lot of
they
people.
they did have three of the original guys from the original film in it, so that's cool, right?
Yeah, I guess the problem is they didn't have enough of them.
I
I don't know.
heard
I haven't
I
seen it.
heard I heard they had enough to do, but I haven't seen it, so I mean I have no idea, but I think it's cool that they got some of
Well,
the old guys
who
back.
on the panel has seen this movie who can talk about it?
Maybe.
Gorilla did, but he's gone.
he was here earlier. He saw it. He was telling us about it.
He didn't think it was that bad, actually, Joe. So
No spoilers, right? Maybe. Hopefully.
No,
Oh, no
Jill, tell me,
spoilers.
It's gonna be ghosts.
Jill, do you have your movie tickets already, or do you have to buy them tomorrow?
I got it. Yeah. I haven't bought them yet, but I'm gonna buy them as soon as I get up. And I know what you're getting at. I know you're hinting that there's gonna be trouble because the theaters have been very full, and so I should buy them as soon as possible. I agree.
which
I'm
year
not saying
is
that.
that? The reviews I've seen, they said the theaters were almost empty.
Damn. Really?
So
Well, that's
yeah,
good for me
sure.
then.
It's big because it was Thursday. It was yesterday, day before yesterday, whatever. I'm sorry, I lost track of time.
Today's Sunday.
Sunday now, Sunday morning. So yeah, it premiered Thursday. Like Red Letter Media they did a review of it, and they showed some screenshots of the seating and how many seats were sold out. And in each auditorium, it was like under 10.
I want to watch that Red Letter Media, but I always want to watch the movie first, so I'm gonna go watch it and then watch that.
Good idea.
Does Red
What's
Letter
going on,
Media
Daniel?
go into
I
spoilers or
gotta go.
not?
I gotta go now, guys.
Well, then
All right,
Good night.
later, buddy.
All right, I'll
Thanks
see you
for
later.
stopping by, Danielle.
Oh,
Take
good
care,
night,
guys.
Daniel.
Yeah. Good night, Daniel.
Hope to see you sometime later.
Yeah, we'll see you soon.
Aw.
And what were you saying, Sci-Fi Sit Down?
I forgot already.
That's okay.
Is PvP still awake? It's getting kind of late in our time zone, or is he sort of drifting off into sleep land right now?
It's
I mean,
not
he did sound kind of tired. Is he still there?
It's not even 1 a.m. I've seen him awake at 3 a.m. many times.
Yeah, it seems like it varies. Wonder how LDG is doing. LDG, are you there? I guess not.
Jill, how much wine did you give PvP?
I'm only 3/4 through the bottle.
No, how much did you give to PvP?
PvP? Oh, I gave him 3 bottles, so that might be
Oh
a
my
problem.
Oh, that's all
Oh,
he
he's-
needs.
Well, he's pretty well hammered then.
Yeah.
Oh, who has the crickets?
LDG, I was seeing if he was there or not.
Well, Jill, I just hope you
No,
don't.
but who played the crickets? Because that was amazing.
I think it
I
was
did.
Pop-
Okay,
That was
That's
cool.
good.
Jill, I just hope you don't drink too much to have a hangover tomorrow.
No. You
Yeah,
can
I'll
have
be fine. I
2
drink lots
bottles.
of water.
Yeah, you can have 2 bottles of wine in one night and still not have a hangover the next day. Guaranteed.
See, that's the Spidey guarantee. We're all good over here.
I've personally done it many a time. You just drink
I,
water and don't be stupid.
I
And
know.
don't
I've
mix.
seen you before.
Don't mix.
No, no.
I remember getting stung by thousands of jellyfish out in Cozumel. Incredibly traumatizing,
Oh,
especially when I got caught in a riptide and pulled through them.
oh my
Says
God,
Nemesis was
Nemesis!
eaten.
I
Wow,
was a
that's pretty
kid.
incredible.
I was a kid when I was stung by just one jellyfish, and I don't know, it was a pretty big one, but they had to pour all this meat tenderizer all over the wound,
Hmm.
and
Meat
Oh,
they
tenderizer,
said that
interesting.
I was a lot more brave than a lot of adults who come in who are screaming and crying, and I was just there, just getting meat tenderizer poured all over me.
Meat
Well,
tenderizer, that's odd.
Yeah.
well then,
that's so bizarre. I wouldn't have thought meat tenderizer would do. What was that? Just to like cancel out the venom or what?
They keep vinegar on the beaches at the lifeguard stations in Australia. So for jellyfish stings, and you pour like
Okay.
4 liters of vinegar. That's a gallon for you.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
well,
Vinegar
Jill,
Maybe that's
is
one of the
the
main
base,
ingredients.
counteracts the acid.
Yeah.
It's the acid that stings. So you counteract it with a base. There you go.
well, Jill,
Oh, okay.
well, Jill,
Neutralize.
I'm just surprised.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised that after they put the sauce on you, they did not cut you up and serve you to the populace, since they know how to, they don't put you just right.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. But no, I was able to go. They let me go. They did not eat me, and I got to go get some McDonald's and some nuggets. And actually, no, I
And
got
those,
a quarter pounder with cheese and a Happy Meal with the little Dalmatians from 101 Dalmatians.
Okay,
There was
Jill.
a
no scar.
Sometimes do you order Happy Meals just for yourself when there's kids in the car, just because it's like cheaper?
for
You
myself.
do, don't you? You do.
I
You do.
You gotta call me out right in the middle of a live stream
Oh my
because,
God.
well, because it has less calories, and so I'm able to track it a lot better. And so it's like, okay, this isn't gonna be too much food. Because if you look at the history of McDonald's, it used to be that the adult meals used to be the same amount of calories as they put in the Happy Meals today.
That's right. That's a true story. I started working at McDonald's in didgeridoo.
Careful.
Sorry, didgeridoo fell over. It was for Bill's stream. Yeah, I started working in McDonald's in 1987. I worked there for 2 years, and during that time, the supersized shake used to be a 1980s special, summertime only available, and the supersized shake is now while I was there, became the large soda or the shake, but the pop, the soda pop in particular, the supersized soda pop is now the large size. Absolutely.
Well, when you're in the South, you got to be careful even when you do order kids' meals. Because I ordered some shrimp and they gave me they filled up the freaking container full of shrimp, and I was like, this is not a kid-size amount of shrimp. They really feed you here, and you got to be careful with that.
Captain Kid, maybe.
Well, should we help pop culture curator catch up with his chats to not make him overburdened with chats?
Yeah,
If
I'm
he's
a
so-
little behind. Lemon Pie says, yes, Admiral Akbar, it's a trap. Canadian Spider-Man says, you could just sell red wine and calamari out of a food truck, Lemon Pie. It would work. I've got $50 and a driver's license if you're in. And bribe the health department for that license. Canadian Spider-Man says, Cozumel was such a great place at diving and for snorkeling. To
Oh, I'd
Nemesis.
love to learn how to snorkel one day.
That does sound like
That's
fun.
super easy, dude. You can do it.
The
I
nice blue
know,
water.
but what I really mean is scuba diving. Like, I feel like
That's a
it's
different thing.
stepping stone
PT.
to that. I want to make sure I don't get the bends.
100%.
Oh, yeah. Definitely not good.
It's super
Rich
safe.
Tago says, I heard that people were saying it was kind of boring. And then as the being says, we could talk about my consummate nightmare more in depth sometime. It's quite the story, Canadian Spider-Man. And Canadian Spider-Man says, how about co-hosting a Cosmo episode of my Thursday night travel talk, Nemesis? And Canadian
Yeah.
Spider-Man says, I'd love to hear your story. Oh, that sounds like a great idea. And Canadian Spider-Man says, Cozumel at the Yucatan Peninsula. And then Sabine says, that would be lovely. I will have to find a Thursday. I'm not working and come on your panel, Canadian Spider Man.
Whoop
And
whoop.
then Pi says, I saw the RLM review. We're talking about the Ghostbusters, the new. Yeah. If you guys have not seen it, I
That's,
recommend it.
that's Red Letter
And
Media, isn't it?
yes, Red Letter Media's review of
Oh
Ghostbusters.
my god! Canadian Spider Man, do you not know about the magic of Red Letter Media?
Do they
No,
go
it sounded
into spoilers?
communist, so I avoided it.
What?
It
Why
sounded
did you
What?
communist, so I avoided it. It was
Oh,
red.
Oh no, where do we start?
Pop culture. Do they go into spoilers on the movie, or do they try to keep it non-spoiler based?
Light on spoilers, I would describe it as.
So no, still should not watch it until she sees the movie herself. Then.
Oh, it depends.
yeah, no, that's my plan. I'm gonna watch it tomorrow and then watch
What
the review.
Pop? What is Red Letter Media?
It's
They
a
review
comedy.
movies and TV shows. It's comedy, right? They do skits, but what they're known for, what made them really famous, is about 2011 or 12. They reviewed the Star Wars prequel movies, and the reviews were so
Yeah.
outstanding and so popular, and they went viral that even George Lucas watched them. And
Oh,
now they
George
do
Lucas
skits.
watched Mr. Plinkett? I didn't even know
Yes,
that.
yes, he
That's
watches Mr.
hilarious.
Plinkett reviews. But he goes into depth. They go into depth. They're screenwriting. They've been to school themselves for screenwriting and filmmaking and all that, so they know what they're talking about. And every now and then they'll have quirky guests on the show, and they have different themes. Like, well, they have a bunch of videotapes and they'll pull out the pile and call it the best of the worst.
Oh
Are
yeah,
they
including Macaulay
big?
Culkin.
Yes,
Oh,
so
he's amazing.
bigger than the drinker?
critical drinker. No, he's not on there.
No, are they big? Like, are they a big channel like the Critical Drinkle?
Yes,
Drinkle?
they look like four guys in a garage, but they're actually very big. I haven't looked up to see how many subs they have, but yeah, they're very, very big. Those Star Wars reviews they did went viral. They created a character called Mr. Plinkett, who was supposed to be a
I've
critic
heard of
slash
that, and I was
psychopath
wondering
living
what
in
the hell that was.
his
I thought it
garage.
was out of like Reservoir Dogs or something. I didn't remember.
Oh,
Mr.
okay. You do know
No,
who he
no,
is,
no.
then, at least.
I know the name, but I've only started this whole YouTube. I only discovered it during the pandemic because Canada got locked down
Yeah,
so
no,
hard
but
and we couldn't do
this
anything else.
Red
I'm
Letter
new to
Media
this.
Red Letter Media started before YouTube. They put their content on this other platform a long time ago, and it
Oh,
just moved over to YouTube. So they're classic internet content creators. Really, really amazing stuff. And yeah,
Thank you
I
for-
can't believe you don't watch it.
no, thanks for teaching me. Yeah.
They're very knowledgeable, which helps. So they give you a reason to
I-
either like or dislike or whatever they're saying.
And I don't always agree with them. They have a terrible take on Star Trek Picard, but I'm not
I
going to
know.
criticize them for their opinion.
Well, it's like anything else. Yeah, I don't agree with them all the time, but I go back every time to watch their streams and their
Yeah, I do
shows.
too, because you do know that even if you don't agree with them, what they tell you is their genuine feeling on the subject.
Yes. Lisa gives us 2 chickens and a smile, and Canadian Spider-Man says it's usually around 10 p.m. Pacific time, Nemesis, and I'd love to hear what you have to share. And then
Hell yeah, bud.
Is it Louis Jadot? Did I say that right?
Oh, no, it's not. Let me get the bottle and I'll tell you the brand.
Louis
West
Trudeau.
Cago says, always drink plenty of water. I finished a bottle of vodka and started a second and had no issues. Just had to take a drink of water for every drink of vodka. Oh, yeah, be careful.
Pretty
West
sure
Cago
there's
says,
water in vodka.
probably mostly, isn't it?
Right. So they're problem solved.
Yeah, kill 2
It's
birds with
Russian
one
water.
stone. West Cago says, yeah, tell anytime you get a DUI, you get pulled over carrying one. West Cago says, those box of jellies in Australia are some nasty buggers.
And the Irukandji.
And,
Yep.
They're fascinating,
And then-
though.
Mm-hmm.
Is this CSM's first time on Pop's panel?
I don't
Says
think
Leonard
so.
Pye. No, he's been
No.
on here before.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have. And
Wes
thank you
Cagle
for
says
having me on.
87 was a
However,
good
I think
year.
this is the first time I've been on Pop's panel with Canadian Spider-Man.
That's very possible.
We've
That's
been on
very
so many
likely.
streams together, Jill. It's hard to remember, but you could be right. But Pop, I would be on more. But you're on at times when I'm not available. But it's not because I don't
Sorry about
want
that.
to support you. What? No, I'm sorry. I'm Canadian. I'm more sorry.
Canadians are always sorry. Sorry.
Sorry.
Well, if you're interested in Canadian Spider-Man, Pop Culture is doing a special Rumblings from the Lab. I think it's just either this Monday or next Monday for a
It'll be this Monday if I can come
for
up with the
Lost in
topic.
Space.
Yeah, it'll be this Monday and replace the Lost in Space if I can come up with the topic.
So that's tomorrow?
Yeah, today's Sunday, so I guess you could say yes.
Fantastic.
West Cagle, 87 was a good year. I graduated high school then. And Lemon Pie says Joe was buried in shrimp. And Canadian Spider-Man says exactly. And Nemesis Eden says, please subscribe. And he dropped a link to Daniel's Hot Topics. Thank you for that, Nemesis. And Lemon Pie says Rich Evans is my favorite of RLM. Yes.
Yeah, I have to
him
say, Rich
Go ahead.
Evans is my spirit animal.
Yes, he's hilarious. And the real Dick the birthday boy picture, hilarious. Lemon Pie, Rich Evans is my favorite of RLM. Lemon Pie says they sometimes just watch bad movies and have fun with it, and other times they review movies. Exactly, yes. And Lisa says those were crickets. Sorry, although I like chicken. I prefer chicken over crickets too, so I agree with you, Lisa.
Oh, I thought you just
And Andrew Joseph,
spoke. Yeah.
I may
They
have.
look like crickets. They look like crickets.
And Andrew Joseph,
Yeah,
Lemon
that sound
Pie, it
effect,
is.
Sorry, Pop.
Oh, I got that in
sound
name.
effects?
Yes,
it is
I got that
Domain
in tribute.
Pinard.
Yes, I got it in tribute to Gorilla. He falls asleep on stream often, so I have that just to comfort him. And I drew just Lemon Pie. It is Domain Pig. Is it Pignard or is the G silent? I don't mean any offense to whoever that is. Lemon Pie says,
I have
thanks,
no
Jill.
idea how to pronounce myself, but I just
Domain Picard, damn it, says Lemon Pie. Okay, Picard, got it.
Gosh, I miss when I was in my, I started watching Star Trek because they put all of the original series on CBS.com when I first watched it when I was 19 years old. So I guess that was, when was that? 2004, 2005, probably 2005. It was when CBS had all of Star Trek. But then I was like, I need more. I watched TAS and I was like, oh, okay, cartoon. And then I watched TNG, and I think for some reason I loved TNG more, and I loved that Picard wanted to find peace with the other aliens, and I didn't realize that Picard was just a subset of all of Kirk's traits, and that Kirk was more awesome. But this was in my 20s, so forgive me for not realizing that Kirk was better in my 20s. But
that's quite all right.
even then, even after that, even after watching TNG, he was a great character to me, and of course, Star Trek Picard completely ruined all of that. And it's just a sad moment.
All for a quick paycheck.
Tell me, is Picard a Frenchman or an Englishman with a French accent?
He was supposed to be French, and Gene Roddenberry had picked somebody to be a Frenchman and be awesome, and he wanted it to be Billy Campbell, who played the Rocketeer. And wait a minute. I'm not talking about. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit drunk. I was talking about Riker. Riker was supposed to be Billy Campbell, but somebody else was supposed to be
not the only one.
Yeah, somebody else is supposed to be Picard who was a Frenchman, but I forget his name. But they ended up with Picard who was British, and so they they switched it up so that he's still French, but just with a British accent. So yes, he's British. But I
With a
still
French
stand by
accent.
the fact that Billy Campbell should be
No
Riker.
French accent. Okay, so Billy Campbell was supposed to be Riker, and Jonathan was supposed whatever is supposed to be Picard's role.
No, Jonathan shouldn't have been anything. I forget who
Oh,
is
okay.
supposed to be Picard.
And I do agree. I like Billy Campbell better than I can't even remember his name now.
Jonathan Frakes.
That's it. Thank you.
Jonathan Frakes is Riker. And so, yeah, I still accept him as Riker now. But when I went
I
to the
know that's
convention
fine.
and I wanted to have a group photo, he couldn't make it.
And Lemon Pie says it's not Picard. Just thought calling it Picard would be funny. Canadian Spider-Man drops. What is that described as an object, a noun?
Okay, it
sorry,
says
meme.
it says
A
that
hashtag.
Patrick. Okay, what's this? What is this? It was a different Patrick. Bacow? Is that how you say it?
It's a
Was Gene
hashtag.
Roddenberry's choice.
No, Jill, that's a quote from you. Hashtag Picard was a subset of Kirk.
Yeah. I was waiting for them to get it.
And Wes Cagle says, I remember watching TOS as a kid in the 70s on Channel 11 WPIX. It was on all the time back then. Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
remember it. It was independent
Yes,
stations, usually right after the news.
Yes, that's right, Canadian Spider-Man. Picard is
You
the
got it.
subset of Kirk from all of the episodes of season 3. Because what I've noticed in watching season 3 of TOS is that a lot of the values that they put into Starfleet and the Federation come from what they learned from season 3 of the original series.
Oh my God, Jill, if you're ever pulled over for a DUI and you've accidentally been drinking and you're driving and the cop starts coming up to you, start talking Star Trek because you sound so smart, and with it, he will just fucking let you go. I swear to God.
Yeah,
Yes.
I've had
that
very
doesn't
good luck
work
with
either.
police officers so far. So I don't know
if
what
she-
would happen.
if they-
I've never gotten behind the wheel drunk though. Hopefully that doesn't happen.
Smart.
Well, if she's able to pull off her voice to not sound drunk when she speaks highly intelligent,
Yeah.
because
Uh-huh.
even though she talks smart, the question is, can she fake her voice enough to not sound drunk?
Or pass a breathalyzer. Canadian Spider-Man says only
Yeah,
Ben
then I'll
Steiner
be in
could
trouble.
Data.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Has
Only
somebody
Brent
else tried to
Spiner.
be Dana? I haven't seen
Canadian
anybody.
Spider-Man or
as
Data,
bad as
depending on how you
as
want to
bad as
pronounce it.
modern
Data,
Trek
data.
is, as
Data?
bad as modern
Well-
Trek is, at least no one else has tried to be Data.
No, Data is his name, and data is information. Then we made the whole thing about that with that blonde doctor there. I can't remember her name.
They're supposed
Oh,
to
you
say,
mean the doctor who replaced Beverly Crusher?
Pulaski.
And-
That's the one.
Do you guys know what a Pulaski is? Because it's a tool for handling wood over here, and I'm not even joking. In British Columbia, a Pulaski is a tool for digging. It's a fire handling tool and handles wood. It's got
Really?
a
Well-
spike on one end and like a blade on the other. It's a Pulaski. Swear to
Really?
God, Google it. It's
really,
a big
Canadian
ass.
Spider-Man. I thought that was the English term for a Band-Aid.
It sounds like it's named after a person, maybe whoever invented it, because that's actually a name.
He was busy, obviously, or she.
He, she.
Whatever.
I remember seeing Jonathan Frakes on the miniseries North and South. Great series. And Lemon Pie says Jill gets out of tickets. Shocker.
Yeah, I've
I
been
know,
pulled
right?
over. I've been pulled over 2 times, and both times I've gotten out of it. One time was I thought I stopped at that stop sign, but I guess he didn't think I did. And the other time was I thought I went through a yellow, not a red, in a school zone. But for whatever reason, yes, I did not get a ticket.
Talking trike to get out of a ticket, I do not recommend, says Lisa. Lemon Pie says, Lisa, yeah, an officer might think it's drunk talk. Yeah, I think they're going to be a little confused and alarmed. Lisa, cops want as little interaction as possible, right?
True.
Hopefully you can catch them in a good mood, just get off with a
Oh,
warning.
yeah, that's right. All I do is I answer their questions precisely as they ask them.
That's right.
Do whatever they say.
They're hoping they don't have to give you a ticket and do more paperwork. That's a good point.
Unless it's getting to near the end of the month and they have a quarter to meet.
Good bingo.
Yeah.
Yeah, then they get a percentage of the ticket's profit.
And some of the RCMP are just vindictive. They like run you over with horses and stuff.
Oh, they're awful. Sometimes.
Did you get a
Some of them are amazing.
From a cop on a horse, Canadian Spider-Man?
Yes, absolutely. You can get a ticket from a cop on a horse. I have not. I only got 2 tickets in my life, and one of them was I didn't know what I was doing, and the other one I was speeding to get to a Bruce Springsteen concert in Toronto, and he let me go.
So I mean, that's cool though. Dude, I remember seeing a Mountie on a moose once. I was thoroughly impressed by that.
How much did you have to drink at that point?
Dude, no, like he was like riding a moose in the middle of a parade. I was just like, what the fuck is this? And I'm like, oh, only in Canada. Well, and I'm like, no, probably Norway too.
Norway.
Yeah.
Alaska.
Okay, guys, I need to cut it short. I'm sorry. I've got to pop out and try to get something to eat. I'm so sorry.
Nobody, okay, go get something to eat. It's all good.
All right, I'm gonna go around the panel.
This was a great time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having this stream. I wanted to hang out, and you provided the perfect venue for it. Thank you so much, Pop Culture Curator. And yes, I do have. I have a channel. I guess you want to hear about it.
Sure.
I've got 15 subscribers left to get up to 700, and that'll be a lot of fun. I love to talk about science fiction, and I want to talk about it with you. And so come tell me about what you know about science fiction, and I'll tell you what I found out in my research, and we'll collate and see what's going on.
All right.
And so on Tuesday,
we're
going to talk about Star Trek, the original series. The episode is going to be Requiem for Methuselah. And on Friday, I'm going to be talking about some X-Files with some people. And then we'll see what happens. I think there's going to be some Leisure Suit Larry next week. No, not next weekend. The weekend after.
Nice.
The weekend after next weekend. And that's all I've got for now. Oh,
thank you for stopping by, Jill. I really do appreciate it.
Hey, PvP, are you awake?
If PvP is not awake, if you check out his channel, he's got some playlists going on. And if you you check it out, you got some good stuff to listen to.
Yes, check out PvP's channel, everyone. Nemesis of Eden. I'm going to go this way. Nemesis of Eden, what say you? What would you like to share about your channel?
Definitely. I've been I play Skullgirls Mobile, and I do Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links as of late. So if you want to watch some beautiful women dressed up as pop culture references fight each other, or if you want to be and come see some Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, please come down to my channel. It would be great to have you. And thank you, Pop, for having such a wonderful night and going this long. This has been awesome.
It's always my pleasure.
Yeah. And it's always my pleasure to be with you, sir.
Likewise, thank you, sir. And dare I ask, LDG, are you there? Okay, LDG has an excellent channel there. Check out the link here. Let me make it biggie so you can see it. Check him out right there. His channel. He's got lots of information and interesting things. I'm sorry, my mind is physically shutting down. I'll do my best to try to get through this ending here. Okay, and how about Sci-Fi Sit Dan? How about you? What would you tell us about your channel?
Well, to all the panelists and to the chatters and viewers, I'm Sci-Fi Dan. I usually cover different sci-fi TV shows or movies. I do cover different uh, areas depending on how well versed I am in them. And on my YouTube channel, I have different TV shows or movies that I cover. And on my live streams, I try to do them on Saturdays between 4 to 6 p.m. Pacific time. And I usually like to have some company on my live streams. And if any of you are available between that time on Saturdays, the company would be much appreciated. Or if you're just able to go in the chat for some interaction that way, that will be fun as well. That's all I gotta say. I'll turn it over to the next panelist.
Well, thank you for being here, Sci-Fi Sit Dan. Yes, check out his channel, everybody. Lots of interesting stuff. And Canadian Spider-Man, sir, is there anything you'd like to share about your channel?
Canadian, you're on.
And you're
Yes,
muted.
thank you so
There you
much
are.
for. Thanks for having me. I mean, you guys, I've known you. You've been my friends for well, we can count it in years now. I do have a travel show. Sometimes I give outdoor videos, craft woodsman related videos, and sometimes
Yeah.
men's advice videos. I want to thank you for having me on. I do like pop culture as well. I'm not as knowledgeable as Anti-Derivative Jill or Clobbering Times, but I do know that the Borg had their lasers that came out of their eye technology. The lasers emitted lasers in Morse code. That the Morse code was the production staff's names spelled out in Morse code, and I do know that the Borg laser beams out of their eyes had that. But that's all I know. Thanks for having me.
Okay.
You know more
That's
than
more
you
than I
think.
know.
You're amazing.
And good to have you here, Spidey.
Thanks, man.
I did not know that about the Borg's laser eyes.
I just found that out.
By the way, guys, I'm sorry I dozed off. This has been a long stream. You got to admit, it's like what 7.5 hours almost.
Yeah, I'm ending it right now.
Yeah, so I was getting
But
tired and I just kind of nodded off for a bit. But I just want to
I
say
dropped your link.
thank you guys. You guys are awesome, and I have nothing to say about my channel because I haven't done much lately. But I just want to say you guys are all very cool. I love hanging out with you guys.
PvP.
Okay, we'll see you soon.
If you're a learner enough, when is your first video going to come out on your YouTube channel once you figure it out?
Oh hell no! I have no idea. I have no idea what the hell I'm going to do. Don't put me on the spot. It's like 1:30 at night. I'm totally tired. I have no idea. It'll be about music, of course, but other than that, it's like I don't know.
Okay, well, thank you everybody on the panel for being here, and especially thank you all in the chat. I appreciate it. I know it's kind of late, so you guys make sure you sleep in, get a good night's sleep, drive safe tomorrow. And with that, I'm going to say, well, take care and peace.